to stay home all the time lately?" Leng Feng replied.
Not only was Lang Li stunned by this, but everyone else was also stunned. This is not like Lang Daxiao's style. Lang Daxiao used to be an idle person. Even if he lived in the countryside, he also liked to run around. But thinking of the recent changes in Leng Feng, she was also relieved.
"It's okay if you don't go out."
Lang Yao was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile.
"Mother has one thing to tell you, now that you are almost crowned. One thing I have to tell you is that when you were just born, your father decided to do a family affair."
So in Leng Feng's surprised gaze, Lang Li talked in detail about the baby-kissing incident that Ling de Rich Man had set for Leng Feng at the beginning.
"What?"
After listening, Leng Feng's heart involuntarily popped up with this English word. Such a bloody episode actually happened to him. In those cool articles in the previous life, don't write too much about this routine, almost many protagonists have experienced it. Was first disgusted and looked down upon by the other party, and was even divorced, and then counterattacked all the way and turned over, slapping his face.
Almost instantly, countless shots flashed through Leng Feng's mind.
Lang Li naturally didn't understand what Leng Feng was thinking, and after seeing that after he finished speaking, Leng Feng's stunned appearance didn't give Leng Feng much time to reminisce but continued, "Originally, I planned to let you go to Jiankang Mansion now. After all, the Huang family is no longer what it used to be. If they can still remember the friendship of the past, they will naturally not treat you badly. It is better than staying here and not seeing hope, but I didn't expect my son to be so talented, and now I'm not so anxious. However, my mother still hopes that you can go to Jiankang Mansion before facing the saint. The status of the Huang family is there, and he is still very well connected in the imperial court. In the past, you didn't have any fame, and you will inevitably be looked down upon in the past. But now it's different, the top of the selection test in Linjiang City, although it can't be compared with Jiankang Mansion. But with this layer of glory in you, presumably the master of the Huang family will also look down on you."
Lang Li's ideas can represent most of the mainstream ideas of this era. Only when a scholar is famous can he be called a person.
Leng Feng could understand Lang Li's thoughts. She wanted Leng Feng to go to Jiankang Mansion before, but in fact, she had no confidence in her heart. Mainly she wanted Leng Feng to try her luck, and all the hopes were pinned on the Huang family's side to remember the affection of the year. Even if he doesn't recognize this marriage, he can still escort Leng Feng in accepting property. After all, with the Huang family's ability now, if the other party could really help Leng Feng, absolutely no one would dare to say a word in this place in Linjiang City. Even Leng Feng's second and third uncles have 100,000 guts, and they don't dare to seek to seize the Leng family's property. After all, Huang Mingli can now be regarded as a feudal official, and the appointment and dismissal of officials in Linjiang City is not a matter of his words. From this point of view, Lang Li is different from ordinary women. After all, she has seen the world. Also understands the truth that people die for money, and birds die for food. Judging from the performance of the two uncles of the Leng family, she has understood that these two uncles will never hand over their property. Why did Leng Feng fight with his two uncles? Only with the help of noble people can they support, and Huang Mingli is the lifesaver for their family. To be honest, Lang Li is not stupid. She also knows that the Huang family has not contacted them for so many years, and she must have a different idea about the original family business. In fact, Lang Li's real idea was not to let Leng Feng go to propose, but to use the proposition as an introduction. The real purpose is to ask Huang Mingli to see the affection of the rich man at the beginning, and be able to keep their family's property. However, she will not tell anyone about this. After all, there is no impermeable wall in the world. Once Leng Feng's second and third uncles know her plans, they will definitely not let Leng Feng go to Jiankang Mansion alive. But now the situation has changed, and she was not optimistic about Leng Feng's good performance in the selection test. The reason why he spent a lot of money to buy the relationship was to make a name for Leng Feng, was also to make Leng Feng less embarrassed when he went to Jiankang Mansion. Now Leng Feng has become the top of the selection test in Linjiang Mansion, and with the blessing of this identity, this has changed the mind in Lang Li's heart. Maybe the old man of the Huang family will consider agreeing to the marriage contract of the year.
And this?
Turning his mind, Leng Feng had actually guessed Lang Li's thoughts. However, in order to be less obvious, he still asked deliberately. Because Leng Feng found that Lang Li had ideas and was equally capable. After all, he is a dove occupying the magpie's nest, and if he overacts, it will not be good to arouse the suspicion of the other party. This is the marriage contract of the year, you take it and take a look.
Leng Li took out a marriage contract and handed it to Leng Feng.
After Leng Feng took it, he opened it and saw that it was indeed a marriage contract, and the people who signed the marriage contract were Huang Mingli and his father Leng Woya. After reading it, Leng Feng returned the marriage contract to Leng Li.
To be honest, he really doesn't know what to say about this kind of thing.
After all, he is not from this era, and his ideas are different from those of this era and the era in which Leng Feng lived. He paid attention to the freedom of marriage, and this kind of marriage contract did not mean much in his opinion. Even in this era, when the status of the parties is not equal, this kind of marriage contract is also not very effective. The spirit of contract has always been a joke in the face of money and status. On this point, Leng Feng has seen far more thoroughly than the people of this era. If the status of the Huang family and their Leng family is at the same level, then this marriage contract is absolutely valid. After all, it is not as simple as saying it casually. In the case of the wrong door, this kind of thing is just a joke.
To be honest, Leng Feng was not interested in Leng Li's proposal. Mother, do you really plan for me to propose?
Leng Feng knew that Leng Li wanted him to go to Jiankang Mansion to propose marriage, but he didn't want to go himself.
First, not to mention the delay of time, and second, it is very likely to be self-inflicted humiliation in the past.
If the Huang family really wanted to admit this family business, they would not have broken off contact with the Leng family over the years. I plan for you to go to Jiankang Mansion with a marriage contract and personally visit the master of the Huang family.
But I don't want to go.
Leng Feng did not hesitate at this time, and directly refused. This is in line with Leng Dashao's previous personality. Leng Li glanced at Leng Feng and was not surprised. However, she said with a smile, with my son's current talent appearance, he can naturally be worthy of Miss Huang family.
Leng Feng pursed his lips and didn't say anything more.
This is also what he is puzzled about. How can such a wise person as Leng Li be so indulgent in educating Leng Dashao?
Leng Feng is also very clear about what kind of virtue Leng Dashao used to be.
Presumably, with Huang Mingli's current status, it is very easy to find out about the situation of the Leng family.
Leng Dashao's glorious deeds may have been on people's desks a long time ago.
This may be the key reason why the Huang family has cut off contact with the Leng family for so many years. After all, who would treat a young master who doesn't learn and doesn't know how to do it? Seeing Leng Feng's lack of interest, Leng Li also frowned slightly. Based on his perception of his son, if Leng Feng heard the news, there would only be two reactions: one was arrogant, and the other was not concerned. Although Leng Feng didn't care about it before, it was also in line with her perception of Leng Feng.
But she really didn't expect that Leng Feng would be able to put on a serious thinking look.
This made Leng Li feel that Leng Feng was really different. To be precise, Leng Feng had changed since he fell into the water.
However, Leng Li did not doubt Leng Feng's true identity. She thought that Leng Feng had really grown up after being stimulated by the overboard incident.
Leng Feng didn't know that his performance had caused Leng Li's conjecture like this, and if he knew, he would really be more restrained in front of Leng Li. Leng Li looked left and right, and saw that the others were some distance away from their mother and son, so he lowered his voice and said, "Actually, the real purpose of my mother is not to have much expectation for this family business, but to let you take this marriage contract to meet the master of the Huang family. I will prepare a letter for you to bring to him, and ask him to help you keep the inheritance left by the master for the sake of the situation. As for this marriage contract, my mother also knows that there is a huge difference in the status of the two families now, and if they think it is inappropriate, we can give it up." Hearing this, Leng Feng's expression was stunned. It seemed that he really underestimated Leng Li. Most women in this era only know how to teach husbands and children, and they are dependent on men. Even if they are able to support themselves, they are only doing some hard work.
But Leng Li's words today can see her vision and means.
It seems that there is a reason why Leng Li decisively moved out of Linjiang County with a large family and came to live in the countryside. It's not as simple as the outside world seems. After all, after the disappearance of the rich man Leng, almost all of the Leng family's industries were controlled by the second and third uncles. If they don't evacuate Linjiang County and give up these industries for the time being, they will only face two consequences. One is to fight with the second uncle and the third uncle, and finally cause the Leng family to fall apart. and these industries will be divided by others. Another result is that their family, the old and weak, will disappear from this world one after another in the competition for property, and in the end, there may be no one left. As for keeping the family business firmly in their hands, this possibility is almost non-existent. It was under such circumstances that Leng decisively chose to avoid it for the time being. Even if they take 10,000 steps back, they will not be able to get back those industries in the end, and they can survive with these fields in the countryside. Leng is a person who knows how to make trade-offs, and the most important thing is to temporarily give up those industries to keep this big family. After understanding this, Leng Feng discovered that Leng's foresight, and even he suspected that Leng's previous doting on Leng Dashao had an element of deliberate so. The purpose is also to paralyze others and relax their vigilance against the cold front. But it's a pity that although Leng is very capable, she didn't participate in the management of the family industry when Leng de Rich was still there. Therefore, there is no power and connections in the hands, which leads to the current passive situation. Okay, I'll go to Jiankang Mansion in 2 days. After understanding Leng's true plan, Leng Feng knew that he had to go. At the same time, this is also a good opportunity for him to gain a foothold in this world, and only by taking advantage of the situation can he fly higher in a short time. Okay, anyway, there is still plenty of time now, so it doesn't hurt to go in 2 days. You can rest first in these 2 days. Then, Leng chatted with Leng Feng for a while about the past of Huan Ling's 2 families, and then left. It's already April, and although it's not the busy farming season, silkworm farming has been prevalent in Linjiang City since ancient times. The Leng family is also a large silkworm breeder, which is the biggest source of income for the Leng family at present. Leng Dashao is the only one in the family who never cares about this, and Fluttershy also takes her sisters to help pick mulberry leaves. In the past, Leng Dashao was not divided into grains and limbs, but now Leng Feng has no heart to pay attention to these. Fortunately, everyone is used to being cold, and no one cares what he does. For the current Leng Feng, the first thing is to improve his strength. Although he solved the killer yesterday, Leng Feng understood that there was an element of luck in this. If the other party arranges someone to assassinate him next time, whether the other party is suspicious of him or not, the killer's strength may be higher. He has now cultivated 2 exercises, only to increase the strength of his body, and his real combat power is not high. As long as a third-rate master comes, he can completely torture and kill. The improvement of strength requires a process, and being able to obtain these cultivation methods of supreme divine skills is already a great opportunity. As for the legendary kind of heaven and earth treasure that can make people strong day by day, Leng Feng will not have illusions about it now, and it is better to be down to earth. So I had to start from the other side of improving my strength and make some weapons for self-defense. In this era, the control of swords was not so strict, and the only weapons listed as controlled by the imperial court were bows and arrows and armor, so it was common to see people carrying swords on the streets, but it was rare to see people holding bows and arrows and wearing armor. These things are only available to the army of the imperial court. However, the current Southern Song Dynasty court does not have strong control over the place, and people with a little privilege can have bows and arrows and armor. If Leng Feng wants to develop his power, he can't do without these 2 things. But it wasn't these 2 things that he was going to make now, but weapons that could now make up for his strength to a great extent. In his previous life, Leng Feng was a master with a dagger, and once used a dagger to kill dozens of enemies in combat. And those enemies are not general, and several of them are also the kings of the enemy country. In fact, Leng Feng's favorite is still guns, but with the technology of this era, he is not sure that he can build guns. Making guns is not only about technology, but also about materials, and with the level of science and technology in this era, it is difficult to get qualified materials. Not to mention the rest, even springs may not be able to be made. In fact, there were already muskets in this era, but the muskets were not very powerful, and they were also very troublesome to use. The muskets of this era belonged to the early breech guns, and it took a lot of effort to load gunpowder or pressure bullets, and they were not even as powerful as bows and arrows. Once it encounters rainy weather, this gun is like a burning stick, so the gun of this era is a chicken rib. Leng Feng also dislikes this gun, and his goal is to build a large revolver first. In his previous life, Leng Feng studied in a military academy for several years before he became the king of special combat teams, and his specialty was weapon manufacturing. And Leng Feng also has a nostalgic complex, and he likes all kinds of weapons in World War I and World War II, especially all kinds of revolvers and Mauser pistols, and he has a lot of collections. Many people may not have heard of the Mauser pistol, but when it comes to his other name, almost everyone knows it, that is, the famous barge gun, also known as the Wangba box. The production of these two pistols is relatively simple, and under the existing conditions it is possible to do it by hand alone. However, the most difficult thing is the bullet, and it is the most difficult to make it by hand. Fortunately, Leng Feng has a very thorough understanding of the manufacturing principles of firearms and bullets, and as long as he has time in the future, he will definitely be able to figure out these two pistols. However, it is obvious that the time is not enough, and the next best thing is to make repeaters. Although the power of the repeater is not as good as that of a pistol, it is considered advanced in this era. In this era, there were already crossbow arrows, but crossbow arrows have not yet left the category of bows and arrows, and most of them are bows and arrows with a handle and firing device. The repeating crossbow to be made by Leng Feng is a special operations crossbow composed of a set of mechanical transformation principles using machine springs and wool axles. This crossbow bolt is very powerful, and it is stronger than the average small caliber pistol bullet. This kind of equipment will only be deployed on some special forces who perform special tasks. And this kind of repeater has the advantage that it can be made into various shapes according to needs, such as boxes, backpacks, etc., can also be made into hidden arrows. Leng Feng first planned to make the repeater, so he spent the morning in the house drawing the design. He designed two repeater crossbows, a special operations crossbow that he had used in his previous life, and a modified hidden arrow crossbow. These two kinds of repeaters are one large and one small, and they have a variety of styles, and the most important thing is that they can also be fired in bursts. There is a crossbow clamp that can be loaded with 8 bolts in advance, but in order to ensure power, the launcher must be manually pulled for each shot. Of course, it is also possible to create a double or triple shot, but in this way, the power will be reduced. Overall, there are pros and cons to each. The special operations crossbow is a single shot, and since it is fired head-on, it does not pay attention to surprise, as long as the power is sufficient. The sleeve arrow crossbow is a hidden weapon, which is particular about surprise, and can be designed to be small and exquisite. Leng Feng changed the crossbow bolt to a flying needle, quenched with a rapid anesthetic, which can fire dozens of flying needles at the same time. This kind of design is still thanks to those online novels in the previous life, among which there is a hidden weapon called the rainstorm pear flower needle, which makes people in the rivers and lakes smell and change. Although Leng Feng didn't know the design principle of the rainstorm pear flower needle, he could get inspiration from it and design the sleeve arrow bird as a flying needle mass device. And his hidden arrow crossbow has an advantage over the rainstorm pear flower needle. The legendary rainstorm pear flower needle is disposable, but his hidden arrow crossbow can be installed with 3 needle boxes. That is, in a short time, 3 launches are possible. This change is actually not difficult, and the design principle of the special warfare bow and crossbow is similar, but there are some minor changes. Leng Feng had personally made special operations crossbows before, so even in this era, he was sure to make them. After the afternoon, Leng Feng called Ahu over. At present, Ahu's family is working in the mulberry field of Leng Feng's family, and Ahu's work is really overkill. Leng Feng has to do things now, and he really can't do it without Ahu. After all, in this day and age, due to the constraints of conditions, it takes a huge amount of time and energy to complete these by one person. Ahu is not only born with divine powers, but also the personal disciple of the only blacksmith in Huashan Villa, Old Man Ouyang. Old Man Ouyang is a strange old man. Like Leng Feng's family, he is not a native of Huashan Zhuang. When the rich man Leng was preparing to build this mansion in Huashan village, the Old Man Ouyang also came to Huashan Villa with a set of iron striking tools. Old Man Ouyang was a blacksmith, but unlike other blacksmiths, Old Man Ouyang only made 1 piece of iron a day, and no one was allowed to watch him make iron. But although everyone is very strange, there is no opinion. After all, people in this era did not need many iron tools, and often a piece of iron could be used for a long time. Especially the tools created by the hands of Old Man Ouyang, each piece is durable. There are many people's farm tools in Huashan Villa, all of which were built by Old Man Ouyang when he came to the first year, and there is still no problem with using them. Another strange thing about Old Man Ouyang was that he never interacted with anyone in Huashan Villa. Although his appearance is not vicious, it gives people a feeling that they are not approached. Especially those naughty children in Huashan Villa, as soon as they saw this old man Ouyang, they would immediately run away in fright. Even if it was Leng Dashao before, every time he passed by old man Ouyang's courtyard, he would bypass it far away. Even Leng Dashao, who has always been not afraid of heaven and earth, was inexplicably stunned by this old man. However, old man Ouyang's attitude towards Ahu was completely different from that towards others, and when Ahu was 8 years old, he recruited him into the blacksmith shop, saying that he wanted to pass on his skills to Ahu. Due to the large population of Ahu's family, he often eats the last meal without the next, and his father is naturally very happy that old man Ouyang can take Ahu as an apprentice and manage 3 meals a day. In this way, Ahu followed old man Ouyang to fight iron for 5 years. Half a year ago, old man Ouyang left Huashan Villa, and his yard was handed over to Ahu's care. Leng Dashao also asked Ahu to take him to old man Ouyang's courtyard to visit, mainly because Leng Dashao was still quite curious about old man Ouyang, but after visiting that once, he was no longer interested. For this courtyard is filled with a mess of stones and all sorts of grey iron, except for a set of iron striking tools. Although Leng Dashao likes to collect strange things, he is not interested in these things. But now Leng Feng knew that those things were extremely pure iron ore, and there were even a lot of other rare ores, and he didn't know where old man Ouyang collected them. Now Leng Feng is going to build a self-defense weapon, so these raw materials are equivalent to a sleepy person needing a pillow for him. Leng Feng didn't hide it from Ahu, and handed him the drawings he had designed. However, Leng Feng did not draw the overall picture, but a subdivision of each part. As long as these parts are available, the cold front can easily assemble them. Although Ahu didn't go to school, he also knew a lot of words during the few years he followed old man Ouyang. He could understand this figure, but he was confused about some of the numbers and mechanical principles marked by Leng Feng. This is a system of knowledge from another era, although it is not very profound, but some quantitative units and mechanical calculation methods are undoubtedly heavenly books for people of this era. Young Master Feng, if I'm not mistaken, this drawing of yours should be a kind of bow and crossbow. However, this kind of bow and crossbow is very strange, and the master also taught me how to make a crossbow, but I have never seen this style. Ahu looked at the drawings carefully, and said with a slight frown. When Leng Feng heard this, he was slightly surprised in his heart. He really didn't expect Ahu to actually build a bow and crossbow. Judging from Leng Dashao's previous cognition, he just thought that Ahu could create some ordinary iron utensils, but he didn't expect that the eccentric old man Ouyang would know these skills. Ahu, what skills have you learned from old man Ouyang? Leng Feng was really curious. Not only him, but also Ahu and his own father didn't necessarily know how many skills Ahu had learned. It's nothing, it's just some iron-making skills. In addition to kitchen knives, sickles and axes, the master also taught me how to build various weapons, but the master also said that I am not good at acting, and I need to practice more. Ahu scratched his head embarrassedly and said. Leng Feng was very happy when he heard Ahu say this. It seems that he really doesn't have the aura of the protagonist. With Ahu's help, it shouldn't be difficult to make these things. Can you build these parts on the picture? Leng Feng asked. There should be no problem. But what do the numbers on these drawings mean? Ahu didn't ask much about why Leng Feng wanted to build these things, but became interested in the numbers on these drawings. Leng Feng smiled when he heard this. He understood that people in this era didn't understand this way of counting. So, Leng Feng talked to Ahu in detail again. What Leng Feng didn't expect was that Ahu looked very stout, but he knew nothing about these things. It seems that old man Ouyang's vision is still good, and Ahu is indeed very talented in this regard. Did you invent this method of counting? It's so easy to use. After understanding the modern counting method, Ahu looked at Leng Feng again with a hint of admiration. Although Leng Dashao was cunning before, he was not the one who did a lot of evil, and he only played tricks on those self-righteous guys. In today's words, the objects of Leng Dashao's tricks are the kind of people who love to load coins. For ordinary people or poor people, Leng Dashao will never take the initiative to provoke. Even, there are rumors in Linjiang City that he once took beggars to visit the Qinglu in a group. The Leng rich man and the Leng Li family may also be the reason why they will let it go when they see that Leng Feng's nature is not bad. Ahu used to just think that Leng Dashao was not bad to their family, and Long Dishao often gave him some delicious food, so Ah Hu still had a good feeling for Leng Feng. In this era, most of the common people are very simple-minded, and they often distinguish between good and bad people, not by listening to the big truth, but by seeing who is good to them. Especially this time, Leng Feng won the top spot, which made Ah Hu feel that Leng Feng was a character. When Leng Feng gave him the parts on the drawings before, Ah Hu's heart was already shocked, and now after listening to Leng Feng's introduction of this counting method, he felt that young Master Feng had great talent. Sort of. Leng Feng said that there was no psychological burden. After all, he brought this counting method to this era. Just like the spread of Arabic numerals, although they were not created by the Arabs, they would not have been able to spread so quickly around the world without them.
Can I use this method in the future? Ah Hu asked. You can use whatever you want,
Leng Feng said with a smile.
An hour later, Ah Hu had already figured everything out under Leng Feng's explanation.
The two of them left the Leng family's mansion. Ah Hu opened Old Man Ouyang's blacksmith shop, and the two walked in. Leng Dashao had been here before, but he wasn't interested in it at that time. From the perspective of Leng Feng's modern people, the environment here is indeed not very good, just an ordinary rural yard.
The fence is made of bamboo, and unlike normal people, this fence is tall and thick.
It seems that Old Man Ouyang has done a good job of protecting privacy, at least in the countryside at this time. Few people will make the fence wall so strong. There were no flowers or anything like anything in the yard, and there was a well in the middle, and there was a pool made of stone troughs next to the well.
There are some messy things scattered around the yard, and it looks very cluttered.
There are several piles of stones on the side of the courtyard wall, and the most is dark black iron ore, which is extremely pure, and a little refining is the best iron material. There were a few yellow and brown stones, and a few other colored stones, but Leng Feng couldn't recognize anything other than iron ore and the yellow copper ore. After all, this is not his specialty, and if it is ready-made material, he can recognize it. These are the raw materials that my master used to experiment. Ah Hu saw Leng Feng staring at those ores and explained. Hearing Ah Hu say this, Leng Feng knew that this Old Man Ouyang was not just a blacksmith. If it was placed in modern times, it was a scientific research worker.
In this era, after thousands of years of development, most of the weapons and tools are mainly made of iron.
As for alloys or rare metal materials, they are extremely rare and basically naturally occur. The legendary weapons are full of mystery, mainly because of the rarity of rare metal raw materials. But here with Old Man Ouyang, Leng Feng saw that among these scraps underground, many of them were alloy products. Although these materials seem to be wasted, they can also prove that Old Man Ouyang has completely walked in the forefront of the times in the research of metal materials. Although Leng Feng didn't know Old Man Ouyang, it could be seen from these discarded materials that Old Man Ouyang was definitely an expert in this area. The master said that these things are all waste products, and they are useless. Seeing Leng Feng staring at the scrap metal again, Ah Hu immediately explained to him. In fact, there is no need for him to say it, Leng Feng can also see it. These things do not have the value of reuse, that is, the level of science and technology in the previous life was so developed, and this disproportionate alloy does not have much recycling value.
Is there any material that has been successfully studied?
Leng Feng nodded and said that he understood, but what he wanted to know most was what materials Old Man Ouyang had researched. It's about his weapons manufacturing plan, and once the problem of raw materials is solved, then more advanced weapons can be made. Yes, but most of them were taken away by him, saying that he was going to exchange forging experience with someone. Ah Hu didn't hide Leng Feng either, and told Leng Feng the answer he wanted to hear the most. Okay, let's take a look. When Leng Feng heard Ah Hu say this, he suddenly became interested. Because from these discarded materials, he has seen several alloy materials, and even titanium alloy and tungsten steel alloy. These two alloys are of great use to him at the moment.
Ah Hu nodded, and took out the key to open the door to a stone room.
This is the strongest house in Ouyang's blacksmith shop, which is used to store the finished tools and various materials. The house is not big, only 30 or 40 square meters, and dozens of farm tools and household utensils are placed in it, but these things are casually thrown in a corner. Some of them were covered with rust, and it seemed that Old Man Ouyang didn't pay much attention to these things. On one side there was a stone slab, on which were placed rows of weapons, and at a glance there were dozens of them. All kinds of weapons are of different lengths, but Leng Feng glanced at them, and he was not interested, because these weapons seemed to be rough. There was also a stone platform on the other side, and the metal blocks placed on it attracted Leng Feng's attention. These metals come in a variety of shapes, ranging from round, square, and irregularly shaped. Most of them are long strips of square steel, and some copper blocks.
These are the materials that the master has successfully refined.
Who saw that Leng Feng was interested in these materials, so he explained to Leng Feng. Leng Feng picked up the two pieces of steel and struck each other a few times, and there was a crisp sound of fine iron.
What level of iron is this?
This is not iron, it has exceeded the strength of 100 steels.
100 steel.
Leng Feng was overjoyed when he heard this. If this kind of steel exceeded the strength of 100 steels, then it would save too much effort for him. Leng Feng weighed the steel in his hand. Although he was not an expert in metal materials, he also knew what it meant to be 100 steels. In this era, there was no technology for steel refining.
The so-called 100 refining into steel refers to putting the iron in the charcoal fire to burn red, and after manual forging again and again, there is a saying that 100 is refined into steel. The principle is to use the method of artificial forging and quenching to clean up the useless impurities in the iron little by little. When the charcoal is calcined, the carbon content of the forged iron will also increase, so that a material similar to high-carbon steel is obtained. This is how the high-carbon steel of this era was obtained, but compared with the high-carbon steel of the Cold Fronts era, it is still unattainable in some properties. However, this material is far superior to ordinary iron in terms of strength and toughness. Due to productivity, steel forged in this way is very scarce, and in the army, only people who have reached the rank of general can be equipped with swords forged from this material. If the two pieces of steel in his hands really surpassed the 100 steels, it means that Old Man Ouyang must have mastered the method of refining steel. Leng Feng didn't see equipment similar to a steel-making furnace here, and he didn't know how this Old Man Ouyang made this kind of steel. However, these steels are enough for him to use now, and when Old Man Ouyang comes back in the future, he must find out what is going on. Because this is related to a series of plans in the future of Leng Feng, this kind of talent must be fooled into his own account. When Leng Feng was in military school before, he also learned about the refining principles of some special materials. He knew the smelting methods of high-carbon steel and tungsten gold steel, but because there was no professional testing equipment in this era, he could not determine what level the two pieces of steel in his hands had reached. However, this is difficult for him, and he can roughly judge the grade of this steel in a primitive and simple way. This primitive method relies on stretching and bending to test the properties of steel. Putting down the two pieces of steel in his hand, Leng Feng saw two more titanium alloys and one tungsten steel alloy. Roughly calculated, there are a total of 7 pieces of steel here, each of which has a dozen caddies. 5 pieces of copper, each weighing more than 10 caddies.
There are also 2 pieces of titanium alloy and 1 piece of tungsten steel alloy, each of which weighs more than 10 caddies. In fact, these metals are not much, close to 200 caddies. But for the current Leng Feng, the material problem of making his special repeater has been completely solved. Anyway, now Old Man Ouyang is not here, who listens to him again, and he can borrow these materials. Yes, in Leng Feng's words, it is borrowed, but it is cut first and then played, and then the price will be calculated with him when Old Man Ouyang comes back. If Old Man Ouyang still had any opinions, there were many ways in his mind to exchange them with him. Presumably, with Old Man Ouyang's obsession with forging and smelting metal, Leng Feng's knowledge should be able to fool him. And the use of these materials is also a good thing for Ahu. Because Ahu said that before Old Man Ouyang left, he specially confessed to Ahu, and these materials were left for him. However, Old Man Ouyang had a request: let Ahu use these materials to create a weapon, and this weapon was not only powerful, but also a category that was not found in this stone room. Ordinary weapons are not difficult for Ahu, but if they follow Old Man Ouyang's requirements, they are not far from the divine weapons, and they are also divine weapons that have never appeared. How does this make Ahu complete? Although he is very talented in this area, but it is not easy to complete this task. But now with these drawings provided by Leng Feng, once the special operations crossbow is built, Ahu will be equivalent to completing the task. As long as the task is completed, then the materials are used as a matter of course. In fact, in Ahu's eyes, Old Man Ouyang was not as terrible as others in Huashan Villa thought. Old man Ouyang is still good to him, but he doesn't usually like to talk much. What's more, before old man Ouyang left, he had told Ahu that everything he left behind could be disposed of with him. If he doesn't come back, then everything here will be left to Ahu. This is also the reason why Ahu told Leng Feng everything here. If old man Ouyang was still here, he would not dare to bring Leng Feng to the stone room. This place is very important to old man Ouyang. Even Ahu has not had many opportunities to enter this stone room. So, before it got dark, the cold front finally completed the physical testing of several materials. The steel is fully compliant with the properties of high-carbon steel, as are the properties of copper and 2 other alloys. In the next 2 days, Leng Feng and Ahu went headlong into old man Ouyang's blacksmith shop, and no one knew what they were messing with. But the cold people played a role, and no one paid attention to what they were doing. Until the 3rd day, Leng Feng looked at the 2 objects with a metallic sheen placed in front of him, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. These 2 objects, one large and one small, were crossbows made according to his designs. Ahu was also full of excitement. He didn't have a complete concept of this thing before, but these parts forged by his hands, under Leng Feng's operation, magically composed these 2 things. They had also tested it just now, and that large special repeater could shoot an arrow through a finger-thick wooden plank from a distance of 100 paces. And the speed is so fast that it is difficult for the naked eye to catch the trajectory of the crossbow arrows. The heavy city-guarding crossbows of this era also have this power, and even more so than this. However, the heavy city defense crossbow is too cumbersome, and it takes several soldiers to operate one of these city defense crossbows at the same time. However, Leng Feng's special repeater can be operated by one person. As long as you pull the handlebar with the strength of an ordinary person, you can complete a charge of the barrel can be filled with 8 bolts at a time, and for each shot, a small piece of shrapnel inside can be used to bounce the next bolt into the launch slot. With such a design, it is possible to complete 8 rapid-fire shots in a very short time. Leng Feng has created a total of 10 such arrow boxes. As long as they are not facing a large number of war scenes, they are completely sufficient. These bolts can also be recycled, just refill them in the rack. The tip of this crossbow is made of tungsten steel, and it is fired in a rotation, which not only has a low sound, but also has an extremely strong armor-piercing ability. With the armor defense of this era, it is simply unstoppable. Of course, the main target of the cold front is not the armored soldiers, but the response to possible assassins. This kind of person is a master of martial arts, and if the number of ordinary bows and arrows is small, the threat to these people is limited. But with the special crossbow arrows in hand, Leng Feng believed that even if he encountered someone who was more powerful than the killer in the flower boat last time, he would be able to shoot him with 1 arrow. The special crossbow is designed to be foldable in a form that is only the size of an A4 sheet of paper, and it is also very square to carry around. The volume of the hidden arrow is even smaller, only the size of an adult's palm, and it is semi-arc in shape and can be buckled on the small arm. Since most people in this era wore long robes, it was impossible to see that such a big killing weapon was hidden. Sleeve arrows are also made of tungsten steel. Each arrow is only slightly larger than a toothpick, and can also penetrate a wooden plank within 10 meters. 24 can be launched at a time, that is, no matter how high the kung fu is, as long as it is a sneak attack at close range, there is absolutely no possibility of escape. I believe that as long as this kind of secret weapon appears on the rivers and lakes, it will definitely be a terrifying existence. However, there is also a disadvantage of the hidden arrow, that is, it can only fire 1 round, and the preloaded crossbow bolts must be reloaded after firing. Although there are also arrow magazines, they are manually operated, and each arrow case can only be reloaded once. Leng Feng also took this shortcoming into account and made changes to the launch device, changing the firing method of the hidden arrow to 1 to 3 launches. There are a total of 24 small emitting holes, which can be fired all at once, or 8 or 16 at a time. In this way, it is possible to operate selectively depending on the situation to be dealt with. In addition to 2 crossbow arrows, a dagger was made of titanium alloy by the way. This dagger may be the first titanium alloy dagger born in this era, although the strength is not as strong as the dagger made of special metals in the previous life, but its sharpness and strength have far surpassed the steel dagger of this era. And this dagger is of extraordinary significance to Leng Feng. This is a nostalgia for his previous life, because this dagger is modeled after his favorite Bai-style saber in his previous life. In his previous life, Leng Feng was extremely familiar with the performance of this saber, and the original Bai-style saber was specially configured on the Bai-style rifle, and it could also be disassembled and used as a dagger. Its combat ability is very perverted, even more ferocious than the famous 5.6 style 3-edged military thorn. Since it does not need to be mounted on a gun, Leng Feng also made some changes to the style of the Bai saber, especially the design of the handle to be suitable for holding only in the hand. The main shape remains unchanged, retaining the two-sided shape, with a total of 4 blood grooves. Once the target is stabbed, it is basically difficult to treat, because this shape can maximize the expansion of the target wound, and it is difficult to suture with the medical level of this era. Weighing this familiar feeling in his hand, Leng Feng's breathing couldn't help but become short. If you talk about power, this titanium dagger is really not as good as those two repeaters. But this is different from Leng Feng's emotional experience, holding the Bai-style saber in his hand, which made him experience the feeling of enthusiasm as a special soldier again. Phew! Leng Feng exhaled a long breath of turbidity, calmed his mood, and put these things away. Ahoo! Don't tell anyone about this just yet, Leng Feng said solemnly. Although he knows that Ahu's mouth is very strict, but this is related to his life, and he still expects to be able to overthrow a group of people. Therefore, Leng Feng had to take it seriously. Young Master Feng, don't worry, I won't say it to anyone. But if the master comes back, what should I do with him? Although Ahu didn't understand why Leng Feng designed these things, and he didn't know what Leng Feng wanted to do when he created these things, he was a real person, and since he promised Leng Feng, he would strictly keep it a secret. However, with these special materials, once old man Ouyang came back, he didn't know what to say. You can tell him how this dagger was made, and as for these two things, I'll tell him later, Leng Feng said. That's good. Ahu nodded and said. It's not that Ahu doesn't respect old man Ouyang, but he thinks that this thing was designed by Leng Feng, and he promised Leng Feng not to tell anyone. Of course, this person also includes old man Ouyang. You take these things and look at them, and study them when you have nothing to do to see if you can build them. Leng Feng handed Ahu another drawing, on which more than a dozen styles of parts were drawn. This is also because Leng Feng saw that Ahu's forging level was really good these days, so he drew some parts of the revolver and Mauser pistol, and wanted Ahu to try forging it. What is this? After Ahu took the drawing, he couldn't understand what was drawn on it at all. The repeater blueprints that Leng Feng showed him before, he could roughly see what those things were for. But now the parts on this drawing look strangely shaped, and they have little to do with each other. This is another weapon, even more powerful than these two. Leng Feng pointed at the repeater and said. It's more powerful than this repeater. Ahu looked at the parts on the drawing in disbelief and said. To be honest, he really couldn't see it. By completing the forging of those two repeaters with Leng Feng before, he also roughly figured out the principle, but these parts, he only saw the strangeness, but he didn't see what the strength was. You'll know when you make them, Leng Feng said with a smile. Of course, he knew that Ahu couldn't understand it, because this kind of hot weapon was simply incomprehensible to people whose thinking was still stuck on cold weapons. And he doesn't plan to explain it to Ahu in such detail now, as long as Ahu can build these key parts, and when he returns from Jiankong Mansion, he can build the shell, and then assemble the two pistols he wants. I'm going to Jiankong Mansion in the next 2 days, and I'll take you to do big things with me when I come back. Leng Feng patted Ahu's shoulder and said. At this moment, Leng Feng's body exuded a powerful aura, and he was confident that he would stir up a storm in this era and establish his own strength. After these few days of cultivation, his martial arts have improved rapidly. The innate divine skill and the 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skills have all been successfully introduced, and their own strength has doubled compared to when the flower boat fell into the water. If he encounters that killer again, he is sure to kill him in a head-to-head battle. Coupled with the fact that he and Ahu have successfully built weapons, he has the confidence to face several people who are stronger than him. At this time, Leng Feng felt a sense of security in his heart. Although it has been less than 10 days since he crossed into this world, the previous Leng Gasho has undergone a radical change. However, because Leng Feng was well hidden, and because he had been staying with Ahu and old man Ouyang's blacksmith shop for the past few days, those scholars in Linjiang City invited Leng Feng several times to no avail, and no one invited him anymore. Moreover, the matter of falling into the water on the flower boat has spread in Linjiang City before, and many people think that Leng Feng is afraid. Now the news that Leng Feng won the top spot in the selection test has slowly cooled down. Although there are still many people who are impressed with Lang Dashao, people's inherent concepts have the upper hand again, and some people still think that Leng Feng is shit luck this time, or that there is something inside that they don't know. Leng Feng didn't know that there was already a rumor circulating in Linjiang City that was unfavorable to him. There has even been news that Leng Feng's article on the selection test has a lot of moisture, and I don't know where Lang Dashao copied it from. And the song that Leng Feng made on the flower boat at the beginning of the Spring River Flower Moon Night, I don't know why, it didn't spread. In short, although Lang Dashao won the top spot in the selection test, due to Leng Feng's deliberately low-key, not many people are paying attention to him. However, in the past few days, other scholars in Linjiang City have been very lively, and Liang Dong has attracted a large number of people to promote him during this period. Regarding the reaction of those scholars in Linjiang City, Leng Feng didn't take it to heart. Even if he wants to develop his power, those people are not the ones he wants to woo. In the troubled times that will be faced next, the truly useless ones are scholars. Of course, the most important thing is that he feels that the character of these scholars is not good, and such people just want to follow him, and he is not at ease. Leng Feng has already put the weapons and equipment that he has built in the past few days, and there are special operations crossbows in one skin bag, as well as 10 arrow magazines. The left and right arms were already fitted with hidden arrows, and due to the small size of the hidden arrows, he placed them in his belt. With everything ready, Leng Feng went to Jiankang Mansion. It's still the old carriage, with Leng Feng and Fluttershy sitting on top of it, and Chai Bo driving the carriage in front. Under the gaze of the women of the Leng family, the three of them slowly left Hongshan Huan with the carriage. In everyone's cognition, Lang Dashao is the first time to go far away. But there was no trace of nervousness on his face, and of course there was no excitement, he seemed very calm. Fluttershy's girl, on the other hand, is nervous and excited. For her, going to Jiankang Mansion was a long trip, and it was the first time she had traveled far since she was so old. Although Linjiang City is a few days away from Jiankang Mansion, the traffic situation in this era is really worrying. It's fine if it's all sunny, but if it's raining, you won't be able to walk. Chai Bo is an experienced traveler, and he is very familiar with the journey from Linjiang to Jiankang Mansion. Ideally, it would take about 5 or 6 days, and if the weather is bad, the time will be extended. In this era, it is not only a matter of difficulty in traveling, but also in some remote places. Fortunately, there are many official roads along the way from Linjiang City to Jiankang Mansion, and the security situation is not so worrying. This is also the reason why Lang Li was relieved to let Chai Bo take Leng Feng to Jiankang Mansion, not temporarily, but after careful consideration. Leng Feng looked at the little girl's little face that was slightly ruddy because of nervousness and excitement, and he couldn't help laughing. "Young master, do I have ash on my face?" Fluttershy sees Leng Feng smiling at her face, thinking her face is stained with dust, and subconsciously wipes it with her hand. Ha ha! Seeing Fluttershy's slightly silly appearance, Leng Feng couldn't help but laugh again. Others laugh at me for being crazy, I laugh at others and can't see through it. At this time, Leng Feng suddenly thought of the poem written by Tang Bohu, a talented man in his previous life, and he couldn't help but recite it out loud. The flowers and willows are green everywhere along the way, and the natural environment of this era is very well preserved, but due to the hardships of the people's lives, few people go to spring to enjoy the scenery. There are pedestrians along the way, but most of them are walking with their heads bored. Such a scenery seems to people who are poorly clothed and hungry, and it is a barrenness. And for those who have solved the problem of food and clothing, it is a pleasing scenery. The environment is the same environment, but it looks different to different people. Leng Feng belongs to the latter, although most of their family's property has been seized by the two uncles, but for him, he has never been troubled by food and clothing. Hearing that Leng Feng suddenly came out of nowhere, Fluttershy and Chai Bo both felt that the young master's body seemed to exude a special aura at this time, and people couldn't help but feel like a mountain looking up. In fact, this is not a deliberate show, but Leng Feng's true feelings. After all, this situation is very much in line with his state of mind, and when he went to Jiankang Mansion, he decided not to be so low-key. Originally, Lang Dashao was looked down upon, if he didn't show something, how could he achieve his goal? Good poetry. At this moment, there was a sound of admiration from the side of the carriage.
Leng Feng
lifted the curtain of the carriage and turned his head to look, and found that 4 people were sitting on the ground under a big tree on the side of the road.
It's not easy next week. I don't know what this brother is called?
Seeing Leng Feng look over, one of the men dressed as scholars clenched his fists and said. The previous voice of admiration was also what he said. This person was dressed in a green robe, although he was dressed as a scholar, but he didn't look like a scholar, and his body was filled with a heroic and extraordinary momentum. Brother Tai has won the award, and he is under the cold front. At this time, Chai Bo had already stopped the carriage, and Leng Feng jumped out of the carriage and said. He could see that this scholar was very unusual, far from being comparable to Liang Dong's pretentious guy. Zhou Bai saw that Leng Feng was calm, and he also felt that Leng Feng was not simple with a personable appearance, so he hurriedly invited him. The so-called meeting is fate, why don't you come over and have a drink with us? Zhou Bai is not an ordinary scholar, he is bold by nature and likes to make friends. Of course, the friends he makes must also be eye-catching. I heard Leng Feng's sentence that others laughed at me for being too crazy, and I laughed that others couldn't see through it, so Zhou Bai felt that it was extraordinary to be able to say this kind of poem. Now seeing that Leng Feng is a little boy, his demeanor is far from being comparable to that of ordinary young people, which makes Zhou Bai feel like a friend. Okay, that's it. Leng Feng did not twist, and happily accepted the invitation to join the ranks of Zhou Bai's 4. Leng Feng's eyes were very vicious, and he could tell that these 4 people were all masters, and their kung fu was far superior to that of the assassin he had encountered on the flower boat before. Although Leng Feng was wary of the 2 uncles who would send someone to assassinate him along the way, he would never suspect that Zhou Bai and the 4 of them would not be suspicious. Because if these 4 people want to be against him, even if he uses all his strength, he can't resist it. Although Leng Feng couldn't see that this was a person's specific strength, he trusted his instincts.
The other 3 were also dressed in scribes' robes, and they looked equally imposing.
The so-called things gather by like, people by groups, everyone is a bold person. Leng Feng quickly won their recognition. The 4 of them had been drinking and resting under the tree, and there were several wine jars on top of a rock, but there were no snacks. There is only a large bag of peanuts, and it seems that there is an allusion to the fact that 2 tails of peanuts can drink a jar of wine, which has existed since ancient times. Although Leng Feng didn't have alcohol in the car, he brought a lot of food.
Since it was less than half a day away from Linjiang City, the food in the car was still very rich.
Leng Feng brought a roast chicken, a saltwater goose and a few braised pig's trotters, and everyone talked about eating and drinking. Leng Feng also knew that Zhou Bai and the 4 of them came from the north. In addition to Zhou Bai, the other 3 were named Wang Buluan, Huang Bai, and Li Bufan. These 4 people are brothers in the same sect. As for which force they belong to, the other party didn't say Leng Feng or ask. However, judging from the names of these 4 people, what they said should be true. It's nondescript, it's not easy to be extraordinary, it seems that the level of their master's name is really not very good. Because the routes of Leng Feng and Zhou Bai are different, one is to the south and the other is to the north. After they are full of wine and food, the 2 sides will separate. However, this encounter with Leng Feng was not without gain. First of all, he knew the current situation in the north. The war in the north is coming to an end, the Jin people have been defeated by the Mongolians, and the imperial court established by the Jin people has been occupied by the Mongolians. And that's not the main thing, the Mongolia are said to have begun to prepare to divide their forces south. With the fighting power of the Mongolia Iron Cavalry, there is currently no army in the Southern Song Dynasty that can compete with it. However, the Southern Song Court, which was in a corner of peace, was still intoxicated by singing and dancing, and even fantasized about the 2 tigers of the Jin and the Mongolian fighting each other, so as to benefit from the fishermen. It seems that the 4 of Zhou Bai are not simple, and they even know the news that the Mongolia army is going south. At the same time, Leng Feng also knew about the existence of the 4 of Zhou Bai, and there were many more in the north. Although the north is occupied by foreign races, due to the vast land in the north, whether it is the Liao people or the Jin people at the beginning, including the current Mongolia, although they can fight well, but due to population reasons, most of the places can only be occupied and cannot be governed. This has also led to the fact that there are many powerful forces in the north, and large and small forces are distributed there.
And the four of Zhou Bai are also from one of the forces. Although Leng Feng has not yet seen the ability of Zhou Bai and the others, it can be seen from their conversation that the ability of these four people is very strong. In particular, Zhou Bai is a talented person who is both civil and military, and he also has a thorough view of the current situation in the world. If you want to develop your own power, Zhou Bai and the four are good candidates. However, Leng Feng does not have the strength to recruit Zhou Bai and others, but fortunately, a good relationship has been established between the two of them now, which has laid a good foundation for further development in the future. Brother Leng will leave here, and when our brother's affairs are completed, he will definitely go to your mansion to disturb him when he comes back and passes through Linjiang City. Brother Zhou, Brother Huan, Brother Li, Brother Wang. The little brother must sweep the couch to greet him, and then we will be drunk and rest. Okay, farewell. Farewell. The two sides hugged each other and separated. What Leng Feng didn't know was that it was this encounter that Zhou Bai and the four of them helped the freshmen in the capital. A big favor. The reason why Zhou Bai and the four of them value Leng Feng is not just the poem that others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at others for not being able to see through it. The function of this poem is only to serve as a stepping stone for the two sides to meet. The most important thing is that Zhou Bai and the four of them have seen Leng Feng's temperament, which makes them feel that Leng Feng is a person who can be befriended. Moreover, after Leng Feng went through the cultivation of the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging body divine skill, his body and temperament changed, and he looked more mature than his actual age. This made Zhou Bai and the four of them have an illusion, thinking that Leng Feng was someone of the same age as them. The encounter with Zhou Bai and the four of them on the road was just a small episode, which did not affect Leng Feng's hurry, and he finally came to a small town before dark. This is the case in this era, and under normal circumstances, you don't rush at night. Especially for people like Leng Feng who are away from home, as long as they come across a place to rest before dark, they will wait until dawn the next day to leave. Not to mention that it is difficult to walk at night, but more importantly, safety is not guaranteed. Leng Feng naturally understood this, so after entering this town, he asked Chai Bo to find an inn to prepare for accommodation. In fact, all this is within Chai Bo's plan. For Chai Bo, he has walked this road many times, and he is familiar with everything on the road. This place is called Lotus Town, although it is called town, but it is not much bigger than Huashan Villa. The environment here is very poor at first glance, and the whole town has only one street less than 100 meters, and you can see the head at a glance. However, although the town is small, there are hotel tea shops. Chai Bo stopped the carriage, and the three of them drank a pot of tea on the street. What Leng Feng didn't expect was that Chai Bo actually knew the old man who sold tea, and he seemed to be very familiar. It turned out that in the early years, Chai Bo often traveled with Lang Dashao's father, Leng Woya. He was familiar with many stops along the way, that is, when he got older, he didn't go out again. Lao Chai, why haven't I seen your owner pass by here all these years? The old man who sold tea said. Our owner had an accident, and business has not been good in recent years, so there are no foreign travelers. Chai Bo and the old man who sold tea chatted with each other. Lotus Town was also familiar to Chai Bo, and he knew that there was only one in here, but he hadn't passed through it in years. Chai Bo is a person with a lot of experience in going out. He knows that the world is not peaceful now, and he must be cautious when he goes to a strange place. Seems to be casually chatting with the old man who sells tea, but in fact, he has already inquired about the situation here. 2 years ago, there was a bandit plague here, and several local government officials were killed by the bandits, and the case has not been solved until now. This is also the reason why Lotus Town seems to be depressed. You must know that although it was only a small town before, it is still very prosperous. At the same time, I also knew that there were 3 guests living in the inn today, and 2 of them were past merchants, and the old man who sold tea also knew him. The other one was a team of dark masters, 4 in all, and it seemed that the escort was not of much value. Sure enough, there is an old man in the family. If there is a treasure, this is a good saying. Chai inadvertently inquires about the situation, and then walks to the inn with Leng Feng and Fluttershy. There is also a reason why Chai Boji is so careful. He is an old man of the Leng family, so he naturally understands Leng Feng's current situation. He even knew the thoughts of the second and third uncles of the Leng family better than Langley, and knew that Leng Feng's journey to Jiankang Mansion would definitely not be peaceful.
Because they left suddenly, the second and third uncles of the Leng family didn't know what they were going to do. But now that a day has come down, presumably the second and third uncles of the Leng family have figured out their walking routes, and they may encounter trouble from now on, and even trouble is already on the way. Now away from Linjiang City, if those two people think of being unfavorable to Leng Feng, it is the best opportunity to make a move. Knowing the situation here in advance is also to prevent it from happening. For what Chai Bo was worried about, Leng Feng also knew it in his heart. When they left Hongshan, they may have attracted the attention of the second and third uncles. It's just that they didn't know where Leng Feng was going to go at that time, and even now they may not know what Leng Feng and the three of them want to do. However, Leng Feng will not report that he is lucky. He is completely sure that the itinerary of the three of them has been mastered by the second and third uncles. If the second and third uncles want to be unfavorable to Leng Feng, the next step is the best opportunity to make a move. After all, Leng Feng had already left Linjiang City at this time, and if something happened outside, it was difficult for others to associate with them. And at this time, although Leng Feng won the top spot in the selection test, this top spot was only from Linjiang City. Even if Leng Feng encountered an accident, it was not greatly affected. Once Leng Feng faces the saint, if he is allowed to get the attention of the saint again, if Leng Feng has any accidents at that time, the impact will not be something that the two uncles can afford. It was precisely with this in mind that Leng Feng created some self-defense weapons before going out. But with his understanding of the world, he is still not as good as a person like Chai Bo who used to do business all over the world. For example, when he stayed in Lotus Town at this time, he was not as cautious and meticulous as Chai Bo. After the bandit plague 2 years ago, Lotus Town has not yet recovered, and there are more than a dozen beggars on the street in a short time. When Leng Feng and the others walked into the only restaurant in Lotus Town, they found a little beggar leaning on the threshold of the restaurant. The little beggar was thin and dirty, and his face was covered with dirt, and he couldn't see his face clearly. It looked like a wooden stake, and only a pair of dark eyes were grunting, indicating that this was still a living person. This little beggar was different from the beggars Leng Feng saw on the street. He didn't ask anyone for food, he just leaned on the threshold silently, blinked a pair of eyes, and looked inside pitifully. There are 3 tables of guests in the inn, and these 3 tables of guests are the 3 groups of people that Chai Bo inquired about when he was drinking tea before. 2 tables are past merchants, 1 table is the 4 dark masters, and other individual customers are not. In this era, the first floor of the inn was basically a place to eat and drink, the second floor was a place for people to stay, and the backyard was used to place the guests' horses and other livestock. With the current environment of Lotus Town, the locals rarely go to the restaurant, and the business done by this inn is basically pedestrians and merchants. The environment is not very good, but it is spacious enough and relatively tidy, but the price of meals and accommodation is not cheap. Leng Feng and the 3 asked for a table and ordered a few side dishes, but they didn't dare to eat and drink. It's not just about money, it's important to be safe when you go out this year, and you have to keep in mind the truth that money is not exposed. Just like Leng Feng's group, young and old, it is very dangerous to be targeted by bad actors. The shopkeeper and the guys of the inn have changed a group of people, and they are no longer the shops that Chai Bo knew before. It is said that the owner and his companions of this inn were killed in the bandits 2 years ago, and when encountering these unknown people, Chai Bo naturally seemed to be more cautious. The 3 tables of guests in the inn all looked at them after they saw Leng Feng and the 3 of them come in. However, after seeing Leng Feng and his party, old and young, who seemed to be no threat, he ignored them. Leng Feng also looked at them, and these 3 groups of people didn't look abnormal. Even those 4 dark masters also seemed to be well behaved. After all, the people who can go out in this era are either ordinary people, or they are forced to go out to find a livelihood. You don't know what kind of people you can't afford to provoke, and everyone is wary of each other, except for Zhou Bai, who likes to take the initiative to make friends. Most of them have an attitude of not caring about themselves. This is a bit unaccustomed to Leng Feng from another world. After all, the world he lives in is about relying on his parents at home and his friends when he goes out. So when he saw the little beggar at the door, blinking a pair of pitiful eyes, Leng Feng felt that he couldn't turn a blind eye. You must know that when Leng Feng was in elementary school, he was a 5 good young pioneer who helped his grandmother cross the road and took the initiative to give up his seat to the elderly on the bus. Of course, he would not invite the beggars to go to the Qinglu in a group like Leng Dashao before, and he would not have the sympathy to let the beggars sit at the same table with them to eat. Leng Feng beckoned the shopkeeper to stir-fry a plate of side dishes, plus 4 large steamed buns and put them on a table near the door, so that the beggar could eat 2 bites of hot rice. At first, the shopkeeper didn't agree, and even persuaded Leng Feng that it was very dangerous to do this. These beggars are not good at stubble. Once they know that he is a kind person, they will pester you. As for these beggars, there is no need to worry that they will starve to death. When the inn closes, some leftovers will be left outside the door, and those beggars who want to eat will come and pick them up. It's an unwritten rule in Lotus Town, where some people leave uneaten meals at the door. This is also the reason why there are more than a dozen beggars in a small Lotus Town. However, Leng Feng said not to worry, he just passed by here by chance, and he will leave tomorrow, so there will be no trouble. The shopkeeper saw that he had already reminded him, so he didn't listen to the advice. When the beggar saw Leng Feng inviting him to dinner, he immediately came to life, ran to the table like a gust of wind, grabbed a steamed bun and devoured it. After eating a steamed bun in a few bites, it seems that he is indeed hungry. After eating a steamed bun, the beggar grabbed the remaining 3 steamed buns, picked up the dish on the table and walked to the table of Leng Feng, and the 3 of them put the things on the table and sat down. "Thank you for this, son, you are such a good man. I've been standing here for 3 days, and you're the first to invite me to dinner. Child, you are a good person with good rewards, can you invite me to eat a roast chicken? It's been a long time since I've had a meat." The little beggar's voice was hoarse, but the words he said made Leng Feng feel funny. This guy really has to make inches, and he kindly asked him to fill his stomach, and he even wants to eat chicken. Go, don't get an inch. My young master kindly invited you to dinner, but you still want to eat chicken. Don't you see that even we don't have chicken to eat? Chai Bo waved his hand to drive away the little beggar and said. The little beggar seemed to be frightened by Chai Bo, his neck shrunk, and he looked pitiful without saying a word. You want to eat roast chicken? Okay, then I'll treat you to roast chicken. Leng Feng thought this little beggar was interesting, although he looked pitiful, but this little beggar didn't seem to be afraid of people. Leng Feng asked for another roast chicken and fulfilled the little beggar's wish. As soon as this guy saw the roast chicken being served, he immediately held it with both hands and bit it down the chicken leg. Delicious. Delicious. The little beggar munched on the chicken in his mouth, muttering indistinctly, the corners of his mouth shining with oil. Leng Feng watched the little beggar eat chicken, and subconsciously twitched the corner of his mouth. Fluttershy laughs when she sees the little beggar, while Chai Bo shakes his head helplessly. As for the other 3 tables of guests in the inn, they didn't seem to care about Leng Feng's movements. These people are all veterans who have been wandering around all year round, and naturally understand the truth that curiosity kills cats. No matter what kind of thing it is, as long as it has nothing to do with them, it will not be easy to interfere. Young people like Leng Feng, in their opinion, are the beating of the lack of society. At this time, in the hearts of these people, Leng Feng has been planned as a rookie without any experience. You're such a good person, I've grown so big, and you're the first person to invite me to chicken. The little beggar ate with a mouth full of oil, and at the same time did not forget to take the time to send Leng Feng a good guy card again. Leng Feng smiled, ignored him, and took a sip of gruel. The little beggar shook his head and gnawed on the roast chicken in his hand, and after a while, only a pile of bones was left in a chicken gnaw. I'm full. The little beggar wiped the shiny corner with his dirty hand and said. Leng Feng saw the pile of chicken bones in front of him, as well as the vegetables that had already been eaten, and there was not even soup left, plus 4 big steamed buns, and he didn't know how his small body could hold so many things. Just eat your fill. Leng Feng smiled, but he finally realized why Leng Dasho liked to spend money everywhere before, and this feeling was really a bit cool. The little beggar said 2 more words of thanks, but he didn't pester Leng Feng, and then ran out. Young master, you shouldn't have invited him to dinner. If he tells him about it, it will be a big trouble for us. This group of beggars has an extraordinary ability to entangle people. Once they think that you are wronged, then it will be difficult to get out tomorrow. Chai Bo looked at the back of the little beggar running out, and said with a frown. It's okay, isn't it just a meal? Leng Feng waved his hand indifferently and said. Leng Feng really didn't take this matter to heart. After all, in the era he lived in, it was rare to see such a pure beggar. Inviting the little beggar to eat is partly out of interest. Chai Bo also knew what kind of character Leng Dasha was. He just reminded him, and he didn't expect to be able to stop Leng Feng. And he is also confident that with him by Leng Feng's side, even if these beggars want to entangle, there is a way to solve it, so he did not stop Leng Feng's behavior before. After eating, Chai opens 3 rooms, with cold front in the middle, and he and Fluttershy on the left and right. The luggage on the carriage was also carried by him to the room, so that even if something happened, they would take care of each other. Leng Feng went to Jiankong Mansion this time, and he also brought a lot of things, all of which were packed in a large wooden box. There is a large wooden box to cover it, so that others do not know what is in the wooden box. They didn't bring much gold and silver this time, most of them were calligraphy and painting antiques, and the weight was not heavy. Even experienced bandits thought that there was little oil and water in this dilapidated carriage. After all, most of the bandits in this era determined their targets according to the depth of the traces that the carriage should leave behind. The gold and silver of this era are too bulky, and anyone with experience can tell whether you are a fat sheep or not by the traces of ruts. This time they went to Jiankong Mansion and they only brought some coils, not much gold and silver. The gifts to meet Huang Mingli are all antiques, calligraphy and paintings, so as to avoid the targeting of bad people. This is also Chaibo's decades of business experience, which allows them to reduce a lot of trouble along the way. Before going to bed, Leng Feng couldn't forget to cultivate the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging body skill and innate divine skill, and the reason why he wanted to open 3 rooms was also Leng Feng's request, because it was convenient for him to practice. When cultivating the innate divine skill, Leng Feng took out the special repeater in the leather bag and put it where he could reach it. And the folded repeater is opened, and the crossbow arrow is pushed into the launch slot, and if there is an accident, it can be fired as soon as possible. Cultivating innate divine skills does not require sleep, and the sleeve arrow on the wrist has not been removed. The dagger transformed from the Bai-style saber was hung by Leng Feng on his waist. If something happens, he can ensure that his combat power is in the best condition. When cultivating innate divine skills, his 5 senses will be more sensitive, and as long as there is danger, he can sense it as soon as possible. Leng Feng knew that from tonight onwards, he could encounter danger at any time. These dangers are not only from the 2 uncles, but also from the unexpected situations that may arise at any time in this troubled world. As it turned out, Leng Feng's caution was not wrong, and he encountered 2 waves of attacks this night. Not long after Leng Feng's carriage left Linjiang City, his 2 uncles got the news. The reason why Leng Feng's 2nd and 3rd uncles did not move in the past 2 days was because they were thinking about the trouble of Shuidong borrowing a knife to kill people. Ever since he met Leng Feng's 2nd and 3rd uncles that day, Hall Master Huang had been tracking down the whereabouts of the killer on the flower boat. But after a few days, there was no progress. This was mainly due to the fact that his investigation was going in the wrong direction, and he did not know that the killer had died at the bottom of the river. If he had been able to dive to the bottom of the river to search, he might have found the body that had been soaked and deformed by the river. In the eyes of Hall Master Huang, his brother's disappearance definitely had something to do with Leng Feng, and he had already sent someone into Hongshan Villa to investigate. However, according to their investigation, they still did not point the suspected target at the cold front, but only looked for suspicious targets around the cold front. There have been no strangers in Hongshan Zhuang recently, and the only person who aroused their suspicion was Old Man Ouyang. But Old Man Ouyang had been away from Hongshan Villa for a few months, and they had even sneaked into Old Man Ouyang's blacksmith shop to search, but they didn't find anything suspicious. After all, those people under the Yellow Hall Master were all killers, and they didn't know what was special about these materials at all. In their eyes, it was normal for the blacksmith to have these things. It's not that they haven't thought about taking direct action against Leng Feng to see if they can lure out the people behind Leng Feng. The reason why they haven't started is because they can't tell if the person behind Leng Feng is an existence they can afford, so they don't dare to act rashly. And Leng Feng's 2nd and 3rd uncles also deliberately guided the suspicion of the Huang Hall Master in this direction. At the same time, they also made 2 plans, and they have been arranging for people to monitor Leng Feng's movements. However, because Leng Feng stayed in Hongshan Zhuang during this period and did not go out, these people did not dare to enter Hongshan Zhuang blatantly. After all, Hongshan Zhuang is different from other villages, and most of the fertile land here belongs to Leng Feng's family. Due to the original decision of the rich man Leng and the land rent policy implemented after the Langley family led the whole family here, it has won the hearts of the people here. It can be said that no one in Huashan Sword can be unfavorable to Leng Feng's family. The manpower sent out by second uncle Leng Feng was not as good as those killers under the Huang Tang master. After all, they could not sneak into Hongshan Villa quietly, and could only guard outside Zhuangzi. This day really made them discover the anomaly. At first, when Leng Feng went out in a carriage, they thought that Leng Feng was going to enter the city. But unexpectedly, Leng Feng's carriage did not stop after entering Linjiang City, but went out directly from the other end of the city gate. This situation was immediately reported to Leng Feng's second and third uncles, and at the same time, it was also notified to the Huang Hall master, and the two groups of people immediately took action. At first, they weren't sure what Leng Feng was trying to do, but after following for a long time, they found that Leng Feng's carriage had been heading north without any signs of turning around.
Second brother, what do you say Leng Feng wants to do when this kid Leng Feng goes north? You ask me, who do I ask?
Although the second and third uncles discovered Leng Feng's whereabouts, they didn't know Leng Feng's destination, nor did they know what Leng Feng was going to do to the north.
That's not the point.
What the cold front is going to do is not something we should think about, but it is a great opportunity for us.
Second Master Leng said with a frown. Second brother, what do you think we should do?
Compared with second Master Leng, third Master Leng doesn't have so many fancy intestines, and he will do whatever second Master Leng says, which is why the two of them can wear a pair of pants. We can't put all our hopes on the side of the Yellow Hallmaster. He can solve Leng Feng best. To be on the safe side, it's time to use the backhand we prepared earlier.
Second Master Leng pondered for a while and then spoke. Okay, I'll arrange it. For things like giving advice, Leng Sani never thinks about it. He is Leng Yuri's gun.
The two of them also raised a group of people with martial arts, although these people are not masters, but they are more than enough to look at the family care home or deal with some shady things. In the inn in Lotus Town, it was already late at night, and Leng Feng was sitting cross-legged on the bed. His eyes were closed, and an invisible cyclone was swimming around his body. Leng Feng fell into a wonderful state again, as if his body did not exist between this heaven and earth, and as if this heaven and earth were all part of his body.
Innate state.
This is the second time that Leng Feng's cultivation of innate divine skills has entered this state, and the interval between the two is less than 10 days, which shows how powerful Leng Feng's talent is. But Leng Feng himself didn't feel it. He was immersed in this state, and seemed to forget everything. In fact, his senses are incomparably wonderful, and he can feel any movement from 100 meters away. The cyclone produced by cultivating the innate divine skills in the body was growing rapidly, gradually producing a faint golden color. Suddenly, Leng Feng's heart suddenly became alarmed, and he suddenly opened his eyes. The previous feeling faded like a tide, and a sense of loss rose in my heart. The feeling of being interrupted in his innate state made him very uncomfortable, but Leng Feng couldn't care about it at this time. The innate divine skill and the 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine skill were running at the same time, and there were two different breaths flowing in the body. These two breaths are not mutually exclusive, but they do not merge together, but complement each other.
Within the innate divine skill master, outside the 12 heavenly gods and demon forging divine masters, the combination of the two far exceeds 1 + 1 = 2.
Picked up the special operations repeater next to him, bent his body and bent one catapult, opened the window and pierced out like a tanuki. Just now, Leng Qifeng suddenly felt a dangerous aura approaching. If it were under normal conditions, the cold front would not feel so obvious. This time he happened to enter the innate state, which improved his perception ability several times. This killing intent is in the grove outside the inn, which is next to the backyard of the inn, which means that the person who wants to disadvantage him is lurking outside the inn. After Leng Feng walked out of the window, he turned over directly, hooked the eaves of the inn with his feet, and then exerted his legs and waist together, and his body turned over on the roof like a spinning windmill. After arriving on the roof of the inn, Leng Feng did not make any further moves, but quietly lurked along the eaves. In his previous life, as the king of soldiers of the special combat team, Leng Feng had performed countless dangerous missions, and he knew that only hunters lurking in the shadows were the most lethal. Hiding in the dark to give a fatal blow has far more effect than directly chasing the target. Just after Leng Feng had just taken a breath from lurking, 3 black shadows appeared directly in front of his line of sight. The 3 shadows came out of the grove, and they climbed over the fence of the backyard and felt from the stable to the main house of the inn. These people were very agile, and they didn't alarm the horses in the backyard at all, and after passing through the backyard like ghosts, they jumped over the wall. The movements of the three of them are neat and uniform, and at first glance they are well-trained people. There was a one-story gap between the wall of the backyard and the building in the main courtyard, and after a brief look, the three of them turned over and jumped onto the roof again. All of this was seen by Leng Feng, but he remained silent. Leng Feng understands that a hunter who can endure is a real good hunter. In this case, the three of them had already entered the killing range of the special repeater, and with Leng Feng's reaction speed, they could completely launch the crossbow arrows in an arrow magazine in an instant. However, Leng Feng still didn't react, his eyes were still fixed on the three people. He wanted to see what the three of them wanted to do. After all, he was still very curious about the killers of this era. The three men in black thought that they were doing very skillfully and no one noticed it. Although they seemed to be cautious, their vigilance relaxed a lot. It is this moment that Leng Feng is waiting for, and when the enemy relaxes his vigilance, it can be the best time to deliver a fatal blow. The trio stopped above Leng Feng's room, carefully uncovering the roof tiles and peering into the room. Unfortunately, the lights had been extinguished when Leng Feng left the room, and his bed was covered with a veil. It is destined that these three people can't see the situation in bed at all, and can only judge by experience that the person in the bed is asleep. I saw one of them take out a long incense, and the other slashed his arm in the air, and a bright spot flashed in the air. Suddenly, the man blew sharply, and a faint fire erupted from the bright spot in his hand. It turned out that the man lit the firefold and then lit the long incense. Just as the three of them were engrossed in stuffing Changxiang into the roof, a sudden change occurred, and the nerves of the three of them suddenly tensed to the extreme, and an extremely dangerous aura enveloped the three of them. The next moment, the three of them had the feeling of falling into an ice cellar. Although he sensed danger, he could not dodge it at this time. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive sounds of breaking the sky sounded, and 3 cold flashes flashed in the dark night, and almost at the moment when the sound sounded, the three of them had a feeling of suffocation. The next moment, they only felt a chill in their chests, and the spirit of their bodies dispersed like a deflated ball. Slowly lowering their heads, they saw that all three of them had a crossbow bolt stuck in their chests. The bolt was dark and looked half thinner than the standard bolts used in the army. What frightened the three of them the most was the sharpness of the crossbow arrow, and when the tip of the arrow penetrated their bodies, they didn't even feel the slightest feeling. If it weren't for the breastplate on their chests that jammed the tail of the arrow, they might not even have noticed what they had been hurt. The sound of the bolts firing was faint, and the fact that it was night made it difficult for the black bolts to be detected. Coupled with the extremely fast speed of the crossbow arrows, the three of them had no defense, and when they were only 10 meters apart, they had no time to dodge. The eyes of the three of them flashed with unwillingness, and they didn't even notice the shadow of the enemy, so they hung up. However, Leng Feng would not fulfill the last wishes of these three people, and seeing that his 3 crossbow arrows had hit the vital points of those 3 people, he still lay there and did not move. Seeing that the bodies of the 3 of them were weak, they fell down one after another, and then suddenly jumped out of the hiding place. Just when the bodies of the 3 people were about to touch the roof, Leng Feng had already come to the front of the 3 people. Before the consciousness of the 3 people was about to disappear completely, it seemed that they felt that someone was approaching them, but when they had already seen the faces of the people who came, a great confusion suddenly rose in their hearts. Lan Da Shou. How could it be him? However, they no longer had time to figure out the reason, and their consciousness was completely plunged into darkness. Leng Feng didn't want to alarm the others now, so he would see the opportunity to rush out. The bodies of the 3 men were gently placed on the roof, and then the tiles on the roof of their house were restored. As for the bodies of the 3 people, Leng Feng didn't move them elsewhere, but just pulled out 3 crossbow arrows from their bodies. Since the special operations repeater is fired in a rotation, as long as it hits the target, it will deal huge damage to the target. If it's a hit, it's a direct hit. This is also the reason why the vitality of the 3 people is lost immediately after they are hit by arrows. The bolts are undamaged and can be used again after cleaning. Leng Feng turned over, cleaned the crossbow bolts with water in the yard, and quietly climbed into the house through the window. It's not that Leng Feng has a special fetish, but that the wooden doors of this era are too loud, and the windows are not sound. Since it was the second half of the night, the people in the inn were sleeping soundly, and there was not much movement before, so it didn't alarm anyone encountering this incident. Leng Feng had no intention of cultivating anymore. Fortunately, he cultivated the innate divine skills before passing through, and he didn't feel a little sleepy. As for who sent those 3 people, Leng Feng didn't need to dig deeper. After all, he was not stupid, and he could see that the target of those 3 people was him. This is also the reason why Leng Feng made a decisive sneak attack. He is not a person who kills indiscriminately. If the target of those people is not him, Leng Feng will hide on the side and watch the show at most. After calming down, Leng Feng lay on the bed and didn't go to cultivation anymore, nor did he sleep directly. He began to recall his experience of traveling into this world. Although it has not been long since he has traveled to this world, he has begun to adapt to this new role. All of this is thanks to the Special Forces experience in his previous life, which allows him to quickly adapt to any environment. When he had just crossed over, he had already thought about life once. At that time, he had already recognized the reality and decided to live a more wonderful life in this world. But after these days, his thinking is more nuanced. Leng Feng knows his strengths and weaknesses. He is not the kind of all-powerful crossing protagonist, and it is impossible to have any awesome skills. After all, in his previous life, he was just a Special Forces king, not a technology maniac. Fortunately, he has gone through 9 years of compulsory education. He has a wide range of interests and hobbies during his school years, and has experienced 4 years of military training, so he still has a lot of modern knowledge. However, there are some aspects that are not his shortcomings. For example, this society based on agriculture is not his strong point in agriculture. He will not farm and will not develop high-tech agriculture. He knew that the agricultural productivity of this era was low, and his family was a big landowner, so he was naturally very clear about the yield per acre. Even if Leng Dashao didn't know anything about it before, but in the past few days, Leng Feng has already inquired about it clearly. The acres of land in this era are slightly less than those in the era when Leng Feng lived. 1 acre of land is equivalent to about 590 square meters, and 1 acre of land in modern times is about 666 square meters. In this era, 1 acre of fertile land can produce more than 300 caddies of wheat in a bumper year, and if it is rice, it can reach about 400 caddies. This kind of agricultural output is not much, but compared with the population of this era, coupled with the abundant natural resources, as long as there is no major famine, it should not be a problem to solve the problem of food and clothing. However, due to the incompetence of the rulers and the invasion of foreign races, the life of the common people was generally very difficult. Leng Feng doesn't understand agriculture, but he also knows that the development of agriculture is inseparable from seeds, fertilizers, and machinery. He doesn't know how to breed, but in his previous life he visited a modern agricultural base, and coincidentally he heard experts about the process of how to breed hybrid rice. He didn't pay attention to the visit in his previous life, and he forgot about it soon after. Fortunately, after crossing into this era, he has a special ability, that is, the things he has been in contact with will be clearly displayed in his memory like a repeater. The current season is not the time to breed hybrid rice, and it will be a little more than a month before we can start working on this aspect. As for other high-yielding crops, such as sweet potatoes, corn, etc., people can also collect seeds. These things multiply quickly, and it is believed that after a few rounds of sowing, a large number of seeds can be harvested. Of course, he won't do these things himself. As long as he has established his own power, he can arrange for people to do it. Some of his knowledge and memories of his previous life were slowly copied in this era. The advantage of the cold front is in the military aspect, especially in the manufacture of advanced weapons that are ahead of this era. When the trouble of the family business is solved, he will devote himself to the development of this aspect. He had to build a lot of weapons, but he was not a small landowner in the countryside. After all, this is not as simple as him and Ahu tinkering with the 2 repeating crossbows. There are more things involved. The problem of resources must be solved, and a large number of craftsmen is also a big problem, and recruiting troops is also a problem. Thinking about it this way, Leng Feng found that he would have to face a lot of problems in the future. But now that he has a reputation, when he does something, he can justify it. This can solve some troubles to a certain extent. Of course, when it is not enough to have fame, you must have actual power. If it were not for the great natural and man-made disasters, the common people would not be able to do anything, and the folk careerists who had no foundation would not be able to succeed. I don't see the people who have achieved great things in many dynasties in history, and all of them are people with deep roots. As for the real self-made people, there are only a handful of them for thousands of years, and they are still in the right place at the right time. Judging from the situation in the last years of the Southern Song Dynasty, there is no such possibility at all. Leng Feng just lay on the bed thinking about the future, and when he thought about it, he found that it was really difficult. The so-called everything is difficult at the beginning, and Leng Feng is now at the beginning stage. To sum up, it is nothing more than a matter of money and power, and no matter what era it is, these two aspects are the key to the success or failure of things. Unconsciously, Leng Feng thought a lot, and he already had a vague plan for the future in his heart. An hour after Leng Feng shot the three of them, a warning once again rose in his heart. However, this time was different from the last time, although he felt something strange, but he did not have that strong sense of crisis. This shows that what is going to happen next is not necessarily deliberately aimed at him. Just as Leng Feng frowned, there was a sound of horses' hooves in the distance. De. The sound goes from far to near, from indistinct to clear. It's not just the cold front, many people are already feeling it. Young master, open the door. Outside the door came the cry of Chaibo, what's wrong? Fluttershy's voice is heard outside the door. Squeak. Cold Front opens the door, and Chaibo and Fluttershy immediately walk into Cold Front's room. Leng Feng deliberately messed his hair messy, and his neatly dressed clothes were also pulled away by him. This is not to hide anything from them, but to avoid arousing the suspicion of others. Young master, there may be danger. Hide these valuables first, and if you encounter any accidents, everything is about saving your life. Chaibo's face was very unsightly at this time, and he already vaguely knew what was going to happen. Fluttershy's face turns pale with horror when she hears this from Chai. Because of this kind of dense and urgent sound of horses' hooves, and it is in the middle of the night, it will definitely not be a good thing. Good. Leng Feng nodded and said. So, Chaibo had several valuable items in the wooden box in the room of the three of them. At this time, the other people in the inn were also awakened, because the sound of horses' hooves was already very close, and it would not take a few breaths to come to the inn. The streets of Lotus Town were already restless at this time, the doors of many shops were rudely slammed open, and there were screams and screams in the darkness, and some people ran in a panic. Master, Fluttershy is keeping up. Later, if you are discovered by those bandits outside, don't talk nonsense. Chaibo leads Leng Feng and Fluttershy to the back stable, and the movement is already obvious, and Chaibo understands that they have been robbed by bandits. It is not known how many bandits have come outside, and if they are found by the bandits in the guest room, the situation will be very bad. After all, these bandits not only raid homes and houses, but sometimes deliberately target people they deem valuable, or even kidnap tickets. Chaibo grabs a handful of plaster and applies it to Fluttershy's face. After all, the little girl looks like a beautiful billet and risks being ruined if she encounters inhuman bandits. Fortunately, the three of Leng Feng kept a low profile along the way, and they were all wearing coarse linen clothes, and smearing a little dust on them was a good cover-up. Although Leng Feng was wearing a scholarly shirt, the fabric of his clothes was also very ordinary, and he didn't look like a rich scholar. Coming to the backyard, Leng Feng pondered for a while, and then stuffed the special repeater under the hay in the stable. The situation is not clear, whether this wave of bandits came to fight the autumn wind, or burned, killed and looted, it is difficult to say. The most important thing is that Leng Feng doesn't want to expose his strength yet. When he used a special repeater to shoot the three killers before, Leng Feng understood that these three people were coming for him. Although the strength of those three killers is not as good as Leng Feng, it is difficult to guarantee that there will be no more powerful people to deal with him later. However, Leng Feng doesn't get his face dirty like Fluttershy, because he is dressed like an ordinary scholar. The ordinary scholars of this era are worthless in the eyes of these bandits. At this moment, I suddenly heard a loud bang at the door of the inn. There was a thud, and the door was kicked open from the outside. Then he rushed into a dozen or so big men, under the light of a few torches. I saw that these people had black scarves wrapped around their brains, and they all looked fierce and vicious. The first man was a stout man with a huge axe on his shoulder. The handle of the axe is more than a meter long, and the axe is the size of a human brain. Judging from the sound of the footsteps, the weight of this axe is definitely not light. The rest of the people also carried their blades in their hands, shining in the light of the fire.
Listen, Grandpa, I only want money and don't kill you. Hand over all the money, otherwise, Hugh blames Grandpa's axe for recognizing money and not people.
The strong man shouted angrily, and the little minions behind him immediately rushed up to the guest room on the second floor. At this moment, several more people came in from outside, and they ran towards the stable in the backyard. All of a sudden, there was a sound of people turning their backs in the inn. After a while, the shopkeeper and his men and the guests of the hotel were all taken down tremblingly. Leng Feng and the three were also driven from behind by the bandits. In addition to the three Leng Feng, there were also 7 or 8 people who lived in the backyard stable. These people were the porters of the 2 waves of merchants who drove the carriage. About 30 or so people were driven by these bandits in the courtyard of the inn, and the rest of the bandits were still rummaging through the inn. Leng Feng's big wooden box was also turned over by them, but these bandits were all big and coarse, and the target they were looking for was only gold, silver, and jewelry, and after turning out a dozen taels of silver in the box, they threw away other things. Those few pieces of calligraphy and painting antiques, they didn't pay attention to it. Chaibo's collection is very ingenious, and the calligraphy and paintings are hung directly in the guest room, disguised as decorations. It can be seen that Chaibo still knows the temperament of these bandits very well. In the early years, when he followed Ling the rich man to do business, he had dealt with these bandits. There are also several types of bandits, and most of the bandits still pay attention to a certain morality and will not do those things that kill chickens and take eggs. After all, for these bandits, the object of robbery by them is equivalent to their food and clothing, and if they exterminate everyone at one time, it is equivalent to cutting off their own financial routes. Most people in business will come to an agreement with the bandits who are entrenched everywhere and pay a certain amount of money as a road fee. Less moral are the rogues and bandits, who commit crimes everywhere, not only doing the business of robbing homes and houses, because the scope of their activities is not fixed. They will not only rob people of money, but sometimes also kill people. The third group is the most immoral bandits, and this part of the bandits is made up of outlaws. They will not take action easily. As long as they are targeted by them, they will pursue a 3-light policy: rob the light, kill the light, and burn it all. Looking at the style of this group of bandits, it is very similar to the second type of rogue bandits. Whenever these people go to a place to rob, they pay attention to fast in and out, only grabbing some gold and silver, soft and easy to carry things, and leaving immediately after grabbing. 3 masters, there are a lot of horses in the backyard. A small minion rushed out of the backyard and shouted, "I can pull it all over as a mount." With a bang, the strong man put the axe into the ground, and the ground was shaken. You people are honest with Grandpa, hand over all the money happily. If Grandpa finds out that someone is hiding it, see if your head is hard or this stake is hard? After speaking, the strong man picked up his axe and slashed it at the half-human-high wooden stake with the thickness of a basin beside him. With a click, the stake was divided into 2 sections in the middle. This is an old locust tree. This kind of tree is very tough. This axe can go down, can directly split the stake in half. It can be seen that this person's strength is absolutely extraordinary. Coupled with his fierce and vicious appearance, the shock is absolutely powerful. The shopkeeper and the guys of the inn were even more frightened and trembling. They had experienced the last banditry, and knew that the previous shopkeeper and the guys were killed by the bandits, and they had an instinctive fear of the bandits in their hearts. At this time, in the face of such fierce bandits, how can you not be worried and afraid? Someone has escaped. Another shout was heard. It turned out that when some bandits went to the backyard to choose horses, they found that there was a small door in front of them, and the 4 dart riders had escaped on horseback from the small gate in the backyard. This exclamation attracted the attention of the bandits in the front yard. As bandits who robbed houses, they naturally knew the doorway, and those who could escape on horseback in such a situation must have a lot of property with them. Go after it. Inform the second master to go with you. The 3 masters immediately arranged for someone to chase after the 4 escaped dark masters. Several bandits rushed out of the courtyard and turned on their horses and chased them across the street. At the same time, the sound of horses' hooves sounded outside the street, and it seemed that the bandits outside had received the news and rushed after the 4 dark masters. At this time, the bandits who were still in Lotus Town were still robbing houses and looting gold and silver property. Some merchants and shops are the targets they focus on, and this inn is a relatively large target in Lotus Town, so it is naturally targeted by these bandits. There are still more than a dozen bandits here, and Leng Feng can see that there is a bit of kung fu on this third master. However, the three masters do not rely on kung fu to eat, but mainly rely on his brute force to bluff people. As for the other bandits, they are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Through the observation of this meeting, Leng Feng also had a general understanding of the strength of these bandits. Without the use of special repeaters, these 10 bandits were able to clean up. However, in this way, it is bound to expose its own strength, and it will also attract the attention of other bandits. At this time, Leng Feng already had a plan in his heart, not to resist first, and let these bandits rob him.
As long as these bandits don't make killings, he won't show his strength.
After these bandits leave, he will secretly follow. If he finds that the number of these bandits is not too much, relying on the cover of night to use special crossbows to carry out a sneak attack, there is a great certainty that these bandits will be eliminated. Of course, Leng Feng is not a person who kills indiscriminately. He wants to see if these bandits are extremely vicious, and decide whether they will kill them.
You, come here.
With a finger of the right hand of the third master, the shopkeeper of the inn was already so frightened that his legs were sifted, and he sat on the ground with his buttocks.
Don't kill me, I'll give you all the money. Coward.
The third leader of the bandits strode up to the shopkeeper, grabbed him by the back of the neck and lifted him up.
Go and take out all the money you have hidden for Grandpa.
Then he threw it casually and threw the shopkeeper on the ground. 2 bandits came up and set up the shopkeeper and dragged him to the inn. The other bandits were also preparing to search everyone, but fortunately, Leng Feng and the few people who had been driven out of the backyard stayed on the other side and did not attract the attention of these bandits. The bandits thought that the people who lived in the backyard were just a few people who didn't have any oil or water on them. It seems that Chai Bo is really an experienced old man who knows the psychology of these bandits. The reason why I threw some silver in the inn was also to take care of the emotions of these bandits. In this way, they find some silver in the chest, so that they do not destroy the contents of the house in a fit of rage. These are all experiences that the average person would never have imagined. The bandits' ability to collect their belongings is not bad, and most of them have already looted their belongings. And there was a basket of lorries on the ground, and in it there was already half a basket of gold and silver.
Heroes, please spare the little old man.
According to the rules, I have paid you enough tolls along the way, and our family is still counting on this batch of goods to be alive. By this time, the bandits had already received the body of one of the merchants, who was bulging in his arms, and it was obvious that he was hiding something.
Old thing, don't be embarrassed, hand over the things quickly. A small bandit raised his broadsword and put it at the merchant's neck.
The merchant clutched the things in his arms, even the knife in the face of the bandits, and did not let go.
Poof!
Suddenly, there was the sound of a sharp weapon piercing through his flesh, and the merchant immediately appeared on his chest with a spear head, and he stared at the tip of the spear with round eyes, and a gurgling sound came out of his mouth. Even the little bandit who threatened him with a knife was also taken aback, and he didn't expect his companion to suddenly kill him.
What a rambling thing! If you don't kill it, it's it.
The bandit said coldly. After saying that, the bandit pulled out his gun with a hard blow. The merchant slashed down with the bandit's movements, and after falling to the ground, he twitched twice and stopped moving.
Take it out and see what it is?
The bandit who stabbed people with a gun said. The little bandit turned the merchant's body over, took out a small wooden box from the man's arms, and opened it to see that it was full of gold leaves. This gold leaf is made of gold of high purity, and it looks very beautiful.
Damn it!
Leng Feng saw that these bandits had killed people, and his killing intent also rose in his heart.
He didn't expect that these bandits would kill people when they said they would.
And looking at the murderous actions of these bandits, he knew that these bandits were definitely carrying a lot of human lives.
You have all seen it, this is the end of loving money but not life.
The bandit leader didn't take it seriously, and in his opinion, killing a few people was nothing at all. And this is also their usual method. Killing people is used to deter others. Sure enough, no one dared to discooperate next. As long as these bandits came to the front, they immediately took out the money on their bodies. After a while, there was another sound of horses' hooves outside the door, and it turned out that the bandits who had gone to chase the 4 Dark Masters turned back. Poof! A burden was thrown to the ground with a dull sound. The burden spread out, and 4 round things fell out, which turned out to be 4 bloody human heads. These 4 guys are not honest, and their brothers have broken 5 people. However, the heads of these 4 guys were also cut off, which can be regarded as revenge for the brothers. A strong man with a big knife and a large package walked in, and this person was the second leader of this gang of bandits. It seems that the 4 Dark Masters did not run away and were robbed by these bandits. In the course of the fight, they killed 5 bandits, but they were also killed by the bandits. It can be seen that these bandits are by no means good. Although they are not the kind of bandits who do not leave chickens and dogs wherever they pass, they can be regarded as murderous without blinking, and they will draw their knives and kill people if they don't agree with each other. Grandmas, the oil and water here are not small, but I didn't expect that there are hard stubble, and there are a few brothers in this small place. As soon as the 3 masters heard this, they immediately shouted loudly, stepped forward, and kicked a brain generation away. This murderous appearance frightened many people in the courtyard and screamed. Ah! It's not like it's not without harvest, these 4 guys are fat sheep. After the second master finished speaking, he threw out another burden in his hand with a bang. Bags of gold and silver jewelry were scattered from the baggage, and even at night, they glittered in the light of the fire. No wonder the 4 Dark Masters were running away before. This bag was definitely worth a lot of money. It seems that these 4 people also escorted this batch of gold, silver, and jewelry lightly this time, but unfortunately they were unlucky, and they did not attract the attention of those robbers along the way, but they were robbed by the robbers in this Lotus town, not only lost their property, but also lost their own lives. Ah, I've made a fortune, it's enough for the brothers to be happy for a while. When the 3 masters saw the gold, silver, and jewelry in one place, they laughed. Let the brothers be happy, and leave before dawn. The second leader of the bandits also laughed and said, Brothers, hurry up and gather these belongings together, and give everyone half an hour to have fun for themselves. So the bandits, under the command of the 2 chiefs, put all the looted goods into the basket, and piled up nearly a basket of gold, silver, soft and other items. The bandit leader had a brute force to use, only to see him pinch the big axe to his waist, and hold Luo basket with both hands. The rest of the bandits rushed towards the homes of the residents of Lotus Town with their weapons on their shoulders in 2s and 3s. As for what they were looking for, it was nothing more than to plague the women of good families in this town. Since the inn is full of men, the only woman is Fluttershy. Because Chai Bo had smeared a lot of dust on her face before, and the little girl's figure was not plump, it didn't attract the attention of these bandits. The inn was ransacked by the bandits, and they stopped paying attention to it. The shopkeeper and the 2 fellows, although not hurt, were frightened, and after the bandits left, the 3 of them were still paralyzed on the ground and did not get up. Someone in this inn was killed by bandits, and everyone felt as if they had been shut down by the Ghost Gate. Even if the bandits leave here for the time being, it doesn't mean that they are completely out of danger in everyone's eyes. These bandits also committed murder in Lotus Town, and almost all the gold, silver, and money on the innkeeper and the guests staying in the inn were robbed by the bandits, and everyone ran in panic. The first thing that many people think of is to see how much they have left after the bandits' robbery. After all, not everything can be looked at by bandits. These bandits are rogue bandits, and they only grab some gold and silver. And some of the goods carried by these merchants were bulky, and they did not rob them. Except for the merchant who was killed earlier, and the 4 Dark Masters who lost a lot of money, the money loss of the others was not so serious. Of course, the inn's savings have also been lost in the recent past. After all, there are no banks in this era, and most people like to hide their money at home, which is cheaper for these bandits. Leng Feng and the 3 of them also quickly rushed back to the guest room, only to find that their boxes had all been ripped over by the bandits. The dozen taels of silver that had been left in the box were taken away by the bandits, and clothes and other supplies were also thrown all over the ground. Fortunately, the antique calligraphy and paintings that were hidden before did not attract the attention of these bandits. Only one vase was knocked over by the bandits, but coincidentally, the vase was placed at the head of the bed at the time, and it fell right on the bed without being damaged. Chai Bo put the things back in the wooden box, but instead of closing the wooden box, he threw his clothes in the box. It looks similar to when the bandits left, and this is mainly to prevent the bandits from coming back again. The carriage in the backyard was also intact, and because the carriage of Leng Feng's family was relatively old, the bandits couldn't look at it. Moreover, the horse pulling the cart was also a thin horse, which did not meet the requirements of these bandits for mounts. However, almost all the horses brought by the other two waves of merchants were pulled away by the bandits. After all, the horses used by these merchants to walk outside were all relatively good on their feet. After some panic, everyone hid back in their rooms. At this time, the streets of Lotus Town were full of bandits. The inn has been robbed by bandits before, and there is no woman who can attract these bandits, so it is safest to hide in the inn at this time. If you want to escape, once you encounter bandits outside, then there is a good chance that you will be hacked to death by the other party. Leng Feng repeated his old trick again and climbed out of the window. However, this time he did not go directly to the roof, but went to the hay pile in the backyard and took out the special repeater that he had hidden under the hay. The hay pile was also toppled by the bandits, but because the target of the special repeater was too small, and Leng Feng hid the special repeater close to the ground, it was not discovered by the bandits. At this time, more than a dozen people living in the backyard were trembling and huddled into two piles. They only saw Leng Feng's figure flashing by the haystack in the backyard, and they didn't even see what Leng Feng looked like. After getting the special repeater, Leng Feng turned over the wall. Although it has only been 10 days since he has just crossed over to this era, Leng Feng's physical strength at this time has already surpassed the peak moment of his previous life. The 12 heavenly gods and demons forging divine skills and innate divine skills he cultivated were all shocking existences. Maybe it's because Leng Dashao is indeed a one-in-a-million martial arts wizard, or because of the welfare of the traverser. In short, Leng Feng has shown excellent talent in cultivating these two exercises. In a very short period of time, these two exercises have been cultivated, and the 12 heavenly gods and demons have strengthened his physique, and a special force has been generated in his body, which can adapt to a variety of environments. The innate divine skill makes the breath and the body endless, and the degree of vigor and staying power of the breath has been increased several times. If you change it to ordinary exercises, it is difficult to reach this level without 20 or 30 years of hard cultivation. Just like the killers he killed before, this is the case. In this world, there are differences between people. The so-called equality of all people is just an ideal slogan. The roof of the inn was the tallest building in Lotus Town, and although it was still night, the light of torches flickered everywhere due to the arrival of these bandits. Leng Feng could clearly see the distribution of these bandits, and at this time, many bandits had already broken into the homes of residents. The screams of women came out of the house, mixed with the unbridled laughter of the bandits, the angry roars of some men, and the wails of wounded people. At this moment, the entire Lotus Town was completely chaotic. Some residents did not give up resistance in order to protect their wives and daughters from the bandits, but where they were the bandits' opponents, some people were soon cut down by the bandits. Leng Feng spotted a target, and with a whoosh, a crossbow arrow flew over. Originally, the sound of the special repeater was very low, mixed with the noise, and no one noticed it at all. A poof. Burst. Two inaudible sounds of sharp arrows entering the flesh sounded in succession. The family was a newly married couple, and the man had been knocked to the ground by the bandits, tied up with ropes, and was wailing on the ground. The three bandits were tearing at a young woman's clothes with excitement, and one of them had ripped off his pants, revealing the ugly thing between his legs. The naked bandit laughed as he grabbed the young woman by the hair. At that moment, he was pierced through the neck by a sharp arrow, and the laughter in his mouth stopped abruptly. The crossbow bolt pierced the bandit's neck and then into the chest of another bandit, still barely exhausted, and shot through the chest and into the wall. Leng Feng had already landed in the courtyard of this family at this time, and the powerful power of the crossbow arrows at such a close range made the two bandits return to the west before they could react. Another bandit was looking down at the young woman's pants when he suddenly looked up, only to find one of his two companions covering his neck with his hands, blood pouring out. The other man's hand was on his chest, and blood was also gushing from his chest. Before the bandit could react to what was going on, he felt his gaze suddenly shift in a different direction, and he could hear a crisp snapping sound of bones in his ears. And then, there was no then. The consciousness of the three of them drifted almost at the same time. It turned out that at the moment when the person was stunned, Leng Feng quickly rushed into the room and broke the neck of the last bandit. In this case, it is possible to break each one. This time, there were quite a few bandits who entered Lotus Town to rob, and Leng Feng took a cursory look, and there were already more than 100 people. Among these bandits, there are also people with strong martial arts. In addition to the second and third masters that Leng Feng saw before, there is also a person riding a high-headed horse. This person was surrounded by more than a dozen bandits, and the aura on his body was much stronger than that of the second and third masters, and it seemed that this person was the boss of the bandits. If he faced any of these three people alone, Leng Feng would not be afraid of them, and even if he was defeated, he would be able to retreat calmly. But once these three people were combined, coupled with the siege of other bandits, Leng Feng felt that he was no match for these people. After taking out the three bandits, Leng Feng casually pulled out the crossbow arrows that had been shot at the wall. He then picked up a blade dropped by one of the bandits, broke the rope that bound the man, and then disappeared into the night. Next, Leng Feng concocted the same method to eliminate more than a dozen bandits. In this chaotic situation, no one noticed Leng Feng, the reaper who wandered in the dark night. He was like a grim reaper, and every time he appeared in a house, one or more bandits were destroyed by him. In this era, Leng Feng will not be the kind of chivalrous man with a strong sense of justice. The so-called chivalrous man is for the country and the people. That was Leng Feng's belief in life when he was a special soldier. But in this troubled world, it is difficult for him to reach this. After all, in his bones, he is not a person of this era, and his sense of identity is not so strong. What Leng Feng can do is to be poor and be alone, and to be good at the world. Leng Feng felt that he was far from reaching the strength to help the world now, and it would be good to be able to protect himself. However, Leng Feng couldn't see those bandits doing such evil deeds under his nose. This is the basic principle and bottom line of being a human being. He didn't stop those bandits from killing people before, firstly, because it was too late for him to stop them, and secondly, because bandits robbing is a matter of course, and if they don't rob bandits, they won't be called bandits. Just like a wolf traveling thousands of miles to eat meat, this is a special phenomenon created by the times. However, after the robbery, it is necessary to plague the common people, so it is no longer possible to stand idly by. Suddenly, Leng Feng's brows furrowed, and his body quickly rushed to the left. Although Leng Feng was secretly dealing with these bandits, after all, one person's ability was limited, and it was impossible to save all of them. And Leng Feng didn't stay away from the inn, he hunted these bandits according to the center of the inn. In this way, he was able to protect the safety of the people in the inn to the greatest extent. At the same time, if something happens in the inn, he can also rush back as soon as possible. At this time, to the left of Leng Feng was the inn, and he could feel that there seemed to be something strange on the side of the inn. Although the voice was not loud, Leng Feng's innate divine skill perception was extremely keen, and this movement could not be hidden from him. Leng Feng is not as unscrupulous as bandits, he has always been very careful, carefully observing the movements around him all the time. After all, he is a hunter who lurks in the shadows, and only by mastering everything around him can he receive the best results. In less than 2 breaths, Leng Feng came to the inn. The sound came from the second floor of the inn, and it turned out that there were bandits who broke into the inn again during the time Leng Feng left. There were a lot of bandits who entered Lotus Town this time, and many of them didn't know what was going on here. However, they basically knew that the goal of the 3 masters was here, but they couldn't stop some bandits from patronizing here again. After all, in the eyes of some bandits, the oil and water of the inn were relatively large. After all, Lotus Town is just a small place, and there are no large shops. Even if it's already robbed, maybe something valuable will be left behind. You know, what was looted before belonged to all bandits. Now it's free time, whoever grabs it is who's whoever. Coincidentally, after these people rushed to the second floor, they rushed directly to Leng Feng's room. But just as they were about to push the door open, a dagger directly slit the throat of the bandit who reached out and pushed the door. Then there was a flash of cold light, and the throat of another bandit was slit again. The movement of the death of the 2 bandits finally alarmed the others, and the remaining bandits also rushed towards a thin figure with this guy. The figure held a sharp dagger in his hand, and his hands were extremely nimble. Although this figure looks thin, its strength is not small, the steps under its feet appear to be agile and elegant, and the angle of the shot is also very tricky. 7 or 8 bandits couldn't touch the corners of his clothes at all, and in just a breath or two, all of them were put to the ground. Everyone had a hole in their neck, all of them had their throats cut out, and there was a gurgling sound of air leaking. When Leng Feng arrived here, he only found a corpse in one place. He frowned and looked around, but found nothing else out of the ordinary. It seems that the battle here started quickly and ended quickly. Leng Feng knew in his heart that if it were him, it would not be impossible to deal with these 7 or 8 bandits in a breath or two, but it would cause even greater movement. In other words, Leng Feng has the strength to deal with these bandits, but his skills are not as agile as the other party. What Leng Feng didn't know was that the figure that disappeared before was hiding not far from the inn, dressed in tattered clothes. His face was covered with dust, and he still couldn't see his face clearly. This person was the little beggar who asked Leng Feng to invite him to eat chicken before, and beside the little beggar, there were 2 beggars, who were covered in dirt and splashed a lot of blood. "Young helper, brothers will be here soon," one of the beggars said. "Okay, inform the brothers to fence up Lotus Town, and none of these bandits can be let go." It turns out that the identity of these beggars is not simple. They are not ordinary beggars, but the legendary beggar gang disciples. The little beggar who asked Leng Feng to invite him to eat chicken before turned out to be the young leader of the beggar gang. And looking at the way they talked, it seemed that a large group of people were about to rush over. "Young gang leader, someone has secretly done something to these bandits," another beggar said. "Do you know who it is?" "I haven't found it for the time being, but I don't think that person's strength is weak. It's all a one-hit kill," the beggar continued to report. "Don't worry about him for the time being. Since this person has attacked the bandits, it means that he is also a righteous man. We're going to follow the plan. We're going to wipe out all of these bandits." The 2 beggars, instructed by the little beggar, soon disappeared into the night. The little beggar's eyes looked in the direction of the inn's gate again, and he muttered to himself, "I said that I would repay you, and I can't let people hurt you." Leng Feng didn't expect that he invited the little beggar to have a meal, and the other party was really a person who knew how to repay his kindness, and helped him solve these bandits in time. Although these bandits' cold front can also deal with it, if they are allowed to break into Chai Bo and Fluttershy's room, I don't know what the consequences will be. If Leng Feng knew that this was done by the little beggar, he would definitely sigh with emotion, and sure enough, there is still a good person with a good reward. Although Leng Feng rushed back relatively quickly, he didn't see how these bandits were eliminated. It's just that from the wound in the throat of the other party, it can be seen that the person who killed these bandits is a master. He is about to throw the bandits' bodies downstairs when he hears a creak, and a crack opens in the doors on both sides, and Chai Bo and Fluttershy walk out at the same time. "Young master, are you alright?" the 2 of them asked almost at the same time. "It's okay, what's going on with these bandits?" Leng Feng asked. It's not that he's pretending not to know, it's really not knowing. "I don't know, I just heard a sound of footsteps," Fluttershy says. "Quick, throw away the corpses of these bandits. Otherwise, it will be bad for other bandits to find out." Chai Bo looked at the corpse of the bandit on the ground, and his face suddenly changed. Leng Feng had thought of this before, but he thought about it more. Because there have been several waves of bandits that he has dealt with before, the bodies of those bandits outside will be sent sooner or later. Does this mean that although I saved those people just now, it is also equivalent to indirectly harming them? Because once the body of the bandit is found by other accomplices, those families will not escape the fate of being destroyed. In Leng Feng's opinion, the people who killed these bandits made the same mistake as him, and only thought that by killing the bandits, they would be able to save people. But he didn't expect that if he couldn't kill all these bandits, then it would attract revenge from other bandits. Unless the bandits outside have no time to take care of the corpses of these killed bandits, or the remaining bandits are all wiped out. In fact, Leng Feng thought too much, and the little beggar left this loophole because he didn't treat it as a loophole at all. In his plan, the other bandits could soon be eliminated as well. From the time Leng Feng decided to make a move, he had destroyed more than a dozen bandits with only half a burnt of incense. However, in his opinion, it should be difficult to kill all those bandits within half an hour. If the person who secretly shot it can also have the same mind as him, then it is not impossible to do so. Judging from the wounds of these bandits, that person's strength should not be weak. Leng Feng didn't know the identity of the other party, nor did he know the other party's plans, he could only judge from what he knew.
because over time, the greater the chance of exposure. He is not afraid of those ordinary bandits. He can use the terrain to deal with those bandits, and shoot them one by one. But the 3 bandit leaders are all good at martial arts, and once they are surrounded and beaten, it will be a headache. Of course, Leng Feng will not pin his hopes on an unknown person. In order not to waste time, he threw all the corpses of these bandits downstairs one by one, and as for whether to alarm the others, he didn't care about it at this time. Chaibo and Fluttershy are also frightened by Leng Feng's strength. They and Lang Dashao can be said to get along with the sunset, but they have never found Lang Dashao to have such strength. However, Leng Feng didn't explain to them, just said that the situation was dangerous, and then let them hide again. Fortunately, the people who killed these bandits were extremely clever, only cut the bandits' trachea, did not touch the major arteries, and there were almost no bloodstains on the ground. Cold Front tells Chaibo and Fluttershy back into the room, and he slips out again. This time, he's ready to go on a killing spree. However, as soon as he jumped on the roof, he saw dark shadows surrounding Lotus Town. Seeing this situation, Leng Feng's heart couldn't help but chuckle. In the face of 110 stragglers, Leng Feng was confident that he would use certain means to eliminate them. But there are so many people out there that there's no end in sight. Even if his strength is several times stronger, there is nothing he can do. However, Leng Feng knows that the more critical he is, the more he can't panic, and only by being calm can he find a way to solve the problem, and what is tested at this time is a person's state of mind. Leng Feng's gaze looked carefully around Lotus Town, and the opportunity to escape was not found, but it allowed him to discover these anomalies. Although it was not clear who those dense figures were, they could see that they had surrounded the 3 outer layers of Lotus Town. The actions of so many people did not make any noise, which shows that the organizational ability and strength of these people should not be weak. The bandits in Lotus Town hadn't noticed anything unusual at this time, and they were soon surrounded. Seeing this, Leng Feng's heart was a little relieved. He felt that these people were aimed at those bandits. After all, Leng Feng was also a person who had passed through a rain of bullets, and this kind of scene made it easy for him to make a judgment. If it was really as he suspected, then the crisis of bandits might be lifted. The force that can encircle and suppress bandits in this era is likely to be the army of the government. Leng Feng felt that this was a good opportunity to see how effective the army was in this era. But as soon as the 2 sides fought, Leng Feng found that his guess was so wrong. These people are not the army of the government at all, and they have nothing to do with the army. Just as Leng Feng was thinking, the people who surrounded Lotus Town outside had already launched an attack on the bandits inside Lotus Town. At this time, most of the bandits broke into the homes of the residents, either plundering property or chasing women. Where did they think that at this time someone would come to kill them? As soon as they came into contact, these bandits were killed a lot of people. With the glow of the fire, Leng Feng realized at this time that the people who surrounded Lotus Town were not the army of the government, but beggars in tattered clothes. Although these beggars are dressed in tatters, most of them only carry sticks in their hands. However, due to their large numbers, there are often more than a dozen beggars surrounding a bandit, and many of these beggars are also skilled in martial arts, and as soon as the 2 sides come into contact, they form a crushing trend against the bandits. This movement also attracted the attention of the bandits, and a low horn sounded. The bandits, who were acting recklessly, heard the sound of the horn, dropped their things one by one, grabbed their weapons and rushed out. At this moment, the scene became even more chaotic. Leng Feng knew the truth of fishing in troubled waters, and began to feel outside along the eaves. If the little beggar staring at the inn hadn't left at this time, he would definitely have been able to spot Leng Feng's movements. However, as the young leader of the beggar gang, he was already surrounded by several beggars and sneaked towards the place where the 2 sides were fighting. Along the way, they encountered lone bandits, and they killed them mercilessly. Leng Feng also didn't notice the little beggar, and the 2 of them had the opposite line of action. The target of the cold front is not the front line of the battle between the 2 sides, but the position of the bandit leader. Leng Feng had seen it before. These people had robbed a lot of money, especially the merchant who was killed, and the treasure escorted by the 4 Dark Masters, which was a lot of wealth for him now. Leng Feng is not a money-greedy person, and under normal circumstances, he would not think about this treasure. But now these things have become ownerless and can be used as their own start-up capital. Moreover, these bandits are doing the business of robbing houses and houses, and there must be a lot of good things in their hands. Looking at this array now, these bandits are in a catastrophe. Not only can you kill these bandits to eliminate harm for the people, but also get wealth. This deal is very cost-effective no matter how you look at it. Soon, Leng Feng touched the location of the 3 bandit leaders. In a clearing, the 3 bandit leaders captured 2 sheep and roasted them on the fire. There were also several jars of wine in front of him, and several young women were tied up next to them. It seems that these people are going to snatch these women away and become the ladies of the village. After all, they are not ordinary bandits, and it is normal for them to enjoy privileges. Beside them, there was a large basket full of looted treasures. By this time, the treasures had been sorted, and the most precious things were placed in a wooden chest, which contained the gold leaves of the previous merchant, as well as a number of gold jewels. In the basket were some broken silver and copper coins, which were large in number, but far less valuable than the small box. These things were distributed to the other bandits, and the contents of the small packages enjoyed by their 3 leaders. The movement outside naturally alarmed the 3 of them, and they put down the food and drink in their hands, and ordered several bandits to start packing the looted things. Since this group of bandits are all lightly traveled, they are easy to carry when packed. Big boss, no. We are already surrounded. At this moment, one of the bandits stumbled over, covered in blood, and could not speak. Tell me, who's out there? The bandit, known as the Big Boss, grabbed the man's neck and said viciously. Yes, a bunch of beggars. But there are too many of them, and there are many masters among them, and the brothers can't stop them. Rice bucket. Isn't it just some stinky beggars? I thought they were officers and soldiers. They can't even stop them, so what's the use of you? The Big Boss shook it hard and threw the bandit aside. Ahaha, tiger. Today you can't escape. Just as the Big Boss threw the bandit aside, a loud laugh came. Before the laughter fell, several figures quickly rushed to this side. These people were also dressed as beggars, and although their clothes were tattered, they were very tattered. It's not a false proposition, tattered is true, and chic is also true. There are several pockets sewn regularly on the tattered clothes, and the appearance of the pockets is also very uniform, ranging from 1 to 3. This is the special uniform of the beggar elders, and the number of pockets represents the rank of the elders. A pocket is the lowest elder, and the higher the number of pockets, the higher the status of the elder in the beggar gang. Feng Shangyang. It turned out that it was you, the stinky Hanako, and the grandfather of the mountain tiger was going to slaughter your grandson today. The bandit boss looked at these beggars with a fierce expression on his face. Looking at this look, the Big Boss and these beggars have had a knot before. Mountain tiger, you are full of evil. Today our beggar gang is going to eliminate harm for the people. The elder of the beggar gang with 3 pockets on his body said, it seems that this person is Feng Shangyang. I crossed the mountain and tiger gods to block and kill gods, and the Buddha blocked and killed Buddhas. If you want to eliminate harm for the people, it depends on whether you have the ability. I let you escape last time, this time let's see where you can escape. Above. Since the 2 sides have a hostile relationship, it is useless to talk too much. Everything still depends on the victory and defeat of the fists and feet, and of course, the difference between life and death. There are a total of 6 people on the beggar gang side, and Feng Shangyang is the elder of the 3 bags, with the highest status, and of course the strongest strength. And he had a holiday with the mountain tiger, and the 2 of them directly faced each other when they started, and the strength of these 2 people was almost the same, and they couldn't tell the winner in a short time. The remaining 2 second bag elders faced the bandit 3 masters. Although this reckless man only made the 3rd position among the bandits, his strength was second only to that of the mountain tiger, and a large axe was danced by his hand, and this axe was so powerful that if it was touched by the axe, it would be smashed into a meatloaf. Fortunately, the kung fu of the 2 elders of the beggar gang is not weak, although they dare not fight with the axe of the 3 bandits, but they are better at flexible moves, but they can entangle the 3 bandits. The remaining 3 one-bag elders joined forces to besiege the second leader of the bandits, and the 2 sides were also evenly matched. Leng Feng hid on the roof on one side, taking in the fight scene below. He could see that although there were only 3 people on the bandits' side, they were not weaker than the 6 people on the beggars' side. In particular, the 3 bandit leaders are very fierce, and the 2 elders of the beggar gang are completely passive and beaten, and they don't dare to get close to each other's axes at all. If it weren't for the numerical advantage, these 6 would have been defeated. But even so, the 6 elders of the beggar gang did not panic. They did not seek no merit but no fault, and fought quite conservatively. It seems that the real purpose of these 6 people is not to take down the 3 bandit leaders immediately, but to entangle them. In this way, the 2 sides fought back and forth for dozens of rounds. Several figures stumbled towards this direction under the light of the firelight. Their bodies were covered in blood, and behind these people, a large group of people were chasing after him. In this meeting, the more than 100 bandits have been almost wiped out. Seeing that the tide was turning, the bandits began to flee. Seeing this situation, the spirit of the 6 beggar gang elders was suddenly shocked. They were waiting for this opportunity, and after all the bandits outside were eliminated, the 3 bandit leaders were besieged and could not escape. And this time, in order to deal with the mountain tiger and the others, not only 6 elders were dispatched, but also other masters. Naturally, the mountain tiger and others are not stupid, and when they see this situation, they know that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Second brother, third brother, you go quickly, I'll cut off the queen. The mountain tiger swung the long knife in his hand violently, forcing back Feng Shangyang, who was fighting with him. Taking advantage of this gap, he quickly approached the second and third masters of the bandits. Big brother, you go first, and my second brother and I will break off for you. Seeing this scene, the 3 leaders of the bandits were stunned, and the axe in his hand was wielded by him like a wheel. Big brother, you go quickly, here is me and the third brother dragging, it's too late to be late. The second leader of the bandits also brandished the big knife in his hand even more wildly, and he was moved by the words of the big boss, and only at this critical time can he see the truth. Since the eldest brother wants to sacrifice his life to protect them, they also want to be the queen of the eldest brother. Big brother, go quickly, here is my second brother, these people can't stop you. The 3 masters also shouted loudly. Both of them are power-type masters, and their combat power is very strong, but their minds are also relatively simple. Seeing that the big boss wanted to cover the retreat of the 2 of them, they were all enthusiastic, and they felt that following such a big brother was the right person. So the brother's righteousness immediately broke out, and he wanted to stick a knife in the brother's ribs. Okay, worthy of being my good brother of the mountain tiger. The mountain tiger said excitedly, in this way, the eldest brother will go first. The tiger grabbed the package containing the gold leaf, kicked his feet on the ground, and jumped towards the other end of Lotus Town like an arrow from a string. Although Leng Feng was lying on the roof on the side, he could hear the conversation between the 3 of them clearly. Originally thought that these 3 bandit leaders were really good brothers who shared honor and disgrace. But I didn't expect the turn to come so quickly, and this big boss is obviously the second master and the third master. As soon as the second and third masters saw the performance of the eldest brother, their expressions were also suddenly stunned. They always felt that something was wrong there, but before they had time to think about it, several elders of the beggar gang had already launched an attack on them. The target of the 3 bags elder Feng Shangyang is the mountain tiger, how can he escape easily? However, he didn't expect that the mountain tiger would play such a trick. It's such a time difference, and the tiger has rushed out far away. The head of the third leader of the bandits had not yet turned a corner at this time, and he was bent on blocking the enemy for the boss so that he could run quickly. So an axe slashed towards Feng Shangyang. Even if Feng Shangyang's martial arts were a head higher than the 3 bandits, he didn't dare to take his axe. The third master is a typical person who was sold and counted the money for others. However, after Feng Shangyang was forced away by the axe of the 3 bandits, he lost the figure of the mountain tiger in his eyes. The nickname of the mountain tiger is not in vain, and his light skills are very good. Seeing the figure of the mountain tiger disappearing into the night, and those beggar gang disciples were about to rush over, the second and third bandit leaders glanced at each other. After checking his eyes, he suddenly released a big move, and then turned around and ran. The 2 of them are also very funny. After they slashed at each other, they took out the weapons in their hands and smashed them towards their opponents. Taking advantage of the other party's dodging skills, he took a step and chased in the direction of the mountain tiger's escape. But unfortunately, they are destined to chase loneliness. Leng Feng was hiding in the dark, seeing that this wave of operations was a bit of a feeling of not being able to keep up with the rhythm for a while. These bandits were really fucking talents. But on second thought,
the second and third leaders of this bandit are also quite smart. Although the weapons in the hands of the two of them were powerful, carrying such a weapon when they ran away would definitely affect their speed. It seems that these two people are not very smart, but they are still a little smart.
Chase, don't let them run.
Feng Shangyang greeted and chased after him with several other elders. Just before the elders of the beggar gang left, Leng Feng had already quietly left the roof and chased in the direction of the mountain tiger's escape. This guy is really cunning. If Leng Feng hadn't been hiding on the roof, he wouldn't have seen him bewitch everyone present.
Just now, when he climbed over the wall, he didn't continue to flee in the same direction.
Instead, after a twist, he bypassed the beggars and fled from the direction that the beggars had attacked before.
The most dangerous place is the safest. Sure enough, it still makes sense.
The second and third leaders of the bandits thought that the big boss had fled in the original direction, but it became the opposite direction. The beggars who followed closely behind were also confused, so they all went in opposite directions.
If there was no Leng Feng, the mountain tiger would have really escaped this catastrophe. A bunch of idiots.
The mountain tiger thought proudly in his heart as he fled. In his opinion, the so-called brotherhood is bullshit, and brothers are used to block arrows at critical times. Love is far less important than one's own life. What is it if these people are folded here? As long as they have money in their hands, they can naturally easily pull out a group of people again. The mountain tiger patted his chest, where he had the confidence to make a comeback. After the two sides left here, the beggar gang also arrived, and the little beggar who had asked Leng Feng to invite him to eat chicken walked out of the crowd.
Young helper, what should I do with all this money?
Make a good count of the property looted by these bandits. We will take half of it and return the other half.
With so many beggar gang disciples dispatched, they also suffered casualties. Although I came here with the purpose of eliminating harm for the people, I can't skip eating, right?
If you take half of the money, you can at least return half of it, and it also protects the lives of the residents of the town.
This is far better than being robbed by bandits.
Taking half of the money is completely justified. After all, they are just beggars, not the government, and they are not obliged to do this. Presumably, those who have been bullied by bandits, or whose families have been killed by bandits, would rather take out the money again to thank them for avenging their hatred.
I'll leave these things to you, I'll go and see.
After giving these orders, the little beggar also followed in the direction that the 6 elders of the beggar gang had pursued. Although his strength is not good, he is not experienced enough in the rivers and lakes, and he is also confused by the tricks of the mountain tiger. At this time, the mountain tiger had escaped from the Lotus Town area and plunged into the woods on both sides. Not far from the woods were rolling hills, and as long as he ran into the middle of the forest, then it was safe. At this time, the mountain tiger was ecstatic and had a feeling of the rest of his life. Although he kills like hemp, he doesn't want to be killed, so many people rush over, and one person can drown him with a mouthful of spit. Feng Shangyang, remember this hatred of my mountain tiger. One day I will unscrew your brain generation as a nightpot. The mountain tiger said hatefully. Thinking that he has been a tiger for so many years, how could he have suffered such a big loss? All the men and horses under his command are folded here, not to mention, and he almost lost his life. And the right-hand man who finally managed to flicker, in order to cover his escape, may also be folded here. Of course, in the eyes of the tiger, it was not his fault.
If people don't do it for themselves, heaven and earth will be destroyed.
Brothers are like siblings, and they stick knives in their ribs. He admits that there is some truth in this sentence, but this truth is not applied to his tiger, but to others. Just when the mountain tiger was thinking like this in his heart, he had already plunged into the mountains and forests. The mountain tiger felt that he was a tiger returning to the mountain at this time, and no one could stand him anymore. Suddenly, his ears moved, and he heard a faint cracking of the spring. Although the mountain tiger had never heard such a sound, the hairs on his body suddenly stood up, and a feeling of extreme danger instantly surged up, and his subconscious body rushed to the side. However, even though the tiger reacted in a timely manner, although it dodged the vital part, it was still shot in the shoulder by a crossbow arrow. The intense pain made his body tremble, but the sense of crisis of the great powers made him bother to check the injuries. Continuing a twist, the body jumped to the other side. It's a pity that Leng Feng's crossbow arrow was fired nearly 100 meters away from the mountain tiger.
It just shot him in the shoulder and didn't hurt the vital point. Fortunately, the special repeater is very destructive, and after being shot at the target, it will make the target's wound bleed non-stop. Just after the body of the mountain tiger flashed to a big tree, the big tree he was leaning on was shot by a crossbow arrow again. Fortunately, the tree was thick enough to hold the tiger's body, otherwise the arrow would have seriously injured him, if not killing him. Burst. Who's secretly attacking me? Get out of here and have a fair fight with Grandpa. Cold sweat flowed from the tiger's forehead, and there was a sharp pain from the wound from the crossbow arrow. What frightened him the most was the secret murderous machine, because he couldn't find out who was plotting against him. What he did was a bloody trade on the head of a knife. What kind of danger he hadn't experienced. But this is the first time he has seen this kind of powerful secret weapon. The tiger has an intuition that this kind of secret weapon is a fatal threat to him, especially in this environment, and he may lose his life if he is not careful. In fact, the strength of the mountain tiger is still good, and he is the most powerful person Leng Feng has encountered so far. But no matter how high the martial arts are, he is afraid of kitchen knives, not to mention that the repeater in Leng Feng's hand is not a kitchen knife, but a life-seeking Hades post. Leng Feng didn't shoot again when he saw that the tiger hid behind a big tree, and he didn't expect the tiger to be so alert. He hid far behind along the way, just for fear of arousing the vigilance of the mountain tiger. It's not that Leng Feng doesn't dare to confront him head-on, but that will inevitably cause a lot of movement. With the strength of the mountain tiger, Leng Feng is not sure of defeating him. If you don't take advantage of it, you are a bastard. Without an absolute advantage, Leng Feng will not come out and fight hard with the tiger face to face. Jungle sniping, that is a necessary skill for special forces. Therefore, in such an environment, Leng Feng once again found the feeling of being a special soldier in his previous life. He stared at the big tree where the tiger was hiding, and slowly moved to one side. Since the mountain tiger wants to hide, let him hide. At this time, the mountain tiger was finally able to check the wound on his shoulder, and the crossbow arrow had already shot through his shoulder, and the tip of Sun Rant's arrow was exposed. The tip of the arrow is in the shape of a cross spiral, and it looks unusually sharp. The shape of this arrow tip is destined to make it impossible for the person who was hit by the arrow to pull out the arrow easily, otherwise it will cause a lot of secondary damage. The tail of the arrow is also cross-shaped, and it is quite troublesome to be shot by this kind of arrow. Not only does it hurt more, but it is also difficult to remove. Hold the tip of the arrow in one hand and aim the other hand at the exposed tip of the crossbow arrow. The tiger wanted to cut off the arrow first, and then deal with it. But the next moment, his face twisted in pain. The mountain tiger had miscalculated, and the special crossbow bolts were not the same as the ones he had usually seen. The knife not only did not cut off the arrow, but also shed a cap of blood from the wound. He couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt, and then he noticed that the crossbow bolt that hit his body was not ordinary. Cold Front's crossbow bolts are made of a special metal, which is not only extremely penetrating, but also exceptionally strong. Just as the mountain tiger was studying the crossbow arrows, Leng Feng had already lurked on the other side of the big tree, and had narrowed the distance by another 20 or 30 meters. Leng Feng raised his hand and aimed the crossbow bolt at the mountain tiger again. Although the mountain tiger was highly guarded against the hunters lurking in the shadows, he did not expect that his opponent was a special forces king from another era. In the era when Leng Feng lived, although the force value was not good, for all kinds of tactical research, it was far beyond this era. Especially for the hunting skills of special forces, it is definitely not comparable to people of this era. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 faint bursts of the air sounded in a row, each with an interval of only a few tenths of a second. When the tiger heard the sound, it was too late to react quickly. After all, although the speed of sound propagation is faster than the speed of crossbow arrows, at close range, the difference between the two sides is not too big. Moreover, the 3 crossbow arrows were going straight to the chest of the mountain tiger and the left and right sides of his body. No matter which way he dodged, he could not get rid of the attack of the crossbow arrows. What's more, in the dark, with the eye of a mountain tiger, you can't see the flight path of the crossbow arrow clearly. These 3 bolts have locked the tiger's retreat. In such a situation, unless the tiger has the ability to predict in advance, or he can see the direction of the 3 arrows. Unfortunately, neither of these abilities is available.
He simply relied on his instinctive perception of danger and threw himself towards a large tree on the other side. He reacted correctly and had good ideas. Dodged the first bolt to his chest, but the second bolt didn't. As the tiger was in the process of dodging, his body was a little taller, and the crossbow arrow that was originally aimed at his chest was shot into his abdomen. Although a shot in the abdomen will not kill you immediately, it can be regarded as a vital injury. With a plop, the mountain tiger fell to the ground. He covered his lower abdomen with his hands, and found that there was already a blood hole in his abdomen, faintly revealing the internal organs inside. The bolt pierced him directly in the abdomen, causing him massive damage. The mountain tiger is also a ruthless person. Knowing that he can't escape at this time, he directly gritted his teeth and tore off his shirt and tied his abdomen tightly. Then he held the long knife in his hand and put on a desperate look. All this was seen by Leng Feng, and he also knew the purpose of the mountain tiger. In fact, he could have hid there and continued to ambush, but after thinking about it, Leng Feng still wanted to fold the special repeater and put it in the bushes where he was hiding. The tiger had been badly wounded, and no one knew better than him what it would do if he was shot by a special repeater. If it is not treated in a timely and effective manner, with the loss of blood, the mountain tiger will soon lose its life due to excessive blood loss. According to his previous habits as a special soldier, he didn't have to pay attention to the mountain tiger at all, and when he died, it would be wisest to send him back to the west with a few more arrows. But after being reborn in this era, some of Leng Feng's thoughts changed, and he reached out and pulled out a dagger transformed from the Bai saber from his waist and walked out of his hiding place. The mountain tiger had a hideous look on his face, and he saw a black shadow appear more than 10 feet away from him. Although there was still a period of time before dawn at this time, he couldn't see the face of that figure clearly, but he could feel the powerful battle intent emanating from the other party's body. In the eyes of the tiger, this person can lock himself silently, and judging from the different directions of the two arrows before and after, the opponent's combat ability in the jungle should be quite strong. He didn't know when he had offended such a person, and there didn't seem to be such a person among the people he knew. Although the mountain tiger is a bandit, he is not a reckless man, and he knows that Leng Feng and Feng Shangyang before him are not in the same group. Otherwise, with the kind of crossbow arrows in the opponent's hand, if he dealt with him when he fought with Feng Shangyang and the others before, he would definitely hate him on the spot. He knew the power of the crossbow arrows. This is also where the mountain tiger feels puzzled, although he is ready to fight back to the death. But he didn't expect the other party to cooperate with him so much. If Leng Feng has been hiding in the dark and does not come out, he will not be able to see his opponent even if he is dead. Who the hell are you? The one who wants your life. Leng Feng didn't say much to Huashan Tiger. He wanted to find someone to test his combat effectiveness. It's good to come. As soon as the mountain tiger saw Leng Feng rushing towards him, he immediately shouted and met it with a horizontal knife. After all, the mountain tiger is a bandit, and he has a fierce energy in his bones. Was attacked by Leng Feng twice in a row before, and he felt very aggrieved. Now seeing Leng Feng take the initiative to jump up and fight him hand-to-hand, the ferocity of the mountain tiger was completely stimulated, and he decided in his heart that he would gnaw on the other party's 2 mouthfuls of flesh before he died. The knife of the mountain tiger condensed a lifetime's energy, and the long knife slashed towards Leng Feng as fast as lightning. However, when his sword fell, he realized that it had slashed into the air. The strength of the coaster is not weak, and if it is not injured, it is not under the cold front at all. But firstly, he was too seriously injured and his strength was discounted, and secondly, he miscalculated his opponent. Leng Feng did rush straight towards him, but just as he swung his knife and fell, Leng Feng's body folded in half at an extremely strange angle. Originally, he was a normal human being, but when the long knife of the mountain tiger slashed, his upper body disappeared strangely. This is the power of the 12 heavenly gods and demons forging divine skill, which can not only make the physical body of a cultivator extremely strong, but also can make many unbelievable movements. Leng Feng's upper body did not disappear strangely, but directly folded in half, but it did not affect his actions. His hands seemed to grow out of his crotch, and he held a saber and dagger through the belly of the mountain tiger. As a result, a larger blood hole appeared on the lower abdomen of the mountain tiger, and the intestines also flowed out. The tiger was indeed a ruthless man. He could feel the wound on his abdomen, but he didn't care about it at all, and slashed back with a backhand. At this time, Leng Feng's body had already slipped behind Gu Shanhu. Seeing the opponent's long knife cut down, he didn't dodge, and the dagger in his hand drew an arc and blocked the opponent's long knife. Daggers versus long knives seem unwise in the eyes of normal people. After all, this is tantamount to using their own shortcomings to carry the other party's strengths. However, the mountain tiger felt that his knife was being pulled by a strange force, and slashed to the other side. Leng Feng's knife used the move in Tai Chi, and this lead not only unloaded part of the opponent's strength, but also changed the direction of the opponent's move. However, Leng Feng could also feel that the strength of the mountain tiger was not weak, so he didn't spare the slightest bit when he shot. After unloading the opponent's knife, Leng Feng pounced on the other party. Originally the two were very close to each other, but now Leng Feng almost collided with the other party. Poof! After a single sound, the two quickly separated. The tiger dropped the long knife in his hand, covered his neck with both hands, and made a gurgling sound from his mouth. Just now, at the moment when the two sides made contact, the long knife of the mountain tiger had no time to return to defense, and his throat was cut open by the saber in Leng Feng's hand. This fatal injury immediately made the mountain tiger lose the ability to resist. In fact, with the strength of the mountain tiger, it should not be able to hold 3 moves in Leng Feng's hands. It can only be said that he has lost his square inch at this time, and Leng Feng's playing style is extremely weird, coupled with the fact that he was seriously injured before, which led to the current result. Leng Feng looked at the corpse of the tiger who had fallen to the ground, and there was no joy or sorrow in his eyes. In his previous life, when he was a special soldier, he had a lot of human lives on his hands, and in this era, human lives are even more worthless, not to mention that the other party is still a bandit who has done a lot of evil. Leng Feng looked at the package under the big tree, reached out and picked it up, and found 3 crossbow arrows from the surroundings. As for the crossbow arrow on the shoulder of the mountain tiger, it has been damaged by the mountain tiger's long knife. Although the crossbow arrow was no longer usable, Leng Feng still took it out, took it off and threw it into the grass in the distance. After looking at the corpse of the mountain tiger, Leng Feng bent down and searched out a small cloth bag from his chest. The small cloth bag is not big, only the size of a palm, and it can be hidden by the mountain tiger, which shows that this thing is very important. Leng Feng opened the cloth bag and found that it was a booklet, but it was not a martial arts cheat, but a fragmentary map. Many of these places are marked with red lines and red dots. Leng Feng didn't know where the mountain tiger got the map, and the information in this era was not smooth, so it was not easy to get such a detailed map. After taking a closer look, Leng Feng found that the maps on this booklet were all from the north and south of the river. Although he was unfamiliar with this era, the geographical location of this era was no different from the era in which he lived. You can still see what the places are, and most of these places are mainly mountains and forests. After thinking about it carefully, Leng Feng understood that this was the robbery map of the mountain tiger and others. Although they are rogue bandits, they are also organized. Those places that have been marked have been robbed by them, and the red dots and the marks have special meanings. Chances are, that's where they hide their valuables. Because Leng Feng saw on the map that Lotus Town was also circled, but there was no red, Leng Feng speculated that this red dot should mark some special places. Thinking of the treasure that the Gulf has collected this booklet, it is not only as simple as robbing the map, but also likely to be used as a place to record the treasure. After all, the tiger has been robbing all year round, and there must be a lot of wealth looted. There are still 3 caves in the Cunning Rabbit, not to mention the bandits such as the mountain tiger. Leng Feng already had a guess in his heart, but whether it was true or not still had to be verified. He didn't have the time now, and he would make plans after this trip to Jinkong Mansion was over. Leng Feng searched for an inaccessible ravine not far away and threw the body of the mountain tiger down. After doing all this, it didn't take long. Leng Feng returned with the package. In order not to attract attention, he did not bring the package back, but found a hidden place in the mountains and forests to bury the package. When Leng Feng sneaked back to Lotus Town again, he found that the streets were full of beggars, and the people who had been harmed by bandits had already taken to the streets. Many people brought out their own food to entertain these beggars, and those who had been plagued by bandits expressed their gratitude to these beggars. Although the beggars took half of the money, no one objected. After Leng Feng touched it back, he found that he didn't have to hide, because all the people had come out. He walked down the street in such a way that no one noticed him.
Young master, where did you go?
At this point, Chibo and Fluttershy run over in a panic. After the beggars eliminated the bandits, they had already notified everyone that they could come out, but anyone who was robbed by the bandits could go to the beggars to get back half of their property. At first, no one believed it, but after a few bold people appeared, the others rushed out. After all, being able to get half of the property back is a windfall. Chibo and Fluttershy also come out at this time, but they get anxious when they find out that Leng Feng is not in the room.
Hurriedly ran out to look for it, but after looking for a long time, he didn't find any trace of Leng Feng. Just when the two of them were in a hurry, they suddenly found that Leng Feng was wandering around in the crowd.
I heard that the bandits were beaten away, so I came out to take a look.
Leng Feng said.
Young master, you scared us to death. Fluttershy says. Young master, it's no better outside than at home, so you still have to be careful.
Chibo also said.
Worries you. I heard that I was able to get half of the money back, so I came over to see if it was true. Leng Feng knew that the two of them were indeed worried about him, so he diverted the topic. Sure enough, when Leng Feng says this, Fluttershy and Chibo then realize that they also have their silver stolen by the bandits. So Leng Feng and the three of them came to the crowd of beggars and reported the amount and characteristics of the silver they had been robbed. After checking with the beggars, half of them were recovered.
Divided in half.
Leng Feng felt that the people of the beggar gang were really interesting, but everyone could accept this kind of operation. After getting back half of his money, Leng Feng and Fluttershy go back to the inn. The corpses of the bandits in the inn had been disposed of, and the others had all received half of the money, and although they hadn't slept much all night, they were all preparing to leave here quickly. So no one paid attention to the three of Leng Feng, and Leng Feng was only robbed of a dozen taels of silver by bandits before. In the eyes of these businessmen, Leng Feng and the three were poor ghosts.
Young master, let's also prepare and leave at dawn.
Chibo said, good. Leng Feng also wanted to leave here, and now he finally saw the chaos of this era. Bandits are able to rob blatantly, and after such a long time, no one from the government has come to see what is going on. If it weren't for these beggar gang disciples, the bandits such as the mountain tigers would have been able to calmly retreat after the scourge here.
It seems that he will not be peaceful along the way.
It's hard to say whether the bandits can be encountered. He already knows that he is being targeted. The three people he killed before were obviously coming for him. But fortunately, there was a robbery by bandits, so that the three people were grouped into the bandit side, and did not arouse any suspicion.
Even the people behind these three killers did not expect to encounter bandits and robbery.
Therefore, when the Huang Ho master learned that his three subordinates had broken in Lotus Town, he smashed the case with an angry slap.
Damn!
Tigers, beggars! The Yellow Ho master was very angry, but he couldn't help it. The bandits of the mountain tiger were wiped out by the beggar gang, and the beggar gang was not something he could afford to provoke.
So even if he is angry, he has nowhere to go now.
The mountain tiger and the Huang Ho master still have a little friendship, and the two have cooperated before, although they are not friends, but they also have business contacts. In his opinion, the tigers will not attack their own people, only the people of the beggar gang may do it. However, he didn't dare to trouble the beggars, and he didn't take care of it, so he had to admit that he was a dumb loser. This can't be counted like this, we have to let Leng Er have some blood. Huang Tang Master is not a good stubble. In his opinion, this matter is caused by Second Master Leng, although the three people were sent by him to kidnap Leng Feng, but he also has to find Second Master Leng to ask for compensation. What's more, now that his person is dead, this is not a matter of no reward, so it is over, and Leng Er must be allowed to have some blood. Leng Feng didn't know that because he had killed those three killers, Hall Master Huan would go to his second uncle to extort money.
Similarly, Second Master Leng didn't know about it.
Therefore, when the Huang Hall Master found him, he was very angry. Obviously planning to borrow a knife to kill someone, why should he still be paid? And he also has to compensate the three people under the Huang Tang Master for settling in. This made Second Master Leng feel very angry, and felt that these people in the rivers and lakes were unreliable, but fortunately he had arranged his own manpower to intercept and kill Leng Feng. After the Huang Hall Master got the money from Second Master Leng, Second Master Leng had already dissociated himself from Huang Hall Master in this matter. However, Huang Tang is more greedy, although he agreed, how could he just give up? Although Leng Feng didn't know about this, he could also guess that the only people who would attack him were the second and third uncles. However, he didn't expect that Hall Master Huang would also deal with him.
This is not to blame Leng Feng. With Lang Dashao's previous style, he naturally won't pay attention to these.
Moreover, the purpose of the Huang Hall Master to deal with him was not to kill him directly, but to see if he could find out the so-called person behind him from his body. Hall Master Huang didn't wrong Leng Feng by doing this. This matter really had something to do with him, and this illusion that there was someone behind it was really created by himself. However, Leng Feng doesn't pay much attention to the two uncles now, and he already has some means of self-preservation. As soon as he has the status of the top of this selection test, the two uncles can't make a fuss on the bright side. Second, his current force value is not weak, and a master like the mountain tiger is no longer a threat to him. Next, the focus should be on how to continue to improve its own strength and develop its power. After today's encounter, Leng Feng found that his strength had reached the standard of breaking through the rivers and lakes in this era. Leng Feng's real combat power should be similar to that of the mountain tiger and the three bags elder Feng Shangyang of the beggar gang. However, if other means were used, Leng Feng could kill them in an instant. Sometimes killing people is not just about who has the highest strength. As for the four Zhoubai people he met before, Leng Feng felt that that person was not at the same level as the mountain tiger, and they could easily kill the mountain tiger. Leng Feng's next target to catch up with is Zhoubai's level. After packing his luggage, Leng Feng was also ready to leave Lotus Town. At this time, the sky had already brightened, and after the scourge of bandits, Lotus Town had become panicked. Although the bandits did not kill many people this time, the psychological impact on people was still great. Fortunately, the bandits were eliminated in time, otherwise they might not even have breakfast today. Fortunately, the loss of the inn was not large, and the shopkeeper and the guy were busy early in the morning. In addition to cooking for Leng Feng's guests, he also cooked a lot of food for those beggars to eat. Just as Leng Feng was having breakfast, the little beggar who asked him to invite him to eat chicken yesterday came again. However, Leng Feng was keenly aware of the smell of blood on his body, but thinking of what happened at night, Leng Feng didn't care too much. The battle between beggars and bandits prevailed, but it was not without losses. Whether the little beggar is a member of the beggar gang or not, it is normal for them to be involved in that environment. In Leng Feng's opinion, this little beggar was stained with the blood of bandits, and he was not killed by the bandits, which was a big fate. But what he didn't know was that the bandits in the inn were killed by the little beggars. Where is this stained with the blood of the bandits, but directly bloodletting the bandits? In fact, the smell of blood on the little beggar was not stained in the inn, it was after Leng Feng left, when the little beggar went to pursue the bandits' second and third masters. After the two of them lost their weapons, their speed was really much faster, and the 6 beggar elders behind them really couldn't catch up with them. Fortunately, the little beggar was fast enough, and after a pillar of incense, he had already surpassed 6 elders, and stopped the second and third masters of the bandits in front. The phrase of MokbhaiMJ chasing is still very reasonable, although the 2 bandits have lost their heavy weapons, they both have short knives on them. The little beggar also used a dagger, and the 3 of them met each other as soon as they met. In order to escape for their lives, the 2 of them are very fierce. As long as they are not hurting the vital point, they completely ignore it. Although the little beggar's skills are not bad, but under this kind of deadly fighting, he will not be able to win these 2 people for a while. And under their way of exchanging injuries for injuries, the little beggar was also slightly injured. In this way, he fled while fighting, and after nearly half a pillar of incense, the 3 bags of elder Feng Shangyang chased after him. With Feng Shangyang joining, the 2 bandit leaders were suppressed. It wasn't until all the beggar elders chased after them that the 2 of them saw that they were overwhelmed, and immediately threw away their weapons and surrendered. These 2 guys seem to be ruthless, but they are quick enough to admit intimidation. Compared to the mountain tigers, they are not real bandits. Let the 2 guys be tied up, and the little beggar will return to Lotus Town. By the time the others returned, everything had settled on the Lotus Town side. If he came back a little later, Leng Feng and the others would have already finished eating and left. "Good man, I'm hungry again." When the little beggar saw Leng Feng, he spoke directly. Hearing this, the corners of Leng Feng's mouth twitched, and this little beggar came up and sent him a good person card.
It seems that no matter what era it is, the good guy card is not so easy to receive. You're not going to eat chicken again today, are you? Leng Feng said. He didn't think the little beggar was annoying, but he thought the other party was very interesting. Therefore, Leng Feng secretly showed to Chai Bo, meaning that he deliberately pretended not to see it. No, no, as long as you can eat your stomach. The little beggar hurriedly waved his hand and said. Leng Feng looked left and right and found that the inn was already full of beggars. In order to thank the beggars, the innkeeper took out all the food and invited them to eat. Look! Leng Feng pointed around and said, today, the shopkeeper has a treat, you can let go of eating. This is also what Leng Feng finds interesting. Now the most popular thing in Lotus Town is beggars, and almost every family is entertaining beggars. Whether it is a beggar disciple or not, as long as he wears this beggar suit, there will be no starvation. As a traffic artery, Lotus Town is not a big place, but it is quite rich. This is also the reason why the bandits of the golfers are eyeing this place, a rich town, plus passing merchants. If you are lucky, you can definitely rob good things. As a result, as the tiger had hoped, they had indeed robbed the wealth here, but in the end they had lost their lives. Leng Feng had already heard some news from the mouths of those beggars who were eating at this time, and the two bandit leaders who had escaped before had been captured by them. Now it's tying up the abandoned guard in Lotus Town, but it's a pity that the bandit boss has run away. At this time, these beggars did not know that the mountain tiger did not flee in the direction they wanted at all, but went out from the other side. Of course, no one has found the carcass of the mountain tiger. After all, Leng Feng is from a special forces, and he will not leave a tail when dealing with this kind of thing. The ravine where the body was dumped was about 10 meters deep, steep around it, and it was rarely populated. The little beggar scratched his head to hide his embarrassment. He was a little too deep into the play to notice the situation here. However, his face was covered with dust, and he couldn't tell whether he was embarrassed or not. Good man, thanks to your reminder, otherwise I would be hungry again. The little beggar's brain teaser turned quickly, grabbed 2 steamed buns from the beggar table on the side, and turned around and sat down on Leng Feng's table. However, this made everyone think that his head seemed to be a little unbright. Leng Feng didn't care, anyway, he was going to leave here after eating. The little beggar was very comfortable this time, and did not ask for chicken or anything like that. After a while, everyone finished eating, and the food in this era is not very particular, as long as you can eat enough. Leng Feng didn't have any interest in staying and watching. The mountain tigers were all killed by him, and the second and third masters didn't have any oil and water on them, so Leng Feng didn't care about what to do with them. Cold front, and Fluttershy ride in an old carriage along a bumpy road. The experience of Lotus Town was a great gain for Leng Feng, which not only tested his combat effectiveness, but also gained an extra fortune. More importantly, he has a deeper understanding of the society of this era. Sure enough, it is a sign of the future of troubled times. Disasters from the sky, bandits are rampant, and swords and soldiers everywhere are the standard in troubled times. In today's world, almost all of these are accounted for. Well, it's not far from a complete collapse. The general trend of the world is nothing more than that it will be divided for a long time, and it will be divided for a long time. The end of the old era means the beginning of a new era. If you can't make a difference in this troubled world, then being a reborn person is equivalent to living to a dog. At this point, Leng Feng's belief in his heart is even more resolute, and he must break new ground in this troubled world. As soon as she got out of Lotus Town, the little girl had already recovered from the fright of the bandits. She saw that Leng Feng seemed to be thinking about something, and an inexplicable aura emanated from her body. This aura is something that Leng Dashao has never had before, and Fluttershy can't help but be attracted to her gaze. After a while, she found that Leng Feng ignored her, and her eyes lingered around Leng Feng. When she saw the leather bag in Leng Feng's hand, her attention began to focus on this thing. When she set off from Huashan Villa before, she found that Leng Feng had been carrying this thing with her, and she thought it was a strange thing that Leng Dashao got from somewhere. After all, Leng Dashao didn't do much like this before. Subconsciously, the little girl's hand reached out to the skin. I don't know if Leng Feng felt the little girl's gaze and movements, or if he came back from his thoughts, looked at the little girl's hand that had been placed on the skin bag and smiled. Young master, what is this? It's so heavy.
Fluttershy is already holding it in her hand, and she feels that the weight of the bag is not light.
Hee hee, this is the young master's new toy,
Leng Feng said with a smile. He's not worried about Fluttershy knowing the secrets of the special repeater, or about the danger she'll pose.
because the special repeater can be folded together after his transformation.
When folded, it looks like a strange box, and only when it is opened and assembled will it have a deterrent effect. After last night's actual combat test, Leng Feng found that the special repeater created in this era was no worse than that of his time. The power of this kind of repeater is very powerful, and it can allow a person who is not armed to kill some strong people in an instant. Sensing Fluttershy's curious appearance, Leng Feng decides to find an opportunity to train the little girl so that she can also master the use of this repeater. After all, in troubled times, only strong force can protect itself. Although the little girl doesn't have much strength, it is not the strength that controls the special repeater, but the feeling. After the improved design of the cold front, it does not take much force to charge the upper arrow. As long as you hold down the handle and pull it down, you can complete a launch preparation. The true power of a crossbow is the feeling of aiming and shooting, which is the biggest factor in determining whether or not you can kill an enemy. After all, no matter how powerful the bow and crossbow are, it's useless if you can't shoot the target. Fortunately, the crossbow bolt is not a firearm, and the recoil is negligible, making it a good practice for a novice like Fluttershy. However, when the little girl heard Leng Feng say that this was his new toy, she obviously lost interest. After all, before this, the little girl had also seen Leng Feng's toys.
Cold toys can definitely be considered quirky, but they are not practical at all.
The little girl is not a child now, so she naturally looks down on these things.
Hee hee, that's a good thing.
Seeing Fluttershy's appearance, Leng Feng knew what she was thinking, and said with a smile as he reached out and pulled the special repeater out of his skin, "What is this?"
Fluttershy asks in surprise at this strange look.
After all, this thing doesn't look beautiful at all, it looks cold, and she doesn't understand when she will like this style of thing with the young master's character. Her curiosity is piqued, and in Fluttershy's mind, all she liked before was things that seemed interesting.
Kakaka.
With a few crisp sounds in a row, Leng Feng's hands were like magic, and a special repeater that exuded a deep killing intent took shape in his hand. Looking at the strangely shaped bow and crossbow in Leng Feng's hand, Fluttershy's eyes widened and her mouth opened into an O shape. "Master, this is your new toy."
"How?" "Master, this toy is okay."
Leng Feng raised the repeater in his hand and said. Leng Feng fiddled with the crossbow arrow in his hand, quickly wound it and pulled the trigger, and the crossbow made a series of crashing sounds. However, Leng Feng was just shooting crossbow arrows in the air, and the arrow clips had been taken off by him, and no arrows were shot out at all. Even this stunned Fluttershy, and although the little girl didn't know anything about weapons, she also knew that the power of the crossbow should be not small. And from the young master's methods just now, it can be seen that this kind of crossbow arrow can also shoot quickly in bursts. She doesn't understand when the young master has this ability.
"How? Want to try it?"
Leng Feng said as he handed the bolt to Fluttershy. The little girl stretched out her hand and carefully took the crossbow arrow. After the crossbow arrow was in hand, he only felt a sinking in his hand, and subconsciously held the handle hard, so that the crossbow arrow was held smoothly in his hand.
She followed Leng Feng's example, and found it easy to press the bowstring of the crossbow arrow.
Then the trigger was pulled, and with a buzz sound, the bowstring of the crossbow made a slight trembling sound. Under normal circumstances, the sound of special repeaters is not so loud, mainly because there are no arrows on the bow and crossbow, and there will be this trembling sound when firing in the air. Fluttershy's hand shakes slightly, and no one else feels uncomfortable.
"Young master, if you load a crossbow arrow, can you shoot far?" Fluttershy asks excitedly with her crossbow bolt on her face. "It's not far," Leng Feng said.
Hearing Leng Feng's words, the little girl had a slight look of disappointment on her face. She was full of expectations that this was a big baby. But after listening to the young master's words, it seems that this thing is really a toy.
"It's very far away."
Leng Feng was actually deliberately teasing the little girl, and he wanted to laugh when he saw the little girl's appearance.
"Young master, you said yes, it's true."
Fluttershy doesn't care if Leng Feng is teasing her, and when she hears the second half of Leng Feng's words, her face shows hope again. Just as Leng Feng is about to take out his crossbow arrows and show Fluttershy a demonstration, Chai Bo, who is setting up the carriage, suddenly stops the carriage. "You little beggar, why did you still follow?" Chai Bo's voice came from outside. It turned out that this section of the road was not easy to walk, and Chai Bo did not sit in the carriage to catch the car, but came down and walked to lead the horse. The roads of this era are like this, and in many places the road vehicles walk very slowly. This still belongs to Yangguan Avenue, and if it is a deserted place, vehicles will not be able to pass at all. They hadn't gone far from Lotus Town when Chai Bo spotted the little beggar on the side of the road. This little beggar was the one who asked Leng Feng to invite him to eat chicken when he was in Lotus Town before, and for some reason, he actually ran in front of Leng Feng's carriage. However, on such roads, it is not surprising that human legs can run faster than horse-drawn carriages. So, Chai Bo just thought that the little beggar followed them for a long-term meal ticket. This is not to say how clever the little beggar's hiding ability is, but that Leng Feng and the three of them didn't think about other aspects at all. Hearing Chai Bo's voice, Leng Feng also put away the crossbow arrow and quickly folded it. This magic-like trick makes Fluttershy's eyes shine. Cold Front smiles at Fluttershy and tosses her bolts. "You play slowly." As soon as Leng Feng got out of the carriage, he saw the little beggar squatting on the side of the road, still the familiar formula. His face was dusty, and his clothes were like nets. However, although the little beggar looked dirty, he did not have the strange smell of a beggar. From this point of view, this little beggar is still a sophisticated beggar. This is also the reason why Leng Feng doesn't dislike him. After all, no one likes to stay with a person who is covered in dirt and has a strange smell. "Good man, I didn't expect to meet you here." The little beggar immediately smiled when he saw Leng Feng get out of the car. This mouth, showing 2 rows of white teeth, looks really happy. "Young master, ignore him, be careful of being entangled by him." Chai Bo looked at the little beggar with a vigilant face, grabbed Leng Feng and whispered. In Chai Bo's opinion, it is better not to provoke such little beggars, because they are really pestering. Leng Feng is going to Jiankang Mansion to propose marriage. Once this little beggar is entangled, not to mention the delay, the impact will not be good. "Don't worry, I know it." Leng Feng smiled at Chai Bo and said in the same low voice. When Chai Bo saw Leng Feng like this, he had no choice but to remind, "Don't give him anything anymore." In Chai Bo's opinion, the reason why the little beggar followed them was to get some food from them. If they don't give the little beggar something, then they will naturally leave after being disappointed. "Say it. Why are you following us?" Leng Feng took a few steps forward and came to the little beggar and asked. At this time, Leng Feng had already realized that this was definitely not a chance encounter, and this little beggar was clearly following them. Leng Feng was really careless before. He didn't notice the difference between this little beggar, he just thought he was very interesting. But now that I think about it, I don't think it's normal. Think about it, if a beggar doesn't have a little smell on his body, can he still be called a beggar? The little beggar's face is very dirty, and the clothes on his body are very torn, but this kind of dirt and tattered looks so fresh and refined, which is very unscientific. Then there is only one explanation, that is, there is an element of deliberate such an element in his behavior and dress. So why does he keep following him? Leng Feng won't believe that this is a chance encounter. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? The little beggar saw Leng Feng's expression, his eyes purred, and he said pitifully, "Follow the good people to have meat to eat." The little beggar didn't say anything like those coincidences. After all, this kind of words sounded too much water, and it was easier for people to accept honestly telling their purposes. Follow yourself to have meat to eat. These words made Leng Feng's heart wonder if this little beggar was the same as him, and he also crossed over from that era. This reminded him of a movie he had watched a long time ago called Wuji, in which there was a classic dialogue. The snowpiercer who could turn back time by running once said this when he decided to become a slave of the great general. "Tell me what you're going to do? It's okay to eat meat, but you have to prove that you can eat meat," Leng Feng said. He now feels that this little beggar is not simple. Leng Dashao is not a person who has never seen the world. He invited a beggar to visit the Qinglu back then. And back then, he also used a chicken leg to exchange a martial arts cheats from an old beggar. It can be said that Leng Dashao and the beggar are still very faithful. Although the little beggar was well hidden, Leng Feng could also feel a very vague aura on him.
This breath is not simple, even if you can't suppress it.
But fortunately, he didn't feel a trace of malice from the little beggar. This is also the reason why Leng Feng talked to him so much. Firstly, he felt that this little beggar was indeed very interesting, and secondly, he did not feel unfavorable to him from the little beggar. Whether it was the powerful divine soul perception ability formed after crossing over, or the exercises he cultivated, his senses were different from ordinary people. Whether a person is hostile to himself or not, he can't hide it from Leng Feng at all. Although his strength is not the strongest, Leng Feng is confident that even if he is a person who can kill him in one move, as long as he is hostile to him, he will not be able to escape his perception.
So, is this little beggar that strong?
For Leng Feng, there is no need to verify it at all.
If you are really that strong, you don't need to act with him, you can easily crush him.
The little beggar didn't expect that Leng Feng would think so much just in an instant. Although he is not simple, he is still a little more tender mentally than Leng Feng.
I eat, sleep, and tease,
the little beggar said very seriously. As soon as these words came out, Leng Feng felt that this little beggar had crossed over from his world. What this guy said was more like a time traveler than him.
Eat, sleep, tease. Isn't this Nina a stock from a previous life?
Seeing that Leng Feng's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light, the little beggar somehow suddenly felt that Leng Feng's body exuded a palpitating aura. Originally, he didn't regard Leng Feng as a powerful character, and the reason why he followed Leng Feng was because Leng Feng was the first person to invite him to dinner, although he didn't lack that meal. This time, he took the lead in exterminating the mountain tigers. The tiger is erratic, and it is difficult to catch him. In order to wait for the mountain tiger, he has been guarding the Lotus town for more than 10 days.
Although he wiped out all the tiger's men, he didn't capture the leader of the tiger, and it couldn't be said that the operation was a success. Although the little beggar is the leader of the beggar gang, no one dares to say that he can't do this, and even praises him for doing a good job. However, in the eyes of the little beggar, the mountain tiger is the real big fish. Now the big fish are not hit, and it is very boring to catch a net of small fish and shrimp. And at this time, he found an interesting person, and he could feel the difference between Leng Feng and the others. In Leng Feng's eyes, beggars seem to be no different from normal people. There is no contempt or pity, but a real equality. In Leng Feng's eyes, this little beggar is very interesting, and in the eyes of the little beggar, Leng Feng is also very interesting. So, two interesting people meet again. Tease.
The little beggar suddenly screamed.
Squeak.
A scream rang out, and a small monkey emerged from the bushes on the side of the road. The little beggar pulled out a small whip from his waist, and with a wave of his hand, the whip sounded a crisp sound in the air.
As soon as the little monkey saw the whip sound, he immediately flipped his head in the air.
As the whip in the little beggar's hand continued to explode, the little monkey also made a lot of movements.
Is this a monkey trick? Fluttershy gets out of the carriage as well. Monkey, sort of. Leng Feng didn't know what it was. Smack!
With a crisp pop, the little beggar's whip slashed in a beautiful arc in the air, and he reinserted it into his waist. The little monkey also followed the sound, and a nimble somersault landed on the little beggar's shoulder.
This is teasing?
Leng Feng saw that the little beggar had finished his work, and immediately asked.
His name is Tease, a very smart monkey. I play different wets and he can do a lot of things.
The little beggar reached out and stroked the smooth fur of the little monkey. The corners of Leng Feng's mouth twitched, and the worry in his heart also settled. It seemed that he was thinking too much. How could there be such a traversal person in this world?
It's so cute, can I touch him?
Fluttershy doesn't think much of it, but looks at the little monkey on the beggar's shoulder, and her eyes light up. Looking at Fluttershy's excited face, Leng Feng can now understand those who had pets in his previous life. This little monkey is indeed very cute, and his size is much smaller than that of ordinary monkeys, and he looks about the size of a domestic cat. The fur on the whole body is golden yellow, and there is not a single stray hair. Leng Feng also saw that this little monkey might be a variant of the golden snub-nosed monkey. Trained by the little beggar, he grimacks at Fluttershy when he looks at him with a blank eye. This doesn't scare Fluttershy, but it makes the girl giggle.
That's good, Chai Bo takes him with him, and there is a helper on the way. Leng Feng said.
In fact, he also wanted to see what the origin of this beggar was, as long as he was not sent by his two uncles to deal with him. Under the influence of the four of Zhou Bai before, Leng Feng regarded this trip to Jiankang Mansion as an experience, and it was not a bad thing for him to be able to meet some people on the way. So, on the next road, Leng Feng's team had one more person and a monkey. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Leng Feng would have felt that he was about to catch up with the story of Tang Seng and his apprentice learning scriptures from the West. However, Leng Feng found that in the history of this era, there was no story about Tang monks and apprentices learning scriptures from the West. I don't know if Lao Wu hasn't written a novel yet, or if there is no Wu Chenjin in this era. In this era, rushing is a very boring thing, and having a little beggar and a little monkey adds a little fun along the way. Fluttershy, like Cold Front, doesn't dislike the little beggar, but becomes good friends with him. Similarly, Fluttershy gets her wish to touch the little monkey, and the little monkey gets acquainted with Fluttershy and often jumps on her shoulder. As for the Cold Front, the little monkey has been in a free state. Hurrying during the day and resting at night, Leng Feng did not give up practicing the two divine skills. However, due to Leng Feng's special cultivation skills, as long as Leng Feng is unwilling, others will not be able to discover the secret of his cultivation. However, with the addition of the little beggar, Leng Feng did not take out the repeater again. It seems that teaching Fluttershy to control the bolts will have to be put off for a while, as Leng Feng doesn't want anyone else to know about the bolts. Since the little beggar joined their team, there have been no incidents of bandits and robberies similar to those in Lotus Town along the way, but it is not too calm, and Leng Feng has attracted another wave of assassinations by killers. But this time he didn't make a move, but the little beggar quietly dealt with the person in secret. The little beggar thought that what he was doing was very secretive, but he didn't know that his every move had been secretly watched by Leng Feng. Witnessing the whole process of the little beggar's move, Leng Feng had already thought that when he was in Lotus Town before, the bandits on the second floor of the inn were dealt with by the little beggar. Because the way the little beggar dealt with these killers was the same as the way the bandits died when their throats were cut. The reason why the little beggar was able to spot several killers before Leng Feng was not because his perception was higher than Leng Feng's, but because of the credit of his little monkey called teasing. Tease not only does it turn its heels, but it also has other skills. Most of the time, the little monkeys run out to play on their own. But no matter how Leng Feng and they rushed, the little monkey would always come out of nowhere to catch up with them. And this little monkey is very human, it seems to be playing, but all the changes around him can't hide his perception. Those killers were very cautious, at least much more careful than the three under Huangtang in Lotus Town last time. The day after Leng Feng and the others left Lotus Town, these killers had already followed. However, they all followed from a distance at first, and when Leng Feng and them were far away from Lotus Town, they slowly followed. At first, no one noticed that there were killers following, because these killers only followed from a distance for miles, and did not reveal any strong murderous intent. And because of the distance, with Leng Feng's powerful perception ability, he didn't find anything wrong. If it weren't for the discovery of the little beggar's anomaly, he wouldn't have known that he had been targeted. These killers were also unlucky, even when they were dying, they didn't figure out how they were exposed. Unexpectedly, it was only a small monkey that had exposed their whereabouts, and they had seen this little monkey before, and even one of them suggested that this monkey be caught and roasted monkey brains to eat. These killers were arranged by Leng Feng's second uncle to deal with Leng Feng, but he didn't expect to be solved by the little beggar without Leng Feng making a move at all. The little beggar thought that Leng Feng was just an ordinary scholar, so he stepped in to help him resolve the danger. But he didn't know that all his actions had been seen through by Leng Feng. Of course, it is precisely because of this that Leng Feng has completely lost his vigilance against the little beggar. Leng Feng knew that with his current situation, except for the second and third uncles, who had murderous intentions against him, others would not take him seriously at all. The little beggar approached him, and as long as it was not related to the two uncles, he would not want to harm him. Then there is only one explanation, and the aura of his protagonist plays a role. Or rather, it was just a chance encounter. This is how people communicate, perhaps because of a one-eye meeting in the crowd, or because of a meal like Leng Feng. Since the little beggar helped Leng Feng solve the killer, the remaining few days were very peaceful. 3 days later, an old carriage appeared outside the city gate of Jiankang Mansion. It was a strange combination, driven by an old man and a little beggar with a small monkey with golden hair squatting on his shoulder. The little beggar was still dusty and his clothes shabby, but his eyes were very energetic. In fact, along the way, Leng Feng did not let the little beggar wash his face. However, the little beggar said that this was a sign of a beggar and could not be washed off. According to the little beggar, he was a beggar family, and the dust on his face was made of special herbs to repel mosquitoes and wild beasts. It's a drug, it's not really dust, and it nourishes the skin when applied over a long period of time. In short, this is not something that can be washed away easily. When Leng Feng heard him say this, he didn't mention it again. After all, this thing is applied to the face, but it only covers the face of the face, but there is no peculiar smell. And Leng Feng also observed carefully, and it was really like what the little beggar said, there were really no mosquitoes around the little beggar on this road. Leng Feng thinks this is a good thing, although it is not good looking, but it is very practical. In this era, there are not as many chemical anthelmintics as there are in later generations, even chemical anthelmintic drugs, and they do not have this effect. Leng Feng was a special soldier in his previous life, and he knew the effect of this herb very well. With this stuff, it will definitely be of great help to the military. However, this is the little beggar's secret. If he doesn't take the initiative to say it, Leng Feng won't ask now. After all, Leng Feng is not the kind of person who will do anything to achieve his goals, although he can sometimes be ruthless, but he also has his own bottom line. The little beggar didn't think about harming him, and he helped him more than once. Leng Feng naturally wouldn't be that kind of ruthless and unrighteous person. Of course, if it really comes to the time when this thing is urgently needed, Leng Feng will not pretend to be high. After paying the entrance fee, Leng Feng and the others entered Jiankong Mansion. The scale of Jiankong Mansion is many times larger than that of Linjiang City, and the two are not at the same level at all. It was Leng Feng who came from the 21st century, and he was also shocked by the walls of Jiankong Mansion. The tall city walls were more than 10 meters high, and the roads in the city were wide enough to accommodate 4 or 5 carriages in parallel. Of course, this kind of road can't be compared with the road at the time of Leng Feng, but in this era, it is already very imposing. Just when Leng Feng and the others were looking around in the city of Jiankong Mansion, some things were happening about him in the mansion of Second Master Leng in Linjiang City and the mansion of the Supreme Governor of Jiankong Mansion. Leng Yiri's face was pale, and the face of Leng Sanya opposite was also not good looking. The two of them sat opposite each other and hadn't spoken for a long time. Next to the two of them, there was a man who stood with his eyebrows down for a long time, his forehead already oozing with sweat. I have raised you for 10 years, and your whole family is counting on you to live. Now when you need to be used, it is so useless at the critical moment. Second Master Leng said with a gloomy face. You say, what's the use of me raising you? Second Master Leng added another sentence ruthlessly. Cold sweat was dripping on the man's forehead, but he didn't dare to wipe it with his hands. He knew how ruthless Second Master Leng was. They are all thugs secretly raised by Second Master Leng, and people like them specialize in shady work. In order to control them, the life and death of these people's families are in the hands of Leng Yiri. As long as these people dare to betray or dissatisfy Leng Yiri, the first to suffer is their family. It was our mistake. I didn't expect that little beggar next to Leng Feng to be a master. Mistakes, do you know how much this one mistake cost me? Lost such a good opportunity, and also lost several brothers. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. No matter what method you use, if my good nephew can return to Linjiang City safe and sound, then there is no need for you to exist. Yes, please rest assured, this time I will personally attack with the poisonous wolf. It seems that the killers who were killed by the little beggar before were not the strongest people under Second Master Leng. The reason why Leng Yiri was so angry was not because he lost a few thugs, but because he thought that he had missed the best opportunity to solve Leng Feng. Second Master Leng is an old fox, and he understands the truth of long nights and dreams. And he had a bad feeling. Leng Feng was now getting more and more impenetrable to him, and there was a sign of getting out of his control. Have you found out what Leng Feng was doing in Jiankong Mansion? Second Master Leng asked. Regarding the relationship between Leng De Rich and Huang Mingli back then, very few people knew about it. Even Leng's second master and Leng third master didn't know about it. After all, not long after the rich man made his fortune, the two of them were just helping in the store. Moreover, Huang Mingli was a down-and-out scholar back then, and his encounter with the rich man Leng was also on the road outside. That is, Chai Bo and Leng Li knew about the relationship between the two, and the others did not know. I don't know yet, but based on his whereabouts, it can be inferred that the destination of Leng Feng's trip is Jiankang Mansion. Not all the people sent out by Second Master Leng were killers, and a few of them were just responsible for tracking Leng Feng, because Second Master Leng also wanted to know what Leng Feng was doing when he went out this time.
Second brother, didn't Leng Feng get the top spot before?
Presumably, this time I went to Jiankang Mansion to pave the way into Beijing, and I want to make a difference through the relationship between the adults of Shuedo.
Leng San said.
Second Master Leng pondered for a moment when he heard this, and said, "The third brother's words are not unreasonable. My sister-in-law is also extraordinary, so she naturally understands the key to this, and this is the only way they can turn over."
Leng Feng went to Jiankang Mansion this time, and there is only this possibility.
Second Master Leng's analysis is very reasonable, but it is a pity that he doesn't know the relationship between Leng De Rich and Huang Mingli, and the more he thinks about it, the bigger the difference.
But can my sister-in-law come up with anything good? Those masters of Jiankang Mansion are not comparable to Linjiang City, and ordinary things can't get into their eyes.
And this time there are a lot of people who face the saint, although Leng Feng has become the top of Linjiang City, but Linjiang City is nothing in the entire Jiankang Dao. Although Leng San's brain is not as good as Leng Eri's, he is not a good person, and he is also a calculating person. It's hard to say. I heard that Leng Feng's article has been submitted by Master Shuedo. If it is really favored by some big people, we are really passive. At that time, even if Leng Feng can't come up with a tale of silver, someone will win him over. Second Master Leng still sees the problem more deeply than Third Master Leng and knows that Leng Feng's advantage is not as simple as it seems on the surface. I'm curious, wasn't that kid Leng Feng a waste before? How could he write such a splendid article? Leng Sanya expressed the doubts that had plagued him for a long time, and he had thought about this question for many days, but unfortunately he had not come up with a reason.
That's what I'm curious about.
But now is not the time to dwell on this. We can't control things that have become a foregone conclusion, but we can nip in the bud things that have not become a foregone conclusion. Although Second Master Leng was also very curious about Leng Feng's changes, he was a person who would do whatever it took to achieve his goals, and everything else seemed trivial to him. Of course, the bigger reason is that he doesn't think Leng Feng has such a great talent, and there may be another reason behind it this time. However, no matter what the reason is, it can't change his plan to control the Leng family's industry in his own hands.
Only after experiencing it can people understand the preciousness of it.
Over the years, Second Master Leng has enjoyed the pleasure of having wealth, and let him go back to the old days. Although he has no worries about food and clothing, he no longer has the ability to control huge amounts of property and control the fate of others.
This situation, in the opinion of Second Master Leng, must not occur. This time, no matter what, we can't let Leng Feng come back alive.
In addition to killing the dark, you also need to use your brains more, and sometimes you don't have to use force to solve things.
Second Master Leng said to the man.
The reason why Second Master Leng was dissatisfied was that he felt that the deaths of those people were too worthless. The reason why this thing failed was that those people were too careless and didn't use their brains seriously. The bandits who robbed Lotus Town were all wiped out by the beggar gang, and through the news found afterwards, although they did not find out which masters the beggar gang dispatched this time, they knew the strength of the mountain tiger. The mountain tiger is very famous in this area, and the government has sent troops to chase him down many times, but they have not succeeded. Was able to destroy the bandits of the mountain tigers, so it can be seen that there should be many masters among the people who came out of the beggar gang this time. Although Second Master Leng didn't know how Leng Feng got involved with the beggars, for those who only valued the results, he thought that the people he sent out were too rigid. Knowing that there are beggars by Leng Feng's side, and still thinking about intercepting and killing them, there are obviously many means available. Why not use the stupidest way to solve the problem? After sending away his subordinates, Leng Second Master and Leng Third Master also left the house, and the two of them came to a remote courtyard in Linjiang City. This is the base camp of the Huang Hall Master. Although the Second Master Leng knows that cooperating with the Huang Hall Master is tantamount to seeking the skin of the tiger, but in order to solve Leng Feng, they are also willing to pay the corresponding price. An hour later, Second Master Leng and Third Master Leng left the base camp of the Yellow Hall Master. In the city of Jiankang Mansion, Leng Feng and the four of them found an inn and put the carriage and luggage in the inn. Chaibo packed a few gifts in a wooden box and walked towards the yamen of Jiankong Mansion with Leng Feng. In addition to the gifts, there was also a wedding letter, which was packed by Leng Feng in a delicate small wooden box. Although he didn't look at the importance of this marriage contract, he still had to do the superficial article. With Leng Feng's battle, it is a bit shabby to say, after all, Huang Mingli is a dignified third-grade official. The prefect of Jiankong Mansion was also an important member of the Southern Song Dynasty. Under normal circumstances, the general prefect is also a consipin, but the Jiankong Mansion is different. It is the capital of the Southern Song Dynasty.
Moreover, in terms of the pattern of today's Southern Song Dynasty court, the appointment and dismissal of officials is relatively chaotic, and the prefect of Sanpin is not just a Jiankong Mansion.
If it is a normal visit, these gifts can also be said to be in the past, but if it is the first time to come to the door, it will be a little shabby. However, Leng Feng's expectations are not too high. He is not a person of this era, and he does not value this kind of marriage contract. In his time, not to mention a marriage contract, it was common to get married and divorced. Today Leng Feng is going to meet the legendary doll kiss. Even if he is a human being in 2 lives, Leng Feng has never experienced this kind of thing. It would be a lie to say that there is no expectation in the heart. In the previous life, many novels have described this kind of bridge, and most of the protagonists are looked down upon by the other party because of their low status. Then the protagonist rises strongly, counterattacks all the way, and finally slaps his face. Although this kind of cool text is very enjoyable to watch, Leng Feng doesn't want this kind of bridge to happen to him. After all, acne grows on other people's faces, and it is innocuous to themselves.
Once things happen to you, no one finds it easy to accept.
Leng Feng is not a saint, so naturally he can't handle it calmly. However, what Leng Feng didn't know was that someone had visited Huang Mingli before he entered Jiankong Mansion. This person is Huang Mingli's colleague, who was originally an idle post of a doctor in the imperial court, and is considered an official of the 4th grade. Now he has been sent to Jiankong Mansion to associate Huang Mingli in charge of government affairs, and has just been in office for less than a month. Although Huang Mingli is slightly higher in terms of official position, this person's backstage is harder, and he is Yang Chenggong, the younger brother of Yang Hongtai, a scholar in the cabinet of the Southern Song Dynasty. And the reason why Huang Mingli was able to achieve the position of the prefect of Jiankong Mansion was that the big man behind it was the official secretary, and the official secretary and the cabinet scholar Yang Hongtai were of the same faction. Moreover, this time, Yang Chenggong became the counselor of Jiankong Mansion, which was to replace Huang Mingli soon after. Huang Mingli will be transferred to the imperial court this time, and he will become a member of the imperial court of Zhang Sanpin. From the 3rd grade to the 3rd grade, although it seems that there is only a word difference, this threshold is difficult to cross, and many officials cannot take this step in their lifetime. It can be seen that Huang Mingli is still operating very well above the officialdom. Yang Chenggong took over Huang Mingli's position, and everyone has already tacitly understood this. As long as the saint completes the talent selection, Huang Mingli can enter Beijing to work. Yang Chenggong has a son named Yang Kong, who is exactly 18 years old this year, and came to Jiankong Mansion with his father Yang Chenggong. When he first saw Huang Mingli's daughter Huang Shishir, he was attracted by her peerless appearance and unique temperament, and he had urged his father Yang Chenggong to come to the door many times to ask for marriage. Just now, their father and son left the Yellow Mansion. Today, Yang Chenggong's father and son have prepared a formal greeting post, prepared enough etiquette, and went to Huangfu to express the meaning of proposing. Although Huang Mingli knew that his daughter had a marriage contract before, over the years, this matter had gradually been forgotten by him. Especially in recent years, after the disappearance of the rich man Leng, the 2 families of Huang Leng have completely broken off contact. Of course, the reason why Huang Mingli broke off his relationship with the Leng family was not only the disappearance of the rich man Leng Di, but also related to the things that Leng Dashao had done. After all, as the supreme governor of Jiankong Mansion, it is still easy to investigate the news of a person. What Leng Dashao has done since he was a child has been thoroughly investigated by Huang Mingli. How could he let his daughter marry such a waste who does not learn and has no skills? When the rich man Leng and Huang Mingli made a marriage contract, although Huang Mingli was a man, he fled from the lost territory in the north. Except for one person, there was no official position, and there were not a few people like Huang Mingli at that time, and even many officials fled to the south. At that time, the rich man Leng already had a lot of financial resources, Huang Mingli came to thank the rich man Leng for saving and helping, and on the other hand, he also took a fancy to the financial resources of the rich man Leng. Later, with the financial support of the rich man Leng, he slowly got into the relationship with the imperial court, and the official became bigger and bigger. However, not many people know about the relationship between Huang Mingli and the rich man Leng, because Huang Mingli only lived in Linjiang City for a period of time. During that time, Linjiang City was very chaotic, and there were many people who fled from the north, and the rich man Leng helped a lot of people during that time, and he didn't notice Huang Mingli. Moreover, Huang Mingli was very low-key in Linjiang City at that time, did not associate with anyone, and left Linjiang City after the situation stabilized a little. Therefore, no one in Linjiang City knows the relationship between the Leng family and Huang Mingli. Of course, this is also the result of the Leng rich man deliberately keeping a low profile. Later, after Huang Mingli became an official, some of the interactions between the two were also private. The rich man Leng is also a legend in Linjiang City, and no one can tell when he made his fortune, as if he had been out for a while when he was young. Later, after returning to Linjiang City, he rose all the way, and his business became bigger and bigger. There are also rumors in the outside world that the industry of the rich man is not limited to Linjiang City, but also has industries in other places. Only the rich man Leng knows about those industries, and even the second and third masters of Leng don't know how many industries the rich man Leng has. However, with the disappearance of the rich man Leng, these have become a mystery. In fact, second master Leng and third master Leng also investigated the matter, but they were unable to find valuable clues. And they forced Leng Feng's family for this reason. I want to see the reaction of Leng Li and others. However, judging from Leng Li's performance over the years, they can be sure that Leng Li does not know about Leng Li's industrial situation. The relationship between the rich man Leng and Huang Mingli is very secret, especially after the disappearance of the rich man Leng. The relationship between the two families has been broken. So when Yang Chenggong came to propose marriage with his son, Huang Mingli did not refuse, but allowed him to think about it again on the grounds that the little girl was still young. However, he also reassured Yang Chenggong's father and son, saying that after he was transferred to the capital, Yang Chenggong could officially come to the door to propose. I have to say that after all these years of officialdom training, Huang Mingli is no longer the down-and-out scholar he was back then. He has mastered the routines in officialdom and knows how to use all conditions to increase his bargaining chips. Yang Chenggong is also a veteran of officialdom, so he can naturally hear the meaning of Huang Mingli's words.
Huang Mingli wanted to use the relationship behind him to make his entry into Beijing more smooth.
Everyone understands people, and this matter is naturally easy to discuss, and finally the young father and son left the Huang mansion with a smile on their faces. Almost as soon as the young father and son left, Leng Feng came to the door of the Huang mansion. Huang Mingli, as the supreme governor of Jiankang Mansion, his mansions are all official residences, which are actually the backyard of the yamen. Although this mansion is not Huang Mingli's private property, and it will be handed over to the next prefect after leaving office, it is a symbol of status after all. In the entire Jiankang Mansion, no matter how rich others are, they can't surpass here in terms of building scale. This is the characteristic of the times, and the hierarchy of Shinong industry and commerce is not just a joke. Prime Minister's slave 7 rank officials, although this is a bit exaggerated, the meaning is obvious. If you want to see these dignitaries, you must get these porters. However, money can make ghosts grind, which is a golden rule in any era, and Leng Feng naturally understands these truths. Even though he didn't have much gold or silver in his hand, he still generously took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to the porter. Therefore, he didn't suffer any trouble. The evil slave and deception in the story did not appear, and the porter was very enthusiastic and handed Leng Feng's greeting sticker in. When Huang Mingli saw the worship sticker, his face showed surprise, and then he smiled to himself and said, "Sure enough, it is not a coincidence that the book is not written. The front foot of the Yang family and the son have just left, and the Leng family child has come to the door on the back foot. Master, those two are waiting outside the door. If you don't see them, I'll drive them away." As soon as the porter saw Huang Mingli's expression, he knew that Leng Feng and the others had little weight in Huang Mingli's eyes. The concierge of the prefect's house is not something that ordinary people can do, at least this bit of eyesight is still necessary. "No, you call him in," Huang Mingli said. When the porter heard this, he hurriedly retreated. This concierge is also a human spirit. Huang Mingli said that he called Leng Feng in, not please, which shows that his previous judgment was right, and the weight of those two people in the prefect's master is really not heavy. If it weren't for Leng Feng's generous move, the porter would definitely have to make it difficult for Leng Feng.
2. Please come with me, our master told you to go in.
After saying hello, the porter led Leng Feng into the courtyard of the Huang family's mansion. As for Chai Bo, since Huang Mingli did not confess, he naturally couldn't come in. The gift brought by Leng Feng was also carried by the porter and walked in together. Huang Mingli's mansion is an official residence. Compared with some private gardens, there are not so many delicate features in the architecture, but the layout is more grandiose. In the main hall of the Huang family's mansion, Leng Feng met Huang Mingli. The reason why Huang Mingli met Leng Feng here was not because he valued Leng Feng so much, but because the young father and son had only left for a short time, and Huang Mingli was too lazy to change places. The reason why he wanted to meet Leng Feng was because Leng Feng was the son of an old man, and the more important reason was that he wanted to take this opportunity to completely end the family business back then. After all, in Huang Mingli's view, the Leng family is not right with the Huang family now. If Leng Feng's father is still there, with Leng Da's rich man's ability and financial resources, Huang Mingli will also consider this family matter carefully. However, now the Leng family and the Yang family are compared, just like fireflies and Haoyue, there is no comparison at all.
And in Huang Mingli's opinion, if he admits this family business, then he will inevitably offend the Yang family.
Although his transfer to the capital will not change because he offends Yang Qinggong's father and son, but with the forces behind Yang Chenggong, once he has a bad relationship with him, then even if he is transferred to Kyoto, the road to officialdom will not be so easy.
This is the reality, and the so-called promise and contract are nothing at all.
Of course, Huang Mingli, as an important member of the imperial court, still cares a lot about his reputation. The reason why he wanted to meet Leng Feng was to deal with this matter thoroughly and leave no handle. The best way is to be able to make the Leng family recognize the reality and willingly dissolve the marriage. With Huang Mingli's status, it is very easy to investigate the current situation of the Leng family. The reason why he didn't help the Leng family solve the problem of property competition over the years was also here. He wanted to use this as a condition to let the Leng family take the initiative to give up the marriage contract of the year. If Huang Mingli really wanted to help the Leng family, with his current ability, it would not be difficult for the Leng Feng family to get back their own property. Therefore, people will change. Don't think about looking at the present with the eyes of the past. What the years have changed is not only the face, but also the heart that I can't figure out when I see it. And since ancient times, people have liked the icing on the cake, and there are very few that can really give charcoal in the snow. For this point, Leng Feng saw it very clearly, and when he walked into the Huangfu compound, he had already understood Huang Mingli's thoughts. After all, the porter only said that the Lord told them to go in, not that he invited them in. Although it's only a word difference, the doorway here is very big. The porter could hear the meaning of Huang Mingli's words, and Leng Feng could also hear the meaning of Huang Mingli from the porter's words. Huang Mingli is a middle-aged man in his 40s and 50s, although he is wearing civilian clothes, he reveals a majestic momentum all over his body. This is the official authority formed by the people who have been in the top position for a long time. At the same time, Huang Mingli was also looking at Leng Feng. Under this scrutiny, he couldn't help frowning. It's not that he is dissatisfied with Leng Feng, but the Leng Feng that Huang Mingli sees now seems to be different from the Leng Feng in his impression. Although Huang Mingli had never seen Leng Feng before, he had a lot of news about Leng Feng in his hands. To be able to climb from the 7th rank county order to the 3rd grade within the 13th or 14th time, to be precise, it will be the important members of the court who are the 3rd rank soon, and Huang Mingli's eyesight is naturally needless to say. Over the years, he has read countless people and seen many young talents, including noble sons who came out of poor families, and handsome people. But at this time, the temperament shown by Leng Feng is definitely not weaker than those people, whether it is from Leng Feng's figure and behavior at this time, or the momentum that is revealed, he does not look like the legendary young master. Although Leng Feng has just crossed into this world for less than a month, he is now the same as the previous Leng Deshao. At this time, his aura was lofty, and his eyebrows were full of heroism. Even when he went to that station, his body was tall and generous. Just when Huang Mingli and Leng Feng's eyes intertwined, the porter who led Leng Feng in bowed down and said, "Master, the guest has been brought."
Huang Mingli didn't speak, waved his hand, and the porter turned to leave.
Leng Feng hurriedly stepped forward and made a junior salute. Little nephew Leng Feng meets Uncle Huang. At this time, Leng Feng's etiquette and words were very particular. First of all, he did the junior ceremony, and did not pay a big salute because Huang Mingli was the prefect of Jiankang Mansion.
Instead, he saluted as a junior to see an elder, which was to let Huang Mingli know that he Leng Feng was the son of an old man, and this old man had a life-saving grace for him. Secondly, the purpose of verbally referring to each other as nephew and uncle is to further determine the identity relationship between the two parties. At the same time, he also expressed an attitude to Huang Mingli. Leng Feng did not come to Huang Mingli's identity as a prefect.
Sure enough, after hearing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Huang Mingli's mouth. "Ha, you are Leng Feng's nephew, time flies so fast, you are so old in a blink of an eye, I think you were just an infant baby when I first saw you." It's the little nephew who doesn't know the etiquette, and he hasn't seen his uncle all these years. Thinking that in some time, the little nephew will be crowned, and now that the father is not there, the little nephew came to see his uncle, and implored his uncle to witness the little nephew and the little nephew. In this era, after a man is crowned, he can ask an elder with status to express his name.
However, Huang Mingli frowned.
Of course, he knew what the table word meant, and with his status, there were not a few people who begged him to watch the word. And for him, the table word is not a big deal. The reason why he frowned was not this, but that he thought of the marriage contract from Leng Feng's words. After all, the original marriage contract stated that he could come to the door to propose marriage in the year of Leng Feng's crowning. What does Leng Feng mean by saying this now? Is it to remind him to fulfill his original marriage contract? Brother Leng suffered an accident, and this government also deeply regrets it. Now that the nephew has reached the year of the crown, and he is a talent, I think Brother Leng will be very pleased if he knows it. As for the words, that's all easy to say. Although Huang Mingli was already prepared in his heart, after all, Father Leng had been kind to him, and the dignity he deserved should still be preserved. What Leng Feng said now is reasonable, and it does not involve the bottom line in his heart, so he will naturally talk to Leng Feng with good words. As a member of the imperial court, Huang Mingli is still incorruptible, although he is keen on officialdom, but he also has some political achievements. The image created by Huang Mingli to the outside world is that he is a good official who does things for the people and has a clean breeze on his sleeves. Otherwise, with Leng Feng's 10 taels of silver, he wouldn't have seen Huang Mingli at all. Under normal circumstances, a Chiping County master, if it is a common person who has no power, it is difficult for you to see it. The reason why Huang Mingli was able to chat calmly with Leng Feng was also due to this reason. After all, officials who achieved his status were very fond of feathers. So the little nephew thanked the uncle. I don't know when the virtuous nephew will be crowned, and now the mansion is old, and I can't remember the birthday of the virtuous nephew. But don't worry, your uncle must take it to heart, and if there are any difficult things, talk to your uncle. Here in Jiankang Mansion, my uncle still has some ability.
Huang Mingli pretended to be concerned, and at the same time used the excuse of forgetting Leng Feng's birthday to imply that the marriage contract should also be forgotten.
This is equivalent to warning Leng Feng, and Huang Mingli can help Leng Feng in other things. If Leng Feng is smart enough, he will naturally know how to choose next. Uncle said with a smile, "You are not old at all. Now is the year of the dragon spirit and the tiger, even if you are not old in another 30 or 50 years. Of course, Leng Feng could understand the meaning of Huang Mingli's words, but he still praised Huang Mingli first. In fact, as soon as he entered the Huang family's mansion, it was already clear that Huang Mingli was not ready to admit the paper marriage contract back then. However, Huang Mingli is not like the villains in those cool articles. Although he is shrewd, he is not overbearing, and he does not disdain Leng Feng. There are still 2 months and 20 days before the little nephew will be crowned, and the matter of the table is annoying Uncle Lao. The little nephew is here to meet his uncle, and he really needs other things.
Leng Feng said.
Oh.
It just so happens that I also have something to talk to my nephew.
This time, Huang Mingli didn't let Leng Feng continue, but directly led the topic to the right thing. In Huang Mingli's view, this matter must be mentioned by him, and the initiative can be in his hands. Once Leng Feng speaks to death, then unless he uses his power to suppress people, or deals with Leng Feng.
Although both methods can solve the problem, they are not good solutions in his opinion.
After all, Father Leng had saved his life, and Huang Mingli had not been black to the extent of revenge.
Uncle, please speak. In fact, Leng Feng already knew what Huang Mingli was going to say, but he pretended not to know, and showed that you are an elder and I respect you. This made Leng Feng feel that talking to people like Huang Mingli was more tiring than fighting with those killers. The key is to be tired, because every word the other person says has a deep meaning, and people must not only be able to understand the meaning of the other person's words, but also be able to say words that also have deep meaning. That is, Leng Feng has the experience of his previous life, so he will not fall into disadvantage in the dialogue with Huang Mingli. The two Huangling families were engaged to the marriage contract back then, and presumably the virtuous nephew came here for this reason. Huang Mingli said, but did not give Leng Feng a chance to answer, but continued. My uncle also agrees with this marriage contract, but the situation is different now. First, the little female poet has already worshipped Qingzhou University bachelor's degree, and her talent has been praised by the university scholar, and she is expected to become the second female university scholar after Qingzhou University. If there is a marriage contract, it will definitely affect his future. The second is that the little girl and her teacher disagree with the marriage contract of the year, and hope that the future husband should be chosen by the little girl herself. Of course, this is also the fault of the house, and the little girls have spoiled me, and some of them are arrogant. But please also be able to understand, after all, we are not ordinary people, and the little girl is not an ordinary woman. While Huang Mingli was talking, he was also observing Leng Feng's reaction. Although he understood that what he said sounded good, the meaning was also obvious, that is, he was unwilling to admit the marriage contract. And also said the current gap between the two sides in terms of status and status, although the words are good, but the thing is still the same thing. This matter is put on a normal person, even if Huang Mingli uses the power of the third-grade officials to suppress people, making people dare to be angry and dare not speak, but the emotions must be stimulated. However, Leng Feng's reaction was completely unexpected by Huang Mingli, and he saw that Leng Feng still maintained his original expression, as if what Huang Mingli said was someone else's business. This feeling gave Huang Mingli the illusion of punching cotton. In fact, Huang Mingli really guessed correctly, Leng Feng was really eating melons. After all, he was not really Lang Dashao. And the real purpose of his coming this time was not for the marriage contract, but for something else. Of course, his heart was not as unmoved as Huang Mingli saw. At this time, Leng Feng's heart was sighing. Sure enough, the rivers and lakes are not only fighting and killing, but also more human accidents. Leng Feng only had a little unhappiness in his heart, but this unhappiness was completely hidden by him. Since they are all old foxes, let's have fun and chat. Uncle said very much. The little nephew didn't know about it back then, it was all an agreement between my father and you. Now that my father is gone, then this marriage contract will be handed over to my uncle, and everything will be subject to my uncle's will. After listening to what Huang Mingli said, Leng Feng calmly took out a small wooden bag from his arms and handed it to Huang Mingli with both hands. Huang Mingli was embarrassed at this time. It was not that he felt embarrassed, people who could be important members of the 3 grades already didn't know what embarrassment was. He just felt that there was something wrong with Leng Feng's way of dealing with things, not to mention that Leng Feng was just a child who had not yet been crowned. Even a person of his age, if he encountered this kind of thing, he would not be able to hold his breath. He thought of many possibilities, but he didn't think of it. Seeing that Huang Mingli was stunned, Leng Feng took another step forward and handed the wooden box in his hand directly to his hand. This is equivalent to Leng Feng directly stuffing the marriage contract into Huang Mingli's hands, which made Huang Mingli come back to his senses. Huang Mingli only reacted in an instant, feeling that he couldn't lose his temper in front of Leng Feng, and wasn't this situation exactly what he thought? Leng Feng was able to make this choice, and it seems that he is also a smart person, which saves a lot of trouble. Of course, after Huang Mingli came back, he seemed much calmer. Whether Leng Feng is smart or confused, it doesn't matter to him. If Leng Feng is smart, after understanding what he means, he wants to exchange it for his help in this way. Huang Mingli thought that he had seen through Leng Feng's thoughts, and at the same time felt that Leng Feng was not an unlearned and unskilled young man as rumored. After a round of dialogue, Huang Mingli also admired Leng Feng a little at this time, a young man who had not yet been crowned. He knew how to judge the situation so well. And when dealing with problems, you can calm down and not form your mood into color. A young man with this level of cultivation, Huang Mingli has never seen it. It's a pity that even this can't change Huang Mingli's mind.
After all, in his opinion, Leng Feng is, no matter how unusual he is, after all, he is just the son of a businessman, and he is still a dilapidated family facing the loss of his property. And he is about to become a member of the third rank of the dynasty. Even if his daughter can't get married, at least she must be the right person. Compared with the young family, Leng Feng's cleverness is not significant. After all, no matter how smart an ordinary person is, he can't compare with a wealthy family gate valve. However, Huang Mingli didn't know Leng Feng's true identity, but some of what he thought was correct. Leng Feng did have this kind of thought, and after knowing Huang Mingli's intentions, his approach was indeed the wisest. Knowing that you can't do it, although you may be happy for a while, it will not only help, but also bring trouble to yourself. Leng Feng's purpose in going to Jiankang Mansion this time was not to propose, but to get help from Huang Mingli under the pretext of proposing. Some people may say that Leng Feng's actions are not in line with the routine of slapping his face. But from beginning to end, Leng Feng never had the idea of slapping his face. In this respect, Leng Feng's handling of the matter is similar to refined egoism. However, this is not the main reason. The main thing is that Leng Feng is the person who crossed over. He is not Leng Daxiao before. If Leng Daxiao was here at this time, it will definitely not be such a scene. Therefore, Leng Feng is exchanging other things for the chips he wants. As a time-traveling person, and also a special forces soldier king who has experienced countless lives and deaths, Leng Feng is different from the protagonists in those cool plots. He is much more rational in handling things. The so-called "don't bully young people to be poor," 10 years in the east and west of the river, this is just what most people want. In this era, you and those dignitaries and dignitaries shouted not to bully the poor young man. Maybe people will pinch you to death as soon as they stretch out their hands. Okay, Uncle Nephew's heart has accepted it. Huang Mingli was in a good mood at this time, and even his title changed, and he was no longer from his own mansion. The main reason is that his worst fears have been solved, and Leng Feng behaves so well with his heart. In fact, Huang Mingli still has some thoughts of old feelings, and this kind of thing can be solved amicably. With his ability, if he puts pressure on the Leng family, I believe that this matter will also be resolved. However, how can Leng Feng handle it so sensibly, so that if this matter gets out, it will not hurt his reputation? Doesn't the virtuous nephew have something to say? If there is any difficulty, even if you open your mouth, while your uncle is still sitting in the position of the prefect, you still have some ability. Thank you, uncle. After my father disappeared, my two uncles bullied my nephew for being young and unworldly, and only a few women were left in the family, and the rest of the united clan forcibly took over the property. Later, on the grounds of poor management, the family's source of income was cut off, and we were forced to go to the countryside. According to the original agreement, after the little nephew is crowned, the family property will be returned to the little nephew. But the little nephew knew that they would not return the property willingly, and would even secretly disadvantage the little nephew. Therefore, I am willing to ask my uncle to help my little nephew for the sake of my father's affection. In fact, Huang Mingli knows all these things. He also planned to use this matter as an exchange condition to make Leng Feng take the initiative to give up the marriage contract of the year. Unexpectedly, Leng Feng was so upright and took the initiative to return the marriage certificate to him. What Leng Feng said now is not a big deal at all in Huang Mingli's opinion. After all, this is not to help Leng Feng seek to seize other people's industries, but to take back Leng Feng's own industries. In this matter, Leng Feng is on the side of justice, and he only needs to take advantage of the situation to solve this matter. And here's the thing. Huang Mingli pretended not to know. Virtuous nephew, this is your fault. Why didn't you explain this matter to your uncle earlier? Rest assured, my uncle will seek justice for you in this matter. However, in order not to fall into the tongue, this matter will be done according to your agreement back then, and on the day you are crowned, I will personally go to Linjiang to end this matter. Huang Mingli said. Regarding Leng Feng's request to crown the table, Huang Mingli had agreed before, and he also calculated the time. At the time of Leng Feng's crowning, it was also the time when he went to Beijing to take up his post, and he happened to pass through Linjiang City on the trip. These two things can be done together, and there is no need to delay him much time at all. That little nephew thanked my uncle for this. There's no need to do this. After all, your father is gone, and I'm also your elder. Huang Mingli held his long beard and said with a smile.
In this way, I'll fix a book first, you can hand it over to Lin Shengen, the commander of Linjiang County, and if you have any problems before that, you can solve it with him first. Although Huang Mingli did not tell Leng Feng that he was going to be transferred to Kyoto, he also told him that he would pass through Linjiang City after a while, and he just did what Leng Feng wanted. In this way, it is equivalent to reassuring Leng Feng. After all, he is now the prefect, and Linjiang City is also his jurisdiction, and a letter from a Chiping County commander to see him will naturally solve the problem for Leng Feng. Of course, Huang Mingli will not tell outsiders about his relationship with Leng Feng. Through some communication with Leng Feng, Huang Mingli also knew that the Leng family had not told outsiders about the marriage contract between the two families that year. In this way, no one knew that Huang Mingli was going to dissolve the marriage contract. Moreover, Leng Feng came to see him this time, and Huang Mingli didn't want more people to know about his relationship with the Leng family. After all, some of the businesses that Leng's father did back then could not withstand investigation, and others did not know some of the key points, but Huang Mingli was very clear. The Southern Song Dynasty had a period of strict control over this, and the ban on trade between the North and the South is still in place. However, due to the situation, almost no one pays attention to this decree now. Because the profits are huge, some capable people want a piece of the pie. When Huang Mingli was not the prefect, he was in charge of the border fortress, and if businessmen wanted to pass through the north and south, it was a must to pass through. The rich man Leng is able to get unimpeded under his nose, and his role in this is very great. And the reason why Huang Mingli was able to rise to prominence is also inseparable from the financial support of the rich man Leng. Later, just in time for the disappearance of the rich man Leng, and Huang Mingli's official also became the prefect of Jiankang Mansion, Huang Mingli also took this opportunity to cut off contact with the Leng family. Because in his opinion, this is the best opportunity to clear his name, and it will not be easy for his political enemies to seize his handle in this regard. And only the two of them know about him and the rich man Leng, and every time they meet, the two meet in private. Now that the rich man Leng has disappeared, he is the only one who knows about it. Therefore, Huang Mingli helped Leng Feng solve the problem sincerely. Otherwise, with the planning of second Master Leng and third Master Leng over the years, they would have secretly used various means to transfer the Leng family's industry to their names. Of course, these are all secrets. Not only Leng Feng's family doesn't know about it, but even Leng Feng's two uncles don't know either. Leng Feng's two uncles have not done anything to transfer the Leng family's property to their names, but every time they go to do it, no matter what method they use, they have never succeeded. And the government's reasons are also very sufficient, because the names of those industries are all Leng de rich lords, and even many of them are under the name of Leng Feng. This is also a cause of the psychological imbalance of the two uncles. In their opinion, they help the eldest brother to take care of the industry, but their eldest brother does not give him anything. And Leng Feng is because he is the son of the eldest brother, he doesn't do anything all day, he only knows that he can own this huge industry when he is a loser young master. So from that time on, they were psychologically unbalanced. However, there is no way for them to be unbalanced, because at that time, the Leng rich man was still there, and with the influence of the cold rich man, no one would listen to them. It was only after the news of the disappearance of the rich man Leng in the north came that their minds became active, so there was a series of later operations. Now as long as they wait until Leng Feng dies, they can have a reason to transfer the Leng family's property to their own name. As for why they waited until now to do it, this is not to say that the two uncles thought about family affection, but that they had to use Leng Feng's name to do something before. Now they have almost done what they should have done, and seeing that Leng Feng is about to reach the age of crowning, it has reached the point where he has to do it. Leng Feng and Huang Mingli chatted for a while before they said goodbye. After Leng Feng left, Huang Mingli sat in place for a while, and then reached out to open the wooden box that Leng Feng brought. Took out a yellowed piece of paper from inside, which was the same paper marriage contract he signed with Leng's father back then. After looking at it twice, he had intended to destroy the marriage contract, but after a slight pause, he put it into the wooden na. Then his eyes fell on another large wooden box, which was a salute sent by Leng Feng. Although Huang Mingli has regarded people as a clean official over the years, he is not short of money. And the Qing official's favorite is also those antique calligraphy and paintings, because these things represent a style in the eyes of reading. Although they are also very valuable, people will not associate it with the smell of copper. Interesting. The things in this world are true and false, false and real,
and what you see with your own eyes may not be true, let alone hearsay. After Huang Mingli saw a few items in the wooden box, he said to himself,
Huang San.
After Huang Mingli muttered to himself, he took a sip of the teacup, and slowly spit out 2 words in his mouth, sir. After Leng Feng left, a voice suddenly came from the living room where Huang Mingli was already alone. As the voice fell, a mediocre-looking middle-aged man appeared behind Huang Mingli.
Go check on Leng Feng's situation. Mind you, I don't want someone else to say it, but what it is.
Huang Mingli said to the man behind him. As an important member of the imperial court, Huang Mingli also has his own hidden forces. This man named Huang San is the person hidden in the shadows by Huang Mingli's side. Huang Mingli felt that the previous information about Leng Feng was wrong, and the Leng Feng he saw today was completely different from what was described in the intelligence. In fact, Huang Mingli's investigation of the information about Leng Feng is correct, but it was what Leng Daxiao did in the past, and it has nothing to do with Leng Feng now.
Moreover, the news about Leng Feng in Huang Mingli's hand was still a month ago, and he didn't know that Leng Feng had already achieved the top spot in Linjiang City, nor did he know that Leng Feng had made a comment on Qin in the test. The song that spread to Jiankang Mansion on the moonlit night of the Spring River has become a classic sought after by everyone on the banks of the Qinhuai River, but Huang Mingli didn't know that this poem was written by Leng Feng.
Of course, I won't know that Leng Feng also plagiarized. Not long after Huang Mingli arranged for someone to investigate Leng Feng, a middle-aged woman walked over. Although this woman is middle-aged, her face is still beautiful, and a unique charm of a woman appears to have a unique temperament. Master, I heard that the father and son of the Young family came to the house today. The woman had just come back from outside, and she was not in the house when the young father and son and Leng Feng were there before.
Madam is back.
As soon as Huang Mingli saw this woman, he immediately responded with a smile. It turned out that this woman was Huang Mingli's wife, and she was also the eldest lady. Huang Mingli has a total of 3 wives, and this eldest lady married Huang Mingli when he was a poor scholar. The eldest lady's maiden family was a squire, and Huang Mingli was just a poor talent in the countryside at that time. Huang Mingli's father-in-law saw that he was very talented, so he married his daughter to him. After the two got married, Mrs. was also very fond of Huang Mingli's talent, and the husband and wife respected each other very affectionately. Later, Huang Mingli also used facts to prove his excellence, and in the 2nd year of starting a family, he was promoted. However, when the war broke out, Huang Mingli had just been appointed by the imperial court to be an official in the north, and before he even officially took office, the territory in the north was lost. If it weren't for their fast running, it was very likely that they would have lost their lives. It was at that time that Huang Mingli's family met Ling the rich man on the way to escape. And the one who was married to Leng Feng was the child in the belly of the eldest lady. Today, Scherer and I went to pray for the old man's incense, and just after I came back, I heard that the young father and son came to the house with many gifts.
The last time they came over, the purpose was already obvious. Is this the next dowry today?
Mrs. Huang was already a little dissatisfied with what she said. She and Huang Mingli had different ideas. Although she also knew that young Chenggong had a strong background, and if the two families got married, it would be helpful for her husband's career, but she only had such a daughter. Since her daughter didn't like the young master of the Young family, she was naturally not interested in the young father and son who beat her daughter's idea. Mrs. Huang is a woman after all, and she is also the kind of woman who is knowledgeable. She hasn't been touched by Mrs. Guan's habits over the years, and she is still the same as back then. But this is only for her own family, and she is still the prefect's wife to the outside.
Huang Mingli also understood his wife's thoughts, and he said, I didn't agree, but I didn't refuse either.
After all, marrying the Young family can be regarded as our high climbing, and a family like the Young family can be worthy of poetry. Then I don't care, unless Scherer agrees, don't force him.
Mrs. Huang said.
By the way, don't forget, Scherer still has a marriage contract. If it wasn't for Brother Leng who saved us back then, how could we have the glory and wealth of our family now? Since you said that Brother Leng's son is a waste young master who is unlearned and unskilled, and is not a good match for Scherer, I agree that you want to dissolve the marriage contract, but you also have to give someone an explanation. When Huang Mingli and his wife fled that year, they were rescued by the rich man Leng, and Mrs. Huang experienced the whole process. Although the two families don't have much contact, she is still very grateful to the rich man Leng Di. That is, I later heard that Leng Dashao is a young master who does not learn and has no skills, and their daughter Huang Shishir will be a talented girl who can compare with Qingzhou in the future. In addition, now that Huang Mingli is about to become a member of the third rank of the imperial court, the Leng family only has some meager property left, and she is reluctant to marry her daughter to a waste like Leng Dashao. Therefore, Huang Mingli and Mrs. Huang have the same opinion on the marriage contract with the Leng family back then, and they will not recognize the marriage contract. However, Mrs. Huang is more emotional than Huang Mingli. She felt that even if she didn't recognize the marriage contract back then, her own attitude would be better. After all, if there was no Leng Di rich man to help back then, their family might not be alive today.
Madam, don't worry, I know this.
What do you see this is? Huang Mingli said with a faint smile. At the same time, he handed the small wooden box that he had just put away to Mrs. Huang. Mrs. Huang took the wooden box, opened it, and found that it was a yellowed piece of paper, and immediately opened the paper in her heart. At this glance, the expression on his face instantly became wonderful.
What's going on?
Madame Huang asked in a slightly surprised voice. She is not stupid. Looking at the wooden box that her husband handed her just now, it was clearly placed on the table before. At the moment when the young father and son had just left, such a thing suddenly appeared. No wonder Mrs. Huang had other ideas.
Madam, you would never have imagined how this came about. Huang Mingli did not answer Mrs. Huang's question, but asked rhetorically. How did it come about? It couldn't have fallen from the sky.
Mrs. Huang glanced at Huang Mingli and said. When Huang Mingli saw Madame's expression, he immediately laughed and said, Madame is really smart, this is really equivalent to falling from the sky. So Huang Mingli told Leng Feng what he had been here before, and Mrs. Huang also felt incredible after hearing it. She had also learned about Leng Dashao's personality through the information Huang Mingli had obtained before.
But now listening to what her husband said in person, it seems that Leng Dashao is not as unbearable as the rumors.
Madam, rest assured, this matter is now over. No matter what kind of person he is, it doesn't matter to us anymore. At most, it's for the sake of the old man and help him in other aspects.
Huang Mingli said. That's all it can be.
That kid is so sensible, you must help him get back Brother Leng's property.
I already have a plan for this. We are going to the capital in a while, and we happen to pass by Linjiang City, and I will help him solve the matter by the way. Well, I haven't been to Linjiang City for many years, so I happened to go there to see it.
After Huang Mingli and his wife chatted about Leng Feng in the front yard for a while, Mrs. Huang came to the backyard, where the Huang family's daughters lived. Under the garden gazebo, a young girl stands tall. As the book of poetry says, the hands are like soft, the skin is like clotted fat, the collar is like a grub, the teeth are like a rhinoceros, the head of the mantis is like a moth eyebrows, the smile is clever, and the eyes are beautiful. On her body, there is not a single flaw to be found. In addition to her beautiful face, she also has a fairy-like temperament. She is Huang Shishir, Leng Feng's fiancée who is married. However, Leng Feng has not seen Huang Shishir, and it seems that women in this era are like that. At least he has not seen any particularly beautiful women in Linjiang City. If Leng Feng had seen Huang Shishir, he might not have willingly handed over the marriage contract. After all, it is every man's dream to wake up on the knees of a drunken beauty to take charge of the world. There is no man in the world who does not love beauty, unless the man's orientation or physical problems are there. Although Huang Shishir is the same year as Leng Feng, her body has grown due to her excellent living conditions. In addition, she has the blessing of her reputation as a talented woman, and she is recognized as a goddess among the children of many powerful people. This is also the reason why Yang Kong was fascinated by Huang Shishir after seeing it for the first time. Although those powerful disciples in the past also admired Huang Shishir, because Huang Mingli was the highest official of Jiankang Mansion, most of those people's family backgrounds were not as good as the Huang family. Even if they have a bad idea of Huang Shishir, they can just think about it. However, Yang Kong is different. His uncle is a scholar of the cabinet of the dynasty, and he is a dignified first-class member. The Southern Song Dynasty was dominated by civil officials, who in turn headed the cabinet. The cabinet is composed of the first assistant, and there are 3 scholars under him who serve as cabinet elders, and then there are a number of officials from various ministries.
Each of the three elders of the cabinet is a person of great power. This is also the reason why Huang Mingli had to take it seriously when the young father and son came to the Huang family to propose. Who sees the first moon on the riverside? When does the river moon shine? At the beginning of the year? Life is infinite from generation to generation, and Jiangyu is only similar every year. Spring, river, flowers, moon, night, the beautiful scenery of a good day is easy to move, and the artistic conception is wonderful. Everyone has what they want, but not everyone can do it. Huang Shishir held a plain silk, on which was written the song that Leng Feng had recited on the flower boat before. Beside her, there was a strange-looking girl, and the two were sitting opposite each other. It is also strange to say that since the song was recited on the flower boat that day, this poem has not been circulated in the circle of local readers in Linjiang City. On the contrary, this poem has become popular in Jiankang Mansion and even in Kyoto Linen Castle. Jure, what kind of person do you think can write this poem? Huang Shishir asked the girl opposite. Miss, you're embarrassed for me. I only know that this poem is very well written, but I can't find anything good, let alone comment on the person who wrote this poem. I usually let you read more books, but now I know that I hate less when I use books. Huang Shishir sneered at the girl. She didn't want to hear the answer from the girl's mouth, but expressed her emotions. If I had the chance, I would like to meet this man. At this moment, Mrs. Huang walked over. As soon as Huang Shishir saw her mother coming, she immediately got up and greeted her. Shishir has seen her mother. Shishir is studying knowledge again? Mrs. Huang said with a smile. The poet has received a good work, and is wondering who can write such verses. Huang Shishir replied. The verses that can make the poet so attentive seem to be extraordinary. Mrs. Huang used to be a talented girl, and it can be said that Huang Shishir inherited the advantages of her parents in this regard, and even more. If it was usual, Mrs. Huang would definitely take the poem and take a look, but at this time she obviously had something to do, and she didn't take it to heart. Just made peace with Huang Shishir, and led the topic elsewhere. Yang Kong and his son are here today. Mrs. Huang said. Mother, didn't my daughter say it? I don't like that Yang Kong, and besides, don't I already have a marriage contract? Huang Shishir said with a slight frown. She really didn't like Yang Kong, and even hated that guy a little. Although I have only met once, the feeling of people is like this: there is love at first sight, and there is also disgust at first sight. Huang Shishir belongs to the second type for Yang Kong, but Yang Kong is the first type for Huang Shishir. That engagement has been dissolved by your father. Besides, that Leng family child is not a good match. How can a young master who does not learn and has no skills worthy of my family's poems? Mrs. Huang said. Lifted. I don't care about this, anyway. I won't have anything to do with that Yang Kong. If you have to make me agree, then I will run to the teacher and not come back. Huang Shishir is soft on the outside and strong on the inside, and she looks very weak on the surface, but if it is something she doesn't want to do, it's useless for anyone to say. And what Huang Shishir said is not a lie. Her teacher is the first talented woman in the dynasty, Qingzhou University, although she is not a cabinet member, but she also has a lot of influence in the court. Qingzhou University scholar is a legendary woman, and the husband and wife left many good stories in the court. However, because her husband was involved in the case of Marquis Yu Wu, he was assigned to the border army, and died alone in an engagement with the enemy. After the death of her husband, the sergeant of Qingzhou University resigned and went to Gangnam to retire for a period of time. It was at that time that she saw 6-year-old Huang Shishir and was amazed by the spirituality of the little girl, so she accepted her as a disciple. And Huang Mingli was still a Zengliapan official back then, and it was precisely because he got acquainted with Qingzhou University that he sat in the post of prefect of Jiankang Mansion in recent years. It is also because the scholar of Qingzhou University said that Huang Shishir's future husband must be chosen by Huang Shishir herself, because she feels that there are few men in the world who can be worthy of her disciple. Therefore, those powerful disciples of Jiankang Mansion often want to show their faces in front of Huang Shishir. However, it is clear that those people are toads who want to eat swan meat. My mother supports you. As long as you don't want to, no one can force you. But your dad is also for your own good, and I hope you don't have other ideas. When you arrive in the capital, you can be with the teacher for a long time, and then no one will be able to call the shots for you in this matter.
Huang Shishir also knew that she had a marriage contract. After all, Leng Datsai was still missing in the future, and Huang Mingli had not yet sat in his current position. The gap between the two families was not so big, and at that time Huang Mingli had not yet risen to the idea of breaking the marriage contract. Huang Shishir knew about this marriage contract, but she was different from Huang Mingli and his wife, because she didn't care about the marriage contract at all. She is a talented woman, and talented women are arrogant, and Huang Shishir is no exception. It is impossible for a person she has never met to accept as her husband. As the teacher said, one's husband must be chosen by oneself. Whether it is a high-ranking official or a commoner, it must be something that can make her Huang Shishir look at it. Now Huang Shishir hears that her original marriage contract has been withdrawn, as if she heard something that has nothing to do with her. Because in her heart, she never took this seriously. The Huang family's opinion on this marriage, Leng Feng no longer cares. After he met Huang Mingli, he has already achieved his goal. Although Huang Mingli didn't want to admit the marriage contract back then, it was not a loss for Leng Feng. After all, it was all within his expectations. What he wanted to see was Huang Mingli's attitude, but fortunately, Huang Mingli was not too ungrateful, and agreed to help him get his family property. But that will have to wait until the day he is crowned, and he will have to spend more than 2 months on his own. With Leng Feng's current martial arts progress and the killing weapon in his hand, ordinary young people can no longer threaten him. And with Huang Mingli's letter to the Linjiang County Order, Leng Feng was not afraid that the two uncles would buy the government to harm him after he went back. The only thing that makes Leng Feng feel regretful is that this kind of practice of relying on asking people to exchange for peace is that in the final analysis, it is still his own strength. If he is in power, or rich and rivals the country, or martial arts, he can control his own destiny. This is the reality. Even if your heart is higher than the sky, you still have to bow to reality at the critical moment. Now that he came to Jiankang Mansion, Leng Feng was not in a hurry to go back. After all, it is really not easy to go out in this era, and the prosperity of Jiankang Mansion far exceeds that of Linjiang City. Although it faces the front line, due to its special geographical location, there are big rivers and natural dangers to defend, and it is difficult for enemy soldiers to attack it. In addition, there have been no major wars in recent years, and Jiankang Mansion has also shown a prosperous scene. Leng Feng took Fluttershy and the little beggar around Jiankang Mansion for a whole day, eating all the special snacks here. While Fluttershy and the little beggar have a lot of fun, Cold Front isn't very interested in the snacks. Although the snacks of this era already have some characteristics, the taste is still relatively simple compared to the food of later generations. After getting along for a while, Leng Feng also saw that this little beggar was still relatively simple, and his only drawback was that he was a foodie. However, Leng Feng is really not short of money now. After killing the mountain tiger last time, although he hid the money, he also took a few gold leaves with him, and the money was definitely more than enough to meet their expenses. Chaibo didn't hang out with Leng Feng anymore. After all, he was old, and he was tired from driving all the way. And he came to this Jiankang Mansion many times when he was young, and there was nothing to see. When Chaibo and Leng Feng went to Huangfu together, although they couldn't see Huang Mingli, they also knew that Huang Mingli promised to help. In his opinion, Leng Feng's trip to Jiankang Mansion was a complete success. The Leng family, that is, the Lengli family and Chaibo, knew about the marriage contract of the year, plus the current Leng Feng. The three of them all knew that the identities of the two parties were very different, and it was impossible for the Huang family to fulfill the marriage contract of the year. None of them are naive people, so the real intention of going to Jiankang Mansion this time is to exchange the marriage contract for Huang Mingli to help the Leng family. Chaibo knew that Leng Feng had already obtained Huang Mingli's promise, and the security in Jiankang Mansion was still very safe, so he let Leng Feng and them have a good time here. In addition to meeting Huang Mingli this time, Leng Feng also had to go to meet Master Xuedo. If it is said that Leng Feng crossed into this world and met the first nobleman, then it was none other than Zhang Yuanji, a master of the Tao. Moreover, Master Xuedo is still his nominal teacher, and this time he came to Jiankang Mansion to meet each other. However, Leng Feng had already met Huang Mingli yesterday, and he didn't want to make himself like a spinning top, so he would relax for a day first. The next day, Leng Feng prepares a gift and takes Fluttershy and the little beggar to the location of Jiankang Mansion. Jiankang Mansion was already quite large-scale at this time, and he was the largest palace school in Jiankang Mansion because a temple was built in front. The temple is dedicated to the incense of Master Huashan, which is the famous Confucius temple in later generations. Now it is not only the highest university in Jiankang province, but also the place where all students in Jiangnan East Road are in charge. Jiankang Mansion in the Southern Song Dynasty. Among the 16 roads, the status is special, and the economic and military status is particularly prominent. In such an environment, it is also a gathering place for literati. Especially in the area of the Qinhuai River, a large number of merry and talented people gather here every day. Leng Feng also went to the Qinhuai River yesterday to take a look, but he only glanced at it from a distance. From the perspective of modern people, although the Qinhuai River in this era is also very beautiful, it cannot attract his interest. After arriving in Jiankang, Leng Feng changed into a formal long shirt, although it was not very luxurious, but it was far from being comparable to the one he wore on the road. When you travel, you are not trying to attract people's eyes, but when you arrive at Jiankang Mansion, you are still dressed in such tatters, not to mention that you will be looked down upon, and it will only add to the trouble. There is no shortage of some snobs and dogs who look at the bottom of the world. Leng Feng is not the kind of person who is looking for abuse.
The Buddha relies on gold and people rely on clothes. This is still very reasonable.
Because after Leng Feng and Fluttershy changed their clothes, no one despised them, even if they were hanging out with the little beggars. However, the little beggar has a strong personality, and Leng Feng wants to give him a new set of clothes, and no one wants it, but he still wears that set of equipment full of patches. In his previous life, Leng Feng came to the Confucius temple, but the Confucius temple in this era is still different from what he saw in his previous life. At this time, the Confucius temple can also be regarded as prosperous and lively, but it is far from reaching the level of the previous life. There are also a lot of small traders and vendors, and there are some storefronts on the streets, but they are much smaller in terms of size and layout. Leng Feng also understood that in history, the Confucius temple was able to form the scale of later generations, and it had to go through the development of several dynasties. Especially during the Hangu period of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang designated this place as the Palace School, that is, the predecessor of the Guozijian, and further developed here. At this time, the Confucius temple should still be called Jiankang Fushua, which can only be said to have begun to take shape. Leng Feng tells Fluttershy and the little beggar to wander around on their own, and he goes to Jiankang Mansion to meet Master Xuedao, who also works part-time as the mountain chief of Jiankang Mansion. In ancient times, there was no such thing as a principal, because most of the schools in this era were private schools. In other words, in larger areas, there will be Siowan similar to the nature of government schools. The Jiankang Mansion School is similar in nature to Linjiang Academy, which was built by the government, and the person in charge is appointed and managed by Guozijian. Of course, like Jiankang Mansion, it is rare for a student to work part-time. It can be seen that the backstage of Zhang Yuanji, the master of the Tao, is not weak, otherwise he would not be able to hold two positions by himself. As soon as I walked to the gate of Jiankang Mansion, I saw some scholars chatting there. I only heard one of them say, "I heard that in this selection test, we have a splendid article on the Southeast Road." I've heard about it, and it's said that Master Xuedao personally raised it. Your news is outdated, and it is said that the article has been read by the Lord Banzai and has been appreciated by the Lord Banzai. These people talked about it a lot, and there were a lot of people gathered around for a while. Leng Feng happened to pass by here, so he also heard these words. Leng Feng was not surprised by the content of their conversation, although the splendid article that these people said did not indicate that it was the one he wrote, but he also knew that what these people were talking about was the Qin theory. He was surprised that these scholars were so well informed, and he, the person concerned, didn't know anything about it, but these scholars from Jiankang Mansion knew so clearly. Could it be that this is the so-called geographical gap? However, Leng Feng's doubts didn't last long, and he knew the answer. "Brother Wang, where did you hear this news?" someone asked. "I listened to Senior Brother Yang Kong this morning," the person who gave the latest news just now said. It turned out that Senior Brother Yang Kong said it, then this thing is true. Yes, Senior Brother Yang Kang's uncle is an old man in the court, this is absolutely true. I don't know who the lucky one is, if he is favored by the saint, isn't this a step to the sky? Someone said sourly. It's a pity that there is an age limit for the selection of talents by the Holy Lord this time, otherwise we can participate in it, and maybe we can write a better article than the Qin theory.
Indeed, no selection is perfect without us. Most of these scholars are past the selection age, and they are not eligible to participate in the selection test. The main reason why the Holy God has set the age limit for selection is that he wants to cultivate a group of talents who can be used by him within 3 or 5 years. The reason why these scholars were not selected first was not because they were old, but because the ideas of these scholars had been set in stone, and it was difficult to cultivate talents who were loyal to the king. For example, most of the scholars Leng Feng saw outside Jiankang Mansion School, most of them have already chosen to take sides, and even many of them have already taken refuge in a certain force. If the scholars of this era want to make a difference in the officialdom, it is necessary to choose to take sides. Just like Huang Mingli, he can sit in this position today because the team stands well. The scholars all felt good about themselves, and they were all touting each other. Leng Feng naturally dismisses these people's remarks, and in his opinion, some scholars are not even as good as rotten Confucianism. At this moment, a scholar dressed in a luxurious robe walked over. This scholar looks like he is 17 or 18 years old, and his walking posture is different, his head is high, and his momentum between his gestures is very good, revealing a noble air all over his body. I have to admit that this guy looks pretty good, but a pair of peach blossom eyes spoils the whole image, making people feel that he reveals a sense of frivolity. Senior brother Yang is here. The sharp-eyed scholar immediately saw this person and shouted loudly. So, it was as if a drop of cold water fell into a hot oil pot, and the scene exploded immediately. Hello, Senior brother Yang. Senior brother Yang is early. A group of scholars who were still chatting just now immediately surrounded the scholar in gorgeous clothes. In a blink of an eye, a group of people surrounded the scholar in Chinese costumes. Senior brother Yang, have you ever been free tonight? In the next appointment with Li Xiaoxiao, the flower of the Qinhuai River, we boated on the lake with the breeze and bright moon in the evening, and discussed poetry and songs. The scholar surnamed Wang said before. When senior brother Yang heard this, his peach blossom eyes couldn't help but shine with a hint of lewdness, and a smile appeared on his face. But the next moment, his expression immediately became serious. The time for this expression to change was extremely short, and it seemed that something had suddenly come to mind. At the time when the imperial court is employing people, we scholars should study the books of sages and master the talents of helping the world. How can we waste our good years here? If there is such a thing in the future, don't pull up and down. My generation of scholars should focus on their studies. The words of the scholar in Chinese costume stunned the surrounding books. Although the expression of the scholar in Chinese costume is serious, and the words sound impeccable, but in the ears, people always feel that it seems a little awkward. However, everyone's reaction was also very fast, and after a short silence, a group of scholars immediately opened their mouths to echo each other, expressing their lofty ambition to read the books of the sages and aspire to serve the country. Looking at this scene, Leng Feng shook his head boredly. It turns out that the scholars of Jiankang Mansion are nothing more than that, even worse than the scholars in Linjiang City. Leng Feng saw the expression of this scholar in Chinese clothes, and the so-called righteous words were just pretended by him. The other scholars were obviously agreeing with the voice. Even the kung fu of this sycophant was too poor, and a fool could see it. Leng Feng listened to the discussion of these scholars, and there was no longer any freshness before. I couldn't help but shake my head and walk towards the gate of Jiankang Mansion. However, things are always like this in the world, and the more you don't care about him, the more he will find you. Because at this time, there was only one focus outside the door of Jiankang Mansion, and that was the scholar in Chinese costumes. When he didn't come, everyone was still in groups, and when he came, everyone gathered around him. And Leng Feng looked relatively different at this time, coupled with his slight shaking of his head just now, it was even more different. Leng Feng's actions just now were seen by some scholars, and someone wanted to pat the sycophants of this scholar in Chinese costumes, and immediately shouted at Leng Feng, "You, stop! Why did you shake your head just now?" Hearing the man shout, the others turned their heads and found that Leng Feng was an unfamiliar face. And the group of them all nodded around the young man in fancy clothes. Only Leng Feng walked alone to the side, as if he didn't care about them. This kind of alternative behavior has hit the careful liver of these scholars and insulted their self-esteem. Man, this group animal, in a certain situation, reveals its essential characteristics. Only by bullying the weak and excluding dissenting can we show our strength.
In fact, these people are fragile or humble in their hearts, and they want to cover up their cowardice by excluding and suppressing others. Everyone is drunk and I am sober. Sometimes it means that the wind is high, but it is easy to be besieged. The eyes of these scholars glanced at Leng Feng's body, and then they all showed unkind expressions. These guys are not stupid, they just want to step on someone, and they have to see if this person can be stepped on by them first. In their eyes, Leng Feng is the one who can step on it. Although it looks a little magnanimous, this dress can only be regarded as middle and upper class. The fabric is not bad, and the workmanship can be said to be in the past, but it has nothing to do with grace and luxury. These people are all old students of Jiankang Mansion. Maybe learning is like that, but in terms of observing words and feelings, they have gradually learned to be smooth. Judging a person's status is the basic skill of these people. They felt that Leng Feng's dress like this should only be a disciple of a medium-sized family, and there was no burden at all to bully. Although these people grovel in front of senior brother Yang, their family conditions are not bad, and there are even a few famous families in Jiankang Mansion. Moreover, most of the people in Jiankang Mansion school they know, especially those who can't be provoked, and they know it by heart. Leng Feng's face was very unfamiliar to them, so it only showed that Leng Feng was not a great existence in Jiankang Mansion at all. The next moment, everyone had an idea in their hearts, and decided to step on Leng Feng to make a good impression in front of Yang Kang. This scholar in Chinese costume is Yang Kang's eldest son. These scholars all know that Yang Kang's uncle is the old man of the first great pavilion of the dynasty. As long as he can tie up with the Yang family, he will not fly in the future. What did you mean by shaking your head just now? Are you dissatisfied with what senior brother Yang said? Senior brother Yang's words are golden and jade, and it is your honor to hear them. I didn't look at your identity. I dared to despise what senior brother Yang said, and I didn't come over to apologize to senior brother Yang. Yes, I must apologize to senior brother Yang. Let him apologize, or don't want to leave. These people surrounded Leng Feng as they spoke, looking at his excited faces. If they didn't know the real thing, they would really think that Leng Feng had done something heinous. Leng Feng didn't expect that these people would be so shameless. I just passed by here and shook my head when I heard these people talking here and felt ridiculous. The next moment, he was chased and bitten by these people like mad dogs, and he felt both angry and funny, and finally saw what it means to be a Sven lackey. Leng Feng came here to meet the master of the Tao, and he was in a good mood, but he was accused and attacked by these people for no reason. That is, the mud bodhisattva still has 3 points of anger, not to mention that Leng Feng has never been a loser. Especially in front of these scholars, he will not suffer this dumb loss. So he said lightly, "Get out of the way, good dogs don't get in the way." As soon as Leng Feng's words came out, it was like stabbing a hornet's nest, and many scholars were furious. If they weren't still holding the shelf of a scholar, they would rush up and give Leng Feng 2 punches one by one. He can be a dog, but he is never allowed to be called a dog. How daring, you dare to call me a dog. Sure enough, it's a vulgar person. Such a person should be driven out of Jiankang Mansion School. Yes, such a vulgar person is not worthy of being my classmate, and he must be expelled from the school. Leng Feng's good dog did not stand in the way, and poked the sore feet of these people fiercely, and shouted one by one to drive Leng Feng out of Jiankang Mansion. In their opinion, driving Leng Feng out of Jiankang Mansion School was far more serious than beating him. Once a person like Leng Feng is kicked out of the government, it will be a big stain on his life experience, and he will not be hired as an official by the imperial court even if he succeeds in his studies in the future. A person who has been expelled from the school will have a bleak career path. This kind of punishment, as long as it is a scholar, does not want to see it. This is too cruel for readers, and the so-called murder is nothing more than that. But will Leng Feng be afraid? The answer is no, because he is not a student of Jiankang Fushui at all. Scolding, no matter how noisy you are, I still have to beat people. Leng Feng didn't want to waste time with these scholars. He knew what the shortcomings of these people were. Don't look at the joy they call. Once they move the real thing, they are faster than anyone else. This is Leng Dashao's experience. All scholars in the world are virtuous, and they are better than anyone else. If you don't reason with him, then they're out of line. Since ancient times, there is a famous saying called Shotsai: when you meet a soldier, it is unreasonable, but it is still very reasonable. Vertical Zier Dare. This is a school, not a place for you to go wild. Leng Feng's words did not scare these scholars. After all, in the eyes of these scholars, Leng Feng was a scholar like them.
Bah!
Leng Feng didn't talk too much nonsense, and it was a punch to a tree next to him. Coincidentally, there happened to be a bull-thick weeping willow next to Leng Feng, which was shaken by the punch of the trunk, and the branches were swept wildly. Since everyone was standing under the willow tree, the weeping willow branches were thin and long, and although it did not hurt to sweep on the faces of these people, it was not beautiful. The scholars were stunned by Leng Feng's sudden punch, because they saw that Leng Feng's punch had broken the bark. If this punch falls on you, look at your small body, and then look at the weeping willow tree with broken skin. Many people subconsciously close their mouths. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, and the reader's instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm is strong. Moreover, the readers of this era pay a lot of attention to their own parts, and the so-called parents of the body are talking and playing. A sound of swallowing saliva came, and under Leng Feng's threatening gaze, they automatically parted ways.
Fight with one punch, lest 100 punches come.
Leng Feng was very satisfied with the deterrent effect of this punch, and sure enough, no matter what time it was, strong strength was the foundation of safety. But just as Leng Feng was about to leave, the scholar in Chinese costumes, who had not spoken before, spoke. "Stop, will I let you go?" Hearing the scholar in Chinese costumes speak, the others immediately came back to their senses, and it seemed that at this time they remembered that senior brother Yang was still here, so they were still afraid of hair.
The reason why these scholars want to step on the cold front is to perform in front of senior brother Yang.
Only then will they get their taste, and if they are frightened by the cold front, then it will be contrary to their original intention. Not only did he fail to behave in front of senior brother Yang, but it was also very likely to cause senior brother Yang's dissatisfaction.
Yes, did senior brother Yang let you go? Senior brother Yang won't let you go. Where did you get the courage to go?
As a result, the scholars who found the backbone of the main body were full of chicken blood.
Which onion are you?
Leng Feng still didn't give face in the face of the scholar in Chinese costumes. Seeing the appearance of the scholar in Chinese costumes, this reminded him of the previous Leng Daxiao. The two are very similar in some ways, but the grade of this scholar in Chinese costumes is a little high. In the face of this kind of person, you can't admit it, otherwise he will bully you even more. And Leng Feng also understands that that kind of person can be offended, and that kind of person cannot be offended. Like this kind of big young master, as long as you don't touch the safety of the other party's life, you will lose their face, and the forces behind it will not treat you as a matter. Fights between peers, everyone is a face-saving person, and it is rare for parents to end up in person.
I don't even know senior brother Yang, no wonder I dare to be so arrogant.
The scholar surnamed Wang felt that it was time for him to behave.
Boy, listen up.
This is senior brother Yang Kanyang, the eldest young man of the Yang mansion from the capital.
Senior brother Yang's order is our Jiankong mansion order, a dignified 4th-grade member.
When the old Yang scholar of the court pavilion is the uncle of senior brother Yang. The words of the scholar surnamed Wang were full of momentum, as if it was a great honor for him to be able to say these words from his mouth. To be honest, Leng Feng really didn't know that the origin of this scholar in Chinese clothes was so big. I thought this guy was just a strong family background, but I didn't expect it to be so strong.
Leng Feng is not the cold Daxiao before, and he doesn't know anything about anything.
Although the Southern Song Dynasty court was decaying, the emaciated camel was bigger than the horse, and the big men of the dynasty were still high. When the court was always a member of the first class, and the Yang family was also a famous family in the capital. It's not that Leng Feng is arrogant, he now even has to rely on Huang Mingli's help to take his property, and Huang Mingli is in front of the old man of the court, that is the little shrimp. But will Leng Feng be afraid of Yang Kong because of this? The answer is no. If he is even afraid of this kind of goods, then he is not a traverser.
Oh, could it be that Yang Gongzi made an appointment with Huiran and wanted to invite me to have a drink on the Qinhuai River?
Leng Feng said with a smile on his face. Yang Kang's face was ugly, and it was for this reason that Wang Gongzi wanted to invite him to Qinhuai River to play, but he refused by his pretentious gesture. In fact, what kind of goods Yang Kong is, the scholar surnamed Wang knows very well that they have had this kind of activity before. At that time, Yang Kong was playing a happy game, but I don't know why Yang Kong seems to have changed today. But no matter what Yang Kong said, they just agreed.
As for the reason, is there still a reason for Yang Kong? He definitely wanted to make this gesture for some people to see, to establish a good image. Now that Leng Feng said this, he was obviously laughing at him. Great strength is just a reckless man, and we and other scholars should talk about heroes with literary brilliance. Don't say that I bullied you today. If you can beat Ben Gongzi in terms of literary style, then I can ignore your unreasonable behavior today. Although Yang Kong is an arrogant person, he is not stupid at all, and he didn't follow Leng Feng's words at all, but pretended to be domineering and said generously. This sounds good, but it's not the same thing at all. He could see that Leng Feng was not very old, and he naturally didn't read as many books as them, that is, he didn't have much knowledge to bully Leng Feng. Although Leng Feng has grown taller in the past month or so, his temperament and image have changed significantly, but that immature face can still show that he is not very old. Yang Kong was born in a wealthy family, and not only did he have fine clothes and food since he was a child, but also received the top education in today's era. His eyesight is still there, and he can see that Leng Feng's skill should not be weak, and it is an unwise choice to compete with Leng Feng in force. Although Yang Kang's character is not very good, his attainments in literature are good. The reason why the Yang family can become a famous family is because they attach importance to the cultural education of the clansmen, so as to ensure that they will last for a long time in the changes of the past dynasties. Yang Kong can be regarded as the core of the Yang family, and among the younger generation of the Yang family, his literary talent can also be ranked as famous. This is Yang Kang's confidence. Although he is a little literate, Yang Kong is a full playboy, and he hooked up with some local teenagers as soon as he arrived in Jiankong Mansion. Now the reason why he wants to create an image full of poetry and books is to win the favor of Huang Shishir. Ever since he saw Huang Shishir, he was immediately shocked. Even if he reads countless women in the capital, none of those women can compare to Huang Shishir. Moreover, Yang Kong also knew that Huang Shishir's other identity was that he was a disciple of the legendary woman Qingzhou University scholar of the dynasty, which strengthened his intention to marry Huang Shishir into the family. That's why we have all these behaviors today. In fact, Yang Dashao was still very proud, and he didn't bother to pay attention to scholars like Leng Feng before. However, it's a pity that he provoked Leng Feng, and under the aura of the protagonist, he is destined to be unfavorable. Wen Kai. As far as you are concerned, do you know what literary talent is? Leng Feng didn't plan to deal with this guy, but seeing that this guy looked polite, he wanted to slap him a few times. As a modern person, especially the former king of special forces, it stands to reason that Leng Feng's character should be very calm. But after traveling to this era, he was still affected by Leng Dashao. Leng Dashao was a young master who didn't learn and didn't know how to do it before, although his essence was not bad, but for people like Yang Kong and Liang Dong before, he had an instinctive disgust. Otherwise, if you use Leng Feng's personality in his previous life, he will definitely not be tough with these people. Regarding this point, even Leng Feng himself did not realize that his personality would be subtly affected. Senior brother Yang is a dragon and phoenix among people, a prodigy appointed by the saint back then. How can an ignorant child like you achieve it? If the age of the Sheng's selection of talents is not stipulated this time, how can our Jiankong mansion be taken away by people from a small place? Indeed, isn't it just a mere treatise on Qin? At first glance, these articles are sensational, and they say that the Qin state will not be benevolent when it is destroyed, which seems to be very reasonable, but in fact, it is known but not why. I think Brother Yang's essay back then is the real high opinion. In addition to the gold and jade, the words of defeat made the scholars feel humiliated, so they began to attack one after another. However, although their spearhead at this time was pointed at Leng Feng, they had not forgotten to praise Yang Kong. In order to highlight Yang Kang's excellence, he just took out the article that he talked about before. However, they didn't know that the author of the Qin theory who was praised and belittled by them was the Leng Feng in front of them. This part of the scholars is a special category in Jiankong Mansion. Their knowledge is at the middle level, but the family background conditions are good. Usually they look down on people born in ordinary families, but when they meet people who are tougher than their backgrounds, they can't wait to kneel and lick them. Being able to do this kind of thing is also their style. At this time, many scholars passed by, and they just glanced at it from a distance, and did not stop to watch the excitement. Most scholars knew what kind of virtues this group of people was, and of course a small number of scholars joined their group.
That is, in the kung fu of this meeting, there were half more people around Leng Feng.
Then let's talk about Qin. Don't say I'm bullying you, it's said that this article was written by someone about your age.
Look at people, you can write this kind of splendid article, maybe you don't even have the qualifications to comment. Yang Kong looked at Leng Feng and said with a pretend gesture.
Passing the Qin theory.
Leng Feng didn't expect that this guy had the confidence to discuss this article with himself. Although this article is not his original, many people in later generations have analyzed this article, and those views are not clear. Moreover, people in this era have certain limitations in their understanding of history, especially these scholars, most of whom are just talking on paper.
Let them comment on what good reasons can be made.
Seeing the surprised expression that flashed on Leng Feng's face, the corners of Yang Kang's mouth couldn't help but show a smug smile. Why, you haven't even heard of Qin theory? Yang Kang still had a little loss in his heart at this time. The reason why he wanted to talk to Leng Feng about Qin was because he had heard his father and uncle comment on this article. His uncle also admitted that this treatise on the Qin dynasty was written very extraordinary, and it didn't look like a child could write it. There is nothing wrong with this treatise on the passage of Qin, but the problem lies with the person who wrote this treatise on the passage of Qin. If you don't have rich experience and unique vision, plus you have a deep study of that period of history, you can't write this kind of article. Leng Feng still underestimated the people of this era. He didn't expect that the chapter he copied had aroused suspicion. However, Yang Kang's uncle and the others were only suspicious, and with their knowledge, they could naturally judge that this article had not appeared before at all. So there are only two explanations for this, and that is that the person who wrote this article was indeed a genius. Or someone else wrote this article, but this person is relatively low-key, and the article was not released after it was written, and it happened to be seen by a teenager. But this doesn't make sense. Ordinary people don't say that they have read it once, even if they watch it a few times, they may not be able to remember it. Can a person who is just a child read it and write it down? Therefore, although some people have doubts that Leng Feng can write the Qin theory, they cannot find any negative evidence. In fact, in the final analysis, the theory of passing Qin is just an article, and in the eyes of those real big people, it will surprise them at most. Because they know that in this world, there are many people who just write good articles, and there are many people who write good articles and are waste materials in other aspects. Besides, the current Southern Song Dynasty court has formed an established interest group, and they are not short of talents. Only today's saints feel that no one is available, which is why the saints want to cultivate a group of talents who can really belong to their subordinates. In this regard, the high-level leaders of those interest groups see it very thoroughly, that is, people like Yang Kang, who still know a little about it. But because of their background, they have far more insider knowledge than ordinary people. For example, the Qin theory that these scholars talked about before was what Yang Kang told the scholar surnamed Wang. Similarly, in Yang Kang's eyes, Leng Feng is the kind of person who doesn't know anything and only reads the books of sages and sages. Of course I know, and no one knows better than I know,
Leng Feng said. Okay, then let's talk about Qin.
I think the author has a wrong understanding of history, and the division of the 9 kingdoms in the text knocked on the pass to attack Qin, and the Qin people switched and extended the enemy in history.
Historically, the alliance of the 5 nations attacked the Qin state, and the Qin state did not win. Also, it was the huge alliance of princes composed of Liu Bang and Xiangyu who overthrew Qin's rule, and the reasons for Qin's demise cannot be analyzed only by Qinshi.
Yang Kang said this passage from his uncle. In fact, he is also learning and selling, and he doesn't know about that history at all. Yang Kang's poems are well written, but little is known about the history of the Qin state.
Okay, senior brother Yang is really talented.
But this is not to prevent a group of scholars from holding stinky feet. Their original intention was to slap Yang Kang's ass, who knew that Yang Kang could really say that he was ugly. Leng Feng was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this guy, who looked like a coerced criminal, would know the history of the Qin state in such detail. However, it is obvious that even if Yang Kang is right, his understanding of Qin is still too one-sided. This is not the argument to be made in the case of the Qin dynasty, and the examples given are not intended to illustrate who destroyed the Qin state. As for whether there is such a thing in history, it is not for Leng Feng to consider.
What exists in history is not up to you.
The reason for the fall of the Qin state is very clear in the text, but you just don't understand it. The author wants to express that the theme is that benevolence and righteousness are not applied, and the offensive and defensive forces are different. Chen Shi's uprising was not the direct cause of Qin's demise, but Liu Bang and Xiang Yu were the final result of Qin's demise. As for what you said, you just grasped a certain side of the article, and this is not a matter of taking a glimpse of the whole leopard. It can only be said that this view is too one-sided and too superficial. Although Leng Feng was a little surprised by what Yang Kong said, he was also able to take him down. When Yang Kong heard Leng Feng's rebuttal, he couldn't help but look stunned, because he didn't say this, but the elder of the cabinet of scholars. In Yang Kang's opinion, what the cabinet elder said could still be wrong, but he didn't expect to be refuted by Leng Feng, and what Leng Feng said seemed to make sense. Even if the arguments in the article are true, they do not necessarily lead to such conclusions. The foreshadowing can only make people feel that Qin's demise is very incredible, and then use the seemingly related reason of benevolence and non-application to summarize the whole reason, which is a bit far-fetched. The only commendable aspect of this essay is the writing, with a strong sense of regret that makes one read it to the end and think that the reason seems to be right. This is a typical fallacy of appealing to emotion. The logic is not enough, and the writing is made up, which is the biggest loophole in this article. Yang Kong threw out another point of view, which was a bit rogue compared to the previous point of view. The analysis of the article is purely about finding bones in eggs. The article is in chronological order, narrating the historical facts of Qin's prosperity and decline to its demise. Judging from the surface of the text, there is no word about Qin, but it only blindly builds momentum for the argument at the end of the paragraph, and at the end of the paragraph, the mystery is revealed: the difference between benevolence and righteousness and offensive and defensive forces. Let's ask, why do you want to say it in general? Those who have passed Qin on Qin's faults, Qin Gui is just the last sentence of benevolence and righteousness, and this whole text is cut off. As for the first half of the Six Kingdoms, this is just a contrast to Qin. In the second half, it is said that when Qin, this is just a contrast to Qinshi. It is the most strange pen, which can be described as in one sentence. Leng Feng's words were sonorous and powerful, defeating Yang Kangyan's rebuttal. If you say that you are competing with Leng Feng in other aspects, maybe Leng Feng will have some scruples, but Yang Kong has to be bored with himself, and he is not comfortable with him in the theory of passing Qin. Then, it is Yang Kong who is uncomfortable now. Even if he killed Yang Kong, he would not have thought that the person in front of him was the writer of the Qin theory, and his self-righteous and unique opinions were simply not worth mentioning in the face of Leng Feng. What Yang Kong said may be true in some respects, but it is just some one-sided opinions. Why, do you have anything to say? Yang Kang's face had become ugly, but he couldn't find a reason to refute it. Facing Leng Feng's questioning, it was impossible for him to play any intrigues in broad daylight. Actually, I know what you said, but I'm pointing out some flaws in this article. In the end, Yang Kong still found a reason for himself. Yes, senior brother Yang is amazing. Everyone can see what you said, but this is not a real skill. On the other hand, senior brother Yang, when everyone is so optimistic about this article, he can still find some deficiencies in it, which is called true learning. Senior brother Yang is worthy of being a great talent from the capital, and this level of literary talent is brilliant. When the scholar surnamed Wang heard what Yang Kong said, he immediately echoed it. This is his specialty, and it is really difficult for him to say why, but let him hold his stinky feet. In terms of this skill, even Leng Feng sighs to himself. Brother Wang is right, or senior brother Yang is a step ahead. As the saying goes, a good man is in a gang. Even if he has stinky feet, he must have teammates to assist, and sure enough, these people are all like-minded people. Okay, I'm convinced. Leng Feng said with a helpless sigh. He was really defeated by these people, and unreasonable can be said to be reasonable, and black can also be said to be white. That is, when these people are not sown in life, if they are placed in the current society, they are all good material for diplomats. Even if you know each other, senior brother Yang's talent is also something you can provoke. The scholars saw Leng Feng admit defeat, as if they had won the battle. So some people desperately wanted to perform. Since you admit defeat, you don't want to apologize to senior brother Yang soon. This made some people feel embarrassed. In fact, some people still saw that Yang Kong was the losing side in this confrontation, and they only shamelessly praised Yang Kang's talent. Only a few people really thought that Leng Feng had lost, and the limelight was borne by a scholar surnamed Wang just now, and they also wanted to follow it. Therefore, even if you want to be a sycophant, you must also be a literate sycophant. Uneducated, sometimes it's really scary. Apologize, did you ask him if he was embarrassed to make me apologize? Leng Feng ignored the scholar who shouted for him to apologize, but looked at Yang Kong and said. Yang Kong was embarrassed by Leng Feng's words. His own family knew his own family affairs, and he knew that Leng Feng was more knowledgeable than his own in the theory of passing qin. He used to think that Leng Feng was that kind of small character, with no background and no high knowledge, and he could win in this regard. However, as the scholars surnamed Wang and others said, the words that Leng Feng refuted just now, Yang Kong can also say why. Even when his uncle was talking about it, he also said the general meaning. The reason why Yang Kong chose to criticize the theory of qin was not really to deny the theory of qin, but to show his unique wisdom. Moreover, Yang Kang's uncle, as a scholar of the current dynasty and an elder of the cabinet, naturally does not look at the problem so one-sidedly. What he is talking about is only an analysis of a particular argument, not the whole text. The reason is that Yang Kong underestimated Leng Feng and thought that he was a soft persimmon that could be handled. This son is not the kind of lord who is unforgiving, let him go. Yang Kong also knew that in this situation, he was not sure if he wanted to forcibly leave Leng Feng, and through the confrontation with Leng Feng, he had already realized the difficulty of the other party. Now that I finally have a step, let's go down and talk about it first. As for whether he is as generous as he says, only he knows. Yang Kongqi was born in a wealthy family, and he has almost never suffered any losses since he was a child, and he has always been flattered by others, but today Leng Feng did not give him face, and he also lost his face. According to the virtue of the past, Leng Feng would have been cleaned up a long time ago. But it's a pity that after coming to Jiankang, in order to establish a good image of himself, he didn't bring any entourage with him. And here in Jiankang Mansion, no one dares to mess with his identity as the eldest son of Yang, but he didn't expect to meet a stunned young man like Leng Feng. In Yang Kang's eyes, Leng Feng is the kind of stunned green, otherwise, if he knew that he was the eldest son of Yang, who would dare not give him face? Even those leaders and masters in Jiankang Academy also respect him very much. As soon as the others heard Yang Kong speak, they immediately moved out of the way again. Senior brother Yang, Gaoi. Senior brother Yang, Prime Minister can hold the boat in his belly. No matter what kind of occasion, you can shoot the sycophant loudly. This is the master of the sycophant world. Almost all of these scholars are such talents, and they can't do anything else, but their kung fu is not weaker than one. Leng Feng ignored the existence of these people and walked into the gate of Jiankang Mansion without squinting. Because the scene that happened outside the door just now has been seen by many people, no one is embarrassed by Leng Feng anymore, and even many people are full of admiration when they look at Leng Feng. Although Yang Kong has been in Jiankang Mansion for less than a month, a circle has been formed around him spontaneously in Jiankang Mansion. Most of the people in this circle are the second generation of officials and the second generation of rich, and these people are usually not very popular. Seeing Leng Feng walk into Jiankang Mansion, Yang Kang's face showed a gloomy look. Find out where that kid comes from, and I'll let him know the consequences of offending me. Senior brother Yang, don't worry, this matter is on me. The scholar surnamed Wang immediately packed the ticket and said, find out his identity first, and I'll arrange the rest. After Yang Kong dropped a sentence, he also followed into the Jiankang Mansion. No, Leng Feng had lost Leng Feng's figure in his sight. Yang Kang's face was gloomy, and he had already hated Leng Feng. Yang Kong had a chance to show off today, but he didn't expect it to become a joke in the end. Yang Kong is just arrogant and not stupid. He knows very well what the group of people surnamed Wang are and what kind of virtue they are. Even if they fart themselves, they will say that they are fragrant. What happened outside Jiankang Mansion School today, as long as the three views are a little more correct, you can see the cattiness. Perhaps, what happened to him Yang Kong today has spread in the Fushua, and those who usually look at him unpleasantly don't know how to talk about him behind his back. In Jiankang Mansion, Yang Kong can't cover the sky with one hand, and there are many people who don't like him. Most of these people are really talented people, and there is no shortage of some arrogant people. They may not be able to provoke the Yang family, but if they want them to be like those people surnamed Wang, it is impossible to look forward to in Yang Kong way. Leng Feng didn't think about it so much, he didn't look at Yang Kang's son-in-law at all. Sometimes you have to be careful, and sometimes you don't have to worry so much.
The office of Master Shuedao Jian Yuanji is in the backyard of Fushue, and Leng Feng easily met Master Shuedao.
This time the two sides met very happily, with the communication of Linjiang City and the nominal master-apprentice relationship between the two parties. This time it was much more casual.
Jiang Yuanji also told Leng Feng that his treatise on the Qin had been read by the saint, and after the saint read it, he praised it as a good article. And it has been circulated to the cabinet, although most of the information fed back by the cabinet is praise, but there are also some deliberately provocative voices, but these are not to worry. In general, the Guoqin commentary has been greatly praised. This matter is also thanks to Yang Kong. Leng Feng had known about it before, but he did not explain the unpleasantness with Yang Kong and the others just now to Master Shuedao. It's like a child fighting outside, and he won't tell an adult whether he wins or loses. Even if Yang Kong feels that he has lost face today, he will not tell his family. At most, he will inquire about Leng Feng's origin, and then find an opportunity to retaliate back. Leng Feng knew this very well, so he was not afraid of offending Yang Kong. Master Shuedao praised Leng Feng again, and put forward some suggestions, completely substituting himself into the role of Leng Feng's master. Leng Feng also put himself in the role of a student, and